It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like
Welcome one and all. Welcome one and all. We are here for the final day of ESL 1 qualifiers for DreamLeague Season 22. We're going to be witnessing one more Chinese team joining the rest of the pack to compete for the $1 million prize pool, but more importantly, those EPT points that will lead into later in the year. My name is Snare, and we've got a special treat for you here in the Chinese region, I think for the first time. Homie, Fear Darkness, Clinton Loomis, how you doing, fam? How's things been going? What do you think about Dota right now as a game?
I mean, to answer the first question, Dota is a great game, the best game in the world, so I do love it. The patch has been really fun, seeing a lot of different adaptations and the meta kind of like settling down a lot. There's been a lot of experimentation, but it's also great to be in the China region. I don't get to cover this region very much, so very excited to get in the tail end to see some of the best teams perform.
Before we start speaking about the teams in particular, a couple of years ago, you were part of the legendary squad that would be, China Slayers, leave China to me kind of situation. What do you think has changed in the intervening years from when China was this region everybody had to really be worried about into like the last 18 months where things were fairly lackluster from the region?
Well, I think in general the region itself has had a lot of changes on how the map has been played. Like when China was at its peak, I would say they had the discipline that no other region had, right? They were like a well-oiled machine, but the patch is kind of like scrambled all up. You can't really play that methodical anymore. The map is so big, you got to be a little more crazy, and we're starting to see some of those other players from the region, just like the more crazy type of players from the China region. They're starting to shine a little bit here too. You got to have a little bit of crazy in you to play this patch because the map is just so big. You can't just run around as a five-man ball. And I think the ability to be able to just play the map individually and not just have to run around as a team kind of hurt the region a little bit because they were just so good at discipline. They still are in a lot of regards, but there's just been so many changes to the map that being a disciplined team doesn't get you where it used to.
We have seen, of course, like you mentioned, that not only have a lot of these wilder teams been doing a lot better from China, but just everything is jumbled up. All the teams that we normally associated with being long-standing, high amounts of longevity has completely gone away. So every squad that you see within China right now is a new team, which is always going to be fun to see, which does bring us to this particular matchup of Team Bright versus G2IG. Of course, anybody that looks at the names on the G2IG lineup, you're going to recognize these people. Monet, Your Nothing to Say Is, Your JTs, Baboka, X-Nova. Every single one of these people have either won a major tournament or participated in a grand finals of a major tournament. So they certainly know what it takes to be able to win, especially getting through some of these difficult qualifiers. But on the other side for Team Bright, some people that have been floating around the tier 2 scene in China for a very, very long time. Ulu, Butterfly Effect, Irving, TK, and Red Panda. One thing I've always been curious about and interested in is how it is the case in China, or just in Dota in general, that you can have extremely high-skilled players, but that nonetheless fail to make the jump into a proper tier 1 setting, a proper tier 1 team, even if surrounded by other high-skilled players. From a mentality standpoint, what do you think is the difference between players that are able to play at that tier 1 level, say your G2IG guys, relative to a team like Team Bright who have high-skilled players, but somehow can't make that jump into a high-skilled team?
I think just the stars kind of have to align. Of course, you have to be good enough, right? And a lot of these guys are most likely good enough. That's the reason why they're here and they made it this far. But you got to get into the right mix of players. And for that to happen, I mean, anything has to happen, right? Like you just have to get on the right team. Then all of a sudden, they know how to play around you. They can make you work. But sometimes you get stuck in, I like to call them the trenches, right? Playing with these tier 2 teams, you don't really stand out too much because you've been there for a while. And if you stay in like that lower echelon for too long, then people kind of like skim over you. But it doesn't mean you can't have results, because there's been a lot of players who, we can bring Seb up, for example, is one of them he was off the radar for some while, but he found the right group of guys and now you can just shine out of nowhere. So it's just all about finding the right group of people to play around that can just make you and your ideas work.
I mean, for me, the best example of this in recent times is a squad like Game and Gladiators, right? Everybody on that team, with the sole exception of maybe like Quinn, who everyone was like, nah, this person definitely deserves better. For the most part, everybody was out here, languishing in that trench. I think the worst case was somebody like Diraicho and Tofu. Between the two of them, it's not like they magically got better within the 3 months period after joining Gaming.
Right.
But like you said, the stars aligned, everything came together. And I think it's not just like the right players, but probably the right mix of personalities as well, right? Because you could probably be in the right team environment, but not have the right people to bring out the best Dota side of you. They just bring out the salt and anger, not necessarily the competitive spirit.
I mean, yeah, another example from this region specifically would have been, in my eyes, like Tian Ming from Azure Ray, when that was his first TI, and he did incredibly well, but he was surrounded by great players like Maybe or Somnus and FY, Chalice. A lot of like veterans really brought that out, and he was able to not only attend his first TI, but do incredibly well. So it's all about just finding the right mix of people.
Speaking of, I'm also really glad on the side of G2IG, some players who have been languishing outside of the tier 1 scene for a while, trying to get themselves back up to their capacity. But Boca in particular, which tournament was it? It was the Bali Major. Remember, we all went into that major talking up a partnership between him and XXX, how good it's going to be. And then, my God, they were both so bad at that tournament. It was awful to watch. It was not fun. It was like, what is going on here? Are these even the same guys, dude? But I think then they separated. They were beefing. They apparently behind the scenes.
Yeah.
The moment they separate, apparently they're all still really good again. You're like, wow, I wonder what happened, you know?
And that's just how it goes. You gotta enjoy the game. That's the most important thing. I've definitely been on teams where you're not really having fun, you're not enjoying the game, and the moment the communication isn't there or the enjoyment isn't there, you're more willing to give up easily. So if one thing goes badly, you're like, yeah, well, I don't have the motivation to keep doing this, so I'm just not going to play well. But when you are motivated and you're playing with someone you want to play, like one setback it'll mean nothing. It'll be like, all right, I'm motivated to get back in the lane, do better, and make things happen.
Yep, and speaking of making things happen, we are about to get into our draft for our first game. Remember, everybody, that this is an elimination game. Whichever team goes home will be the team that we're done, we're finished, it's over. No more possibility of ending up at DreamLeague Season 22. So they have no opportunity to warm up. You got to bring your A game from the get-go. So Team Bright versus G2IG. Speaking of how this draft is going to be ending up going, I imagine that we're going to see high contestation on this Magnus hero. On the side of G2IG, you have both JT and NTS who play that hero at an amazing level. And Team Bright, Butterfly Effect is definitely his best hero. And yeah, Magnus, there's no way it gets involved in this series. Honestly, I'll be shocked if anybody gets it.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many bans in the first phase that if there is a hero that you're even remotely good at, it's going to be removed. And that's kind of like the beauty of like how this drafting stage works. There's a lot of pros, there's a lot of cons as well. But one of the pros of it is you can't be a hero spammer anymore. If you're just a one-trick pony, you only play a couple heroes, you get shut down really hard in captain's mode now. So it's forcing some more versatility amongst these teams to be able to play just a lot more heroes. Otherwise, you're going to get banned out with these first 4 bans.
Yep. Actually, before we even get into the draft, do you like the order of having most of the bans front-loaded in the draft?
It has its pros and cons, but I think overall, I'm not a huge fan, to be honest with you, because like the first banning stage is kind of just like from a spectator point of view, right? From a strategic point of view, there's a lot of cool things you can do, but from a spectator point of view, there's a lot of like versatility and changes, which but you still see the same heroes, right? And I think that's just where Dota is right now. Dota's just so well balanced right now that you're always going to say the same heroes, even though there are like 7 bans, right? And we'll always see this NP, we're always seeing these Bat Riders come out because there's just so many good heroes and there's so many bans. But of course, like you can't ban everything. There's just too much good stuff in Dota right now.
There's a lot of good stuff in Dota. Of course, a lot of it has been removed right now. Team Bright going for NP. So what is it? Venge? Is it Bat? It's Primal Beast. This is somewhat surprising because outside of specific like player hero combinations, I'm not really seeing like heroes like the Primal Beast, your Beastmasters, your Tide, these team fight heroes, or these the tanky frontlining boys. I don't really see them emerging in the first phase anymore. So what do you think? Where do you think this Primal Beast is going, given that IG technically play this in 3 different roles, because Baboka rolled with it in the 4 as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think the most stable role for this hero is always going to be offlane or mid. I haven't really seen too much of the position 4 Primal Beast. Yeah, it can be played there, but it's not really good because in this meta in general, position 4s that are melee aren't even super strong right now. There's a couple good ones, but I think most of the heroes you want to play are going to be ranged from position 4. So, and Primal Beast isn't like a Tusk or something that's pretty clear cut on how you play in the laning stage. But it is good versus Nature's Prophet, right? And this could be a response to if you get sprouted, you could always onslaught or just trample it down. So you'll never get stuck in that. So that's always a good tool to have. So I think that's going to be like the number one reason why they pick this hero. It's also a gap closer for the NP. If you see him on the map, you can just easily just onslaught and take him out quite easily there. But it is a hero, you're right, it doesn't see a ton of play. I see it every once in a while, but I think this is their answer to NP. And we know NP has been seeing a lot of play, so every team, when you're playing against a hero that's like the S tier in the meta like this, they have their own responses on how they want to play against it, and this just happened to be G2IG's response to the Nature's Prophet.
There's been a lot of these games where you'll see like in the early laning phase, or even later on in the laning phase, Nature's Prophet shows up, to add some additional numbers. And not only can you onslaught out of the trees, you can onslaught towards the NP, right? And turn a gank very, very quickly in the opposite direction. So I kind of like this, having some counter aggression. I do want to see it being paired. You know what I would love to see it being paired with, dude? Yesterday in Eastern Europe, I saw Einkrad play mid Clockwork, and it owned the game, dude. And I was going to say pick Clockwork because of how good Clockwork is against the Primal Beast. So they just ban it. But I would have loved to see having that dual forms of initiation. Clockwork isolates one part of the fight, Primal Beast comes in on the other, and just create maximal chaos. But sadly, we're not getting that. Just getting boring old Batrider.
Yeah, I mean, Batrider is a great hero versus NP as well. It's just these two heroes, in my opinion, are some of the best in their positions right now. NP and Bat, they both have high regen, so they can just trade. It's just really, these heroes are really annoying to trade against. Well, a big problem right now in Dota right now, there's a lot of like supports that just aren't super viable because they don't have good base stats. And that's kind of what like at the pro level you're mainly looking for in your supports. It's like how strong are they at level 1 or at level 2? Because you want to win the laning stage. Laning stage is so important in Dota right now and has been for a very long time. So you want to pick these supports that have a good laning stage. And Batrider is also another hero that cannot be sprouted. And it looks like Team Bright is going to go full out with the bat counters here. And this is kind of leaning towards potentially Avenge Core, or are they crazy enough to do NP Core?
Surely it has to be Avenge Core. I have seen Irving play this in the past. I was actually going to ask you about this, that what do they do in order to hard counter Batrider, given that they already have Nature's Prophet? Most of the time we see Vengeance as a 5, and presumably that's Red Panda's hero, but they say, screw that, no matter what, we're going to show maximal hate towards whoever's rolling with the Batrider. And dude, this is a lot. At the same time, yes, they do have some laning prowess, but this does leave them a little bit bereft of overall team fight on the side of Team Bright. So do you think that IG maybe lean more into that direction to try and exploit this gap in what Team Bright has to offer so far?
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap on what Team Bright's running right now, and it's single target. They do not have a lot of AoE going here, and of course that brings up like later on in the draft, probably not right now, they're going to have to deal with potential threats like either PL or something like that. I would say Naga, but Naga's already banned. But having this much single target does put you in a position where you kind of have to win your lanes. You have to have a gold lead. You have to have the tempo, and you're going to probably get out team fought here. I would like to see something like team fight oriented for the side of G2 IG here, whether it's like a Snapfire or something like that they could run as a position 4. Bat could be your 4, could be your 5. This hero doesn't really care which lane it goes to. It's pretty strong. But yeah, definitely some more team fight from IG if they do pick it here will pretty much solidify that they're going to have the better team fight. And Puck is a great hero here because like all these heroes, they don't have a way to stun a Puck. Sprout does nothing. Venge stun, very easy to disjoint with multiple Puck spells, and what's Shadow Demon gonna do to a Puck as well? You have like no lockdown whatsoever, and that gives you a little more team fight as well here. And they're gonna pair it up with techies, kind of like the Snapfire as well. Gives you that AoE team fight that can just burst some damage into the coil. And if you look at the heroes right now for G2 IG, is every single one of these heroes can get out a Sprout. So it's not going to be easy NP game. They made it very clear how they're going to play versus NP, and it's going to be mobility.
Lots and lots of mobility. We have 2 different ways of forcing a coil snap from the Puck. We've got some decent amounts of damage. I really like this. Wait, something I've been thinking about, right? You know how the Shadow Demon hero, if you play against Puck, right? Puck doesn't really care about the hero. How would you feel about if Demonic Purge also slowed down spell projectile speed, not just hero movement speed, so that you couldn't actually get out with Lucio as the Puck?
Oh, like the orb would shoot really slowly?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that would make Shadow Demon way better. That'd be really cool. Because that would kind of destroy Puck, actually. So I'd be down for it, because Shadow Demon needs a little bit of love. This hero is kind of like, he's pretty mid right now. I would say he's not like a very high tier, but he's not bad either. He's just kind of like an annoying Dota hero, especially as a carry player. You hate playing versus Shadow Demon for the reasons mentioned. You just get purged and disrupted. So you don't want to play a hero that gets disrupted, right? And your illusions kill yourself, or you don't want to be a hero that just gets purged and you can't move. So it does limit your hero pool quite a bit. So that is definitely annoying. But there are a couple of heroes that Shadow Demon doesn't like playing against. But I will say it's kind of difficult for Shadow Demon to play against Puck and Bat. But I think the main idea of why they pick Shadow Demon is because versus the Primal Beast, you can purge the Onslaught off, so he can never get out with that. And of course, you can save for Lasso and the Pulverize. So he definitely has some tools there. But yeah, as you mentioned before, Team Bright's lineup is very single target here. And Ember is the root's okay versus Puck, but they don't really have a follow-up, because Puck can still easily just phase shift any stun coming his way, even if he's rooted. So they're going to need to find a way to deal with that, and it's not easy to do from a carry position if they still need their carry.
They have like some poke with the Ember Spirit, some in and out, but yeah, they still need some damage, some kill threat.
He's banned, so from G2IG. They think
Yeah,
they need an
Nature's
offlaner.
Prophet carrier.
Yeah, they think NP is carry or the Venge is carry, I guess. Which both
Hmm.
technically is possible. I mean, Venge is a universal hero. We've been seeing all these universal heroes get some play in the carry position at some point. So it could work. It could be something that they could do, but I think they might be on a clock if they do that. Let's just put it that way, because their team fight ain't great. Their scaling won't be great either. Let's see what the choice will be for Team Bright here. Is this NP or Venge actually their carry, or was IG wrong about this?
Void maybe as a safe laner? Nah,
Oh,
go Tide.
all right.
Okay.
So there's their off
They were
laner.
right.
So
I mean, they did need like some frontline. They needed some team fight. They needed a hero that could actually occupy some part of the map while the rest of the team is like fighting elsewhere. They did need a big AOE cooldown. It does fit the bill overall. And no matter what they pick for G2IG with the heroes that are left in the pool, it's I guess unless they go for some Luna or whatever, Tidehunter is not gonna have a bad laning phase. He's gonna be fine here. And they don't have to necessarily worry all that much about Irving and him getting repeatedly chain killed once this puck gets levels.
yeah, and I'm kind of just looking at the options here. I guess a Slark would be pretty good, but that's banned. This Shadow Demon is a problem. Like, you don't want to pick Monkey, you don't want to pick Ursa into a Tide Hunter, or into a Shadow Demon, sorry, but you do want to pick him into a Tide. So now they have to pick something a little bit different that can obviously punish it. And you pick Luna, that's also not great for Shadow Demon either. So it's kind of like showing a little bit of weakness here. I mean, Anti-Mage would be pretty good if they wanted something good versus Tide and Shadow Demon as a potential option, but you don't really want to lane the Anti-Mage into Shadow Demon either, because he can disrupt you and your mana burning yourself. So I'm very curious what Monet is going to choose for his hero here, because there doesn't look like anything super obvious. Lena was banned, and we're going to go for the Juggernaut. This is a hero that super hit or miss for me, like with the new changes. Like when it first came out, it was so garbage that they had to buff it so much. But like right now they buffed it, but I'm still like not sure. It's a classic Tide counter, but I feel like if you build a couple bracers on this Tide, it's still not enough damage. But we'll have to see in this particular game. It was a decent choice, but as I mentioned before, some of the most obvious choices that you would pick versus Tide just aren't good versus the Shadow Demon. So they want something that's a little bit better. Sure, the disruption is still pretty decent versus the Juggernaut, but you can still spin and not get disrupted in the fights. Even if you get purged, you can just use your Omni Slash. You do have some tools to help you deal with the tools kit that the Shadow Demon has to try and shut you down.
Yeah, I'm very much with you on this. Juggernaut, it's a super mid hero. It's just like a meh, whatever. There's practically been no games that I've seen or played where you have Juggernaut in the squad and it feels like the Juggernaut is the primary reason that you won. And I'm also a little bit worried in this game because the rest of the squad is so mobile. Like there's going to be some point in the game where the fight happens a little bit further away from the Juggernaut, especially with this Baboka, Batrider. Bats don't normally go for a Blink Force off anymore, right? It's not the way things roll. He's not going to be able to bring this the heroes to you that he catches. So I am concerned about Monet's performance here, but it is Monet. If there's one guy that can make boring ass carry heroes work, he's basically like you back in the day. The more boring and cookie cutter the hero, he's like, yes, give this to me. I'll show you what's up.
I loved myself some Juggernaut.
You did. You played many Jug games. Beat many Chinese teams with it as well. It was very sad to watch. So what are you feeling? Which drafter speaks to you right now? Which side would you rather be on in this opening game of the game?
I need to figure out who's the carry. All right, the carry is Nature's Prophet. Okay, that helps me understand a little bit here. And that means, I mean, honestly, Team Bright's lineup is incredibly fast, which I do like a lot, but he is counterpicked pretty hard by the Primal Beast. I got a G2IG here. I think just this carry NP is going to be a little bit difficult to pull off against Primal. And I'm afraid that this Primal just might have a free game and get an early Shivas and just run over the game. That's what I'm most afraid of here.
We shall see if the fears of fear will be realized in this opening game of Team Bright taking on G2IG. Remember, loser goes home. Well, they're already at home, but loser stays there. Doesn't get to participate in DreamLeague. You just gotta be sad for the homies. One thing that I'm curious about, right, with Ulu's build on this Nature's Prophet, is he gonna double down and go some like Deso builds to try and exploit the maximum amount of negative armor so that they can play even faster? You can kill Juggernaut through spin, you can Roche super early. What are you feeling from a carry perspective for this NP?
I think you don't go that because you need a farming item. So I think the Maelstrom build is going to be your go-to. Then after that, I'm not entirely sure what he wants to do with that. It's either going to go into the Mjolnir or he'll go into the Gleipnir. Some good choices as well. I do really enjoy Mage Slayer as well this patch. It does help you a lot when we were playing versus a Bat Rider, and even like this Juggernaut, like reducing the amount of magical damage he can do, because for some reason, you know, it just goes through debuff immunity. We won't call it magic immunity because that's not what it is anymore. And Mage Slayer is honestly the most obnoxious item in the game, and that's why Ember is so popular right now too. But we might see some action happening.
Might indeed. A small skirmish might emerge here as they've done the wraparound from G2IG. TK is the one that breaks the smoke. However, the positioning is good enough. And who's actually planted out this ward on the high ground? It was TK himself, so he was ready for this move. They're prepared for it. They'll avoid death, but it does come at the cost of having to give up an additional bounty rune. Much better than giving up first blood though, so you'll definitely take it. And they got the D ward as well. That's a good start to the game for G2IG. Getting the D ward down bottom, get the additional runes, and you're going to be able to apply pressure onto Ulu. Man, this is a perfect way to start the game.
Yeah, and they're even body blocking the bot lane here. That way this goes into the tower. Ulu tries to stop it with a Sprout here, and I guess he is a little successful there. Just a little counterplay there. Very nice game mechanic there by Ulu.
So smart. So
smart. But the real question for me is going to be both these side lanes here, as I believe both of the carries can be pressured pretty hard, but we'll have to see. I think this Juggernaut lane has a better chance of winning than the NP lane, or at least not dying.
Right now, just playing very close underneath this tier 1 tower. X-Nova will be on hand to try and protect them. Level 2 is coming soon, so not going to be at risk of dying just yet. You know, I was asking you earlier about some minus armor. Now that I think about it, they have Tide as well, right? So they don't actually need to build minus armor. God Wave and Gush should be more than good enough. Let's talk about this mid lane though, because NTS, very low in the HP at the moment, is having his Barrel ferried into him. But with the changes to the Flame God, it feels like this matchup not as straightforward as it used to be. Ember Spirit feels like he's a little bit more advantaged than he used to be in prior days. This Flame God, dude, I don't understand why he got buffed to this extent. It's way too good at the moment.
I mean, Ember is he's a beast right now. If you can't shut this hero down in the laning stage, he builds that item that I was talking about before called Mage Slayer. Your entire team is doing far less magic damage because Sleight of Fist is just, you know, it hits the entire team. That's just how the spell kind of works, and you put that debuff on them. So not only are you super tanky now with that item, you make your team effectively really tanky, and of course, it does damage now too. A lot of damage. So not only did this hero get buffs, but one of the big thing every look at every patch is I never just look at the heroes. I look at the item changes, because that typically means more than the specific changes to heroes. And some heroes just benefit from certain items that get changed more than others. And for me, Mage Slayer, that is the item of the patch right now, and Ember uses it beautifully.
How many tournaments in recent days have we seen being won purely off of itemization? Hell, TI was one off of the damn Wraith Pact.
Wraith Pact was a great item. That's going to go down in history.
It was not a great item. Oh my gosh. That was... Yeah. That's gonna be right up there with like first iteration like in Wolfbite. The stacking magic resistance. It's like, what the hell were we thinking actually?
Oh, the Chen one? Yeah, that was a great one. You just get like 4 magic resist creeps and your team's invulnerable to magic damage. That's kind of like Wraith Pact right now. That's like Wraith Pact was like version 2.0, right? And Mage Slayer is like version 3.0. So it's getting slowly balanced down, but these items in general that reduce damage in a big AoE seem to be very strong.
Yep. Right now, very quiet laning phase. Haven't necessarily seen anything break down, and you see Team Bright are very happy to just get their farm on in this perspective. Nature's Prophet's farming well, Ember's farming really well in the mid lane relative to this puck. And of course, Irving not going to really be threatened all that much, at least this early on, with the help of the Vengeful Spirit. Life is good. Life is nice. And I feel like if you're Team Bright, even though you have Nature's Prophet, because you're playing Nature's Prophet as a core rather than support, you don't have real impetus, right, to try and force things on the map. You're pretty happy with how things are going.
Yeah, for now. I think the only scary part is this bottom lane. It's because... Oh, he's going to TP out, actually. He just stole a water rune away from the puck and TP'd back to the lane. And that's going to mean nothing to say. It's going to be sitting at, like... Alright, Monet gets a kill as well.
They do
But
get
to
the
go-
kill. They get themselves to the level 3. Blast off into spin. It's a first blood kill, but did he buy out before he went down? No, he did not. So he actually didn't end up losing gold.
Yeah. But to touch a little more on what Ulu just did there is he just kind of owned nothing to say his game. Because now Butterfly Effect is level 5, going to be diving you under a tower. It's pressuring him really hard. And that is all because the position 1 Nature's Prophet stole his rune. And now nothing to say. He just doesn't have a game anymore. One more slight.
Dude,
now,
even-
guess what? He's got to go back to base.
Wow. They even glyphed the wave to make sure that Butterfly Effect could skip past the tier 1 tower. Ensure that they keep this pressure up onto NTS. Yep, this is when as the mid player you start calling out, alright boys, I'm gonna need some help. There's no way I can do this by myself anymore.
And yeah, they'll be able to survive just a little bit here. If they wanted to, the next TP on Ulu could result in a kill in the mid lane. It is possible.
Oh my gosh. NTS has to be really careful, right? If he orbs again at any point, Ulu probably comes in.
Yeah.
And then they just kill him off. Alright, there's the orb. Ulu, what you got, buddy? Are you ready?
He has too many creeps
Ulu
on
has
their
much
tower.
better patience than me.
He has too many creeps on their tower. In fact, he might be in trouble here. On the NP
Ulu
bot
getting
lane.
dove upon underneath his own tier 1 tower. Baboka there at the Firefly. They even bring in JT to cancel out the teleportation of impact. Red Panda tries to save him with the disruption, but Ulu will almost certainly take a tumble here. Baboka takes him out with the Firefly. Very nicely done, and Red Panda might also follow him into the grave here as JT gets a little bit closer. Couple of more hits is all they need. Just one more swipe of the gigantic paws. And the Rhino Man gets the kill. 2 heroes brought down. Excellent usage of the Twin Gate in that scenario. And G2IG on the board, 3-0 right now, and getting themselves in a much more favorable position.
I mean, they might be doing really well in the mid lane department, but this Nature's Prophet, as I feared, is going to start getting really scary at this point to lane. He actually probably can't even go bot anymore. He won't. He's going to go top.
Actually, they might lose Irving in the top lane. Irving getting spanned down upon. Nice little magic
Monet's
missile.
going down.
They TP onto Monet. Ulu utilizes the additional damage from the minus armor to right-click down the Juggernaut and the Techies. Both of them fall, granting him the double. And Ulu, all of a sudden, regaining the goal that he lost by dying in the bottom lane.
And that's exactly what he needed to, because he can't really go back bottom, not very much anymore, because you're playing versus a Batrider, you're playing versus a Primal. What do you do if you're an NP if both those heroes get on top of you? You just have to TP out, I guess, but you can't, because JT is going to be very patient with the onslaught, or you never know, like X-Nova might be coming through the Twin Gate there. So he's going to have to go jungle, and even though he did get those kills, he still doesn't have a home now. He doesn't have any lane that he can really go to, so they're going to continuously look for an opportunity to get more kills like that. But that was probably best case scenario for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had anywhere to go.
Very, very nice kill. If they keep this up and Tide gets a little bit closer to the tier 1, he can probably come back once he's at least finished off the Maelstrom, apply pressure on the tower itself. In the jungle, though, it might be having a little bit of a skirmish here as X-Nova finds himself pretty much dead. Butterfly Effect gets that kill. Surprisingly, his first one of the game, given how things have been going for him, but that will complete his full set of boots. Flying into him right now. He's also level 7. I imagine it's not too much longer before we start to see Butterfly Effect try to have impact elsewhere on the map.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Do you remember when I said, Snare, I'm afraid that this Primal of JT is just going to have a free game and trample over everything? It looks like he's having a free game and trampling over everything.
And what threatens him right now? They'd have to bring like 4 heroes to kill him, the way things are looking at the moment, and they definitely do not have the latitude to do that at the moment.
Yeah, they definitely need the Ember to be able to do it, but Ember, it's only level 7, so he doesn't have a point in Shane, so I dare say they can't kill him right now. Literally impossible. They might be able to with Ravage, and when they get 1 point on Butterfly Effect, having the chains, and potentially a rune, but that's not the right rune on Butterfly Effect. He's going to have to get a more offensive rune, but he does have a shield rune now, which means his farm is secured for the next 2 minutes. He ain't going to die either.
Speaking of secured farm, Monet will come bottom to finish off the tier 1 tower. He's going to be able to play both in the top lane and take the Twin Gate down here as necessary. It's going to start getting crazy in the farm department. Of course, building Maelstrom, because if you are a agi carry, or just any kind of carry in general, there's no point building anything but Maelstrom as a farming item. I mean, Lifestealers can build Radiance now and then, but the age of Battle Fury is dead and gone. Just gotta build yourself up the Maelstrom into Mjolnir. Nothing else you can do.
Yeah, there's very few heroes that build Battle Fury anymore. Maybe just like Troll, Ursa, and Anti-Major, ones that come to mind. Maybe PA.
Oh, bro.
If you want.
Dude, even Trolls have been building Maelstrom. By the way, X-Nova, bye-bye, you're dead. He is going to get taken out. I must say, TK has actually been really on point with his warding game. Like, there's this ward that he planted out on the top lane, scouted the techies for the kill. Now they can secure themselves the tower. The ward that he planted bottom, scouted the Monet rotation, so they knew where not to be playing. So he's been providing a lot of safety to his team just by giving adequate vision. It turns out vision wins games here. Or at least it helps the game be a lot easier than it should be otherwise.
Oh, it definitely does, and that's why every hero that used to give vision, like Beastmaster, stuff like that, you can no longer do that because it's such a strong tool. You just got to use the old-fashioned method now, the Observer wards.
Support actually have to work and think about what they're doing in the game. Game is hard.
Well, you don't have to,
like to hear
but
that.
if you want to win, it's probably a good idea. There's always the option to not use your brain.
It's like, do you want to win? Or do you just want to like mess around in Dota? You know, see pretty lights. A lot of pretty lights in this game.
Yeah.
Speaking of pretty
I've
lights,
definitely
we're gonna
played
be
with my
having
share
some-
of people that like to have fun.
just pretty
over
lights
win.
enjoyers.
Yeah.
I'm curious when they might be bringing in some reinforcements towards this mid lane. Because the puck is caught up in net worth to where the Ember Spirit was. So despite the advantage that Butterfly Effect was enjoying earlier, it's primarily been eroded. And NTS, I mean, he is flying a little bit close to the sun right now, but he backs himself to be able to escape from here. Level 2 Waning Rift as well as a Dream Coil. But Tier 1 Tower already down to half HP in the mid lane. It's a little bit of token resistance.
Oh,
from
nothing to
IG,
say.
but they should be
He
able to
jaunted to that.
fight them. I'm very surprised he did that, dude. Like,
All right.
okay.
Alright, he's gonna back now, but nothing to say is not having a great game. Monet's having a good game. Obviously, JT is having a monstrous game as he is getting closer to Shiva's, just the recipe way. But granted, the recipe is now 1700 gold, but this is still a monster of a hero. If he continues at this farm rate and just pops out with a random Shiva's, that's gonna do a lot of damage to these team fights here. But at the same token here, like Butterfly Effect, he's gonna have his Mage Slayer pretty soon here. He's been hard to kill, and once he gets that, I'm not gonna say he's impossible to kill, but with this Vlad Zora, with Irving behind him, with a swap, and with a, I guess it's Shadow Demon too, with the disruption, they have a lot of great supports to just save the cores. And a D ward.
Salvation. They just get themselves a tier 1 tower middle, and that's going to precipitate the smoke. They realize, I mean, we spoke about it earlier, right? It's going to take at least 4 heroes to kill this JT Primal Beast, and 4 heroes are indeed coming. Tyrus Hunter is going to stay middle, but they can easily bring Ulu in for the action. This is, of course, they need to find him first, and they do catch him out right now. Searing Chains will hold him in position, and he does throw out the Pulverize, but it's a token effect. He knows what's up, and they will end up killing him. The kill goes the way of Red Panda, a little bit unfortunate given how farmed this Primal Beast was, but they'll just be happy to get him off the map a little bit for now.
Yeah, I mean, that'll help him accelerate a little bit, but you definitely wanted that kill on Butterfly Effect, if possible, because he is the hero that is going to snowball this game. In fact, he has been snowballing this game. I've been very impressed by his performance so far in this game, number one.
I must say, this Team Bright Squad, looking at them play these qualifiers, a lot of these players have really improved. I think Butterfly Effect and Ulu in particular, throughout the last year of the DPC, they look fairly lackluster. I'll put it that way in a nice fashion. We'll talk about it in a moment as Ulu, one of these players, got himself caught in the lasso, but Red Panda on hand to prevent the follow-up, throwing in the disruption to keep him alive. And the rest of the team immediately rebound with numbers. They get the kill back onto X-Nova. They force the Batrider to leave the lane. And they not only protect the tier 1 tower, but they allow Ulu to be able to farm this ancient camp. Very nice done.
Well, that's a nice little trick. I haven't really played much carry NP ever since Treants were nerfed into oblivion, but apparently you can do ancient stacks by just sprouting the camp in place. They can't move, so cleaning up that stack pretty nicely. He went Urn too, which we see every once in a while, like a Spectre or something, but I guess this carry NP is so unexplored right now. I don't hate it. It seems like it's okay. It allows you to fight, but it's definitely unusual.
We'll see what it ends up doing throughout the game. There's no way he upgrades this to Vessel, right? It's definitely staying
No,
as the
yeah.
whole game.
That's too much of an investment. And I don't see it particularly being good this game either, right? There's no heroes that it's really going to shut down.
I mean, I guess unless you're really that worried about the healing word from Monet, it should not be that big of a deal.
Yeah. I mean, do you farm faster with Sprout than you do with Treants? This is looking pretty quickly. I mean, it's looking pretty quick on how fast he's farming with this NP. I'm definitely taking notes here. I might steal this.
It's a 9-second cooldown, dude, on max levels. It's pretty nuts. It's pretty nuts.
No, it's pretty good. He's like
You'll have to run
permanent
the
sprouting. Because he's not taking damage either, and the damage is it's pretty good. Honestly, you're not farming like Luna speed or anything, but if you look at the type of game JT has had and the type of game that Ulu had, he's keeping up with the network just by mainly just hitting the creeps there.
Butterfly Effect's game might get a little bit worse right now. He's being gone upon. Oh my god, what a player. All right, shout out TK. He gave up his life for the cause there, and the fight's
Irving's
not
going
over.
in.
Irving wants to re-engage. He has access to Ravage. But I could almost smell the pings coming in from Team Pride, being like, bro, get back. We don't want to do this right now. Just relax, chill. It's okay.
Yeah, I just had a carry problem there. I'm just sitting there mesmerized at him hitting creeps, and a team fight breaks out. All carry players have been
The
there.
Classic. Yep. You're busy watching Yatoro farm patterns.
Yep.
And then there's a big fight. Everybody dies. And you're like, oh, my bad, boys. Sorry about that.
I had my priorities, right? I'll learn more from his
speaking of
farming
priorities.
patterns than that team fight, I'll tell you that much.
I mean, of course. The only thing we learned from that fight was that IG, they committed 4 heroes for that move. Committed Lasso, committed Dreamquail, and they literally just got TK out of it. So even if he's not planting wards, he's using his own body to provide vision and to bail folk out of trouble. So I'm actually really liking what they're doing in the support movements here from the side of Team Bright. And also created space for the carry, right? Because while this was happening, Ulu finished off a full Mjolnir, or Lightning, excuse me.
Yeah.
He's got that ready to go right now with his power treads.
I mean, he's going the exact build that I wanted him to go. I mentioned Gleipnir into Mage Slayer, and that seems exactly what he's going to do. So glad to see I still have a decent read on the carry NP, even though it's been a long time since we've seen it. I think the moral of the story is you just go with the items that are buffed, right? Maelstrom's buffed. Gleipnir is almost always the choice if you're an intelligence hero, just because you get that 24 int and 350 health always helps with the int heroes. And of course the Mage Slayer. That item is just damn broken, so you just go for that whenever you have the opportunity.
Listen, mate, there's a reason they're buying 2 of them. It's so good, we've got to buy it twice.
Yep.
You have a big movement going bottom. 3 heroes are smoked up right now. An observer word from earlier did just catch a glimpse of Monet, but oh, they see him now. Red Panda, he's got him. Monet's been scouted out. He's gonna try to go for the GG slash, but sadly it gets easily disrupted by the disruption. Monet spinning for victory, but
Monet's
gets swapped
dead.
into the pathway of Ulu's damage, and he's gonna get himself killed off. Red Panda also gonna end up surviving this fight somehow on a sliver of HP, but Boko not able to bring him down. So Ulu making his presence known in this fight to provide the right-click damage. And they get 2 pretty important kills here because this should enable them to push back this lane. Even if they don't get the tier 1 power, they're gonna regain some map control down bottom.
Oh, that was really big. Like, you have to know, right? If you're using Omni Slash, that disruption has to be down for you to do that. If it's not down, he's obviously just gonna press disruption and he's gonna live, and that's what happened. But butterfly effect.
Oh, top lane.
He's
Oh
good.
my god. Dude, he's actually too good. He's actually too good at Dota.
I mean, that's just game
That
sense
was-
right there. And then the Batrider bot lane.
That
Guess
should
who's
end up
there?
dying here. Butterfly effect drew all the attention towards top, comes right back bottom to get a kill onto Batrider. Yet again denied by his supports. He's pretty much just been on assist duty in this game, but nonetheless, his impact is definitely being felt all across this map. Soon he's going to have himself a Maelstrom as well. And while this is happening, Irving happily able to pick off this young techies. Man, this is going really well for Team Bright right now. 10 and 5. I mean, the gold lead might not look that significant right now, but their position on the map here just feels really, really good at the moment.
Oh yeah, it's definitely really good. They're definitely in a really good spot here. And if you kind of look at Juggernaut and our fears for this hero has 1200 HP. And he's got his Mjolnir complete, so he does a lot of damage. But you have a lot of ways to disjoint this Omni Slash. And Juggernaut's always been a hero where if you do one wrong Omni Slash, then you feel like you have no presence, and this is why this hero hasn't been good for a very long time. And that's what they're trying to alleviate with all these Blade Fury changes, trying to make it better, make Jug more about spinning. But it feels like you go for all these items and you're still just so squishy. You just get right clicked to death. You got 1200 HP on this Juggernaut. If you look at Ulu, who also just doesn't have many items here, he's got 2k HP. You're just so squishy on this Juggernaut hero. And you need so many items. And then with the nerf to level 20 taunt where you don't lifesteal the way you used to, it can be difficult. And now there's going to be an Aegis potentially on top. But we'll see if G2IG can fight this one out or not.
They have scouted it. They know what's happening. And the Tidehunter's not here just yet. He's en route, lumbering in, but they really want to start this fight. They're going on to TK first. Dreamcrow connect onto him and Butterfly Effect. Here comes JT with the Pulverize onto Butterfly Effect, but the swap will be there to protect him as Irving drops the Ravage, connects onto multiple heroes, and that should be the death knell of JT. He eventually died, but it does take a while. That's going to enable the Omni Splash from Monet to catch out Ulu as well as Irving, bringing both of them down. Butterfly Effect unable to really impact that fight, playing the edges, but he realizes that the edges are a dangerous place to be. It's time to vacate this fight. X-Nova got himself a double. IG take the entire fight, and this skirmish is really going to be useful for them. And they're thinking about following Roshan through the Twin Gate and taking it in the bottom side of the map, taking away all the hard work that Team Brad put in to bring the big man lower in the first place.
Yeah, that was a beautiful Omni Slash there by Monet, but the biggest issue for that fight for Team Bright here, it was nothing to say on his puck. Like, I had concerns about nothing to say popping off in this game because we talked about how they have no stunts, right? But Butterfly Effect kind of just like nullified him for the first 20 minutes of this game. But now nothing to say. He's like, all right, you guys got no stuns. I can just blink in, stop your Venge, stop all your heroes, get a 3-man silence there, kind of get him really low, and started that fight beautifully. And Monet just, how do you just die like that?
Oh my god! Oh my goodness, the right click damage from Ulu. I mean, he's standing right next to TK, man. The Vengeance Aura, this pure right click damage, and he couldn't spin TP, right? The Nether Swap was right there to interrupt it. That is huge. This is going to put them right back on track to take the Roshan because IG didn't feel confident enough to finish it off themselves, so he's still there for the taking.
Good old Juggernaut. Good old Juggernaut. Even in your spin, you're very mortal.
Oh, Aegis for Butterfly Effect, I imagine.
I mean, you just look at it, right? He's gonna get the Aegis, but this is why they have the double Mage Slayer. All you have to do is right-click this Juggernaut. Not only are you getting the magic resistance for the item itself, you're also applying the debuff, doing 40% less damage to this Blade Fury. So how much damage is Monet doing outside Omni Slash? I feel like within Blade Fury, he's like better off not being in Blade Fury. In my eyes. Like, he just needs to get a really good Omni Slash that we saw him over there playing, play passively, but they might get over here.
He might indeed. He's the one that took the Aegis, so he felt he could play a little bit aggressively underneath the tier 1 tower. Instantly gets punished for it. We'll see if they can get any vengeance for his life, though. X-Nova, very nice blast off there, but they could not keep a bead onto NTS. Ulu gonna be very, very unhappy about this one. That was the Blink Dagger reveal from the Bat Rider as well. And they actually get the roots out onto Ulu with the Nightmare. NTS, he's in the air right now with his Yule Scepter. Can they kill him off in time? He's trying to get himself onto the high ground, but he's going to get chased by Butterfly Effect. Butterfly Effect, Silenced up, Dream Coiled up.
No.
The Wave of Terror, though. From downtown, TK finds the snipe and they get the kill. Almost escaped here. His Blink Dagger just came back off cooldown. Half a second more and he would have been okay, but Team Bright catch him out and get revenge for the Aegis.
Yeah, it really was that Wave of Terror was the difference maker there. If they didn't get that kill with Wave of Terror, then Puck would have been out of there, but that's a really big kill. Kind of makes up for losing the Aegis just a little bit. Obviously, you don't want to lose that Aegis right away. You want to save that for a team fight. Just TP into the middle of it, eat an Omni Slash, right? Just come back and kill everyone. But you got 2 kills for it. It's not the worst. It's okay. I think Team Bright is still in a good situation here. Trying to figure out, like, Monet, I don't think he's really going to be fully online until he hits about level 20, which is only 4 levels away from now, but you can make a lot of things happen on the map right now if you're Team Bright. You've got the tempo, this Tidehunter, also, he has a shard available, he's got a pipe, he's got a Vladmir's, just going to make them even more tanky to begin with. And look at your magic damage, right, from IG. they have so much magic damage, and you're playing for 2 Mage Slayers and a Pipe. I think if you stay as 5 on the side of Team Bright here, you definitely have the advantage right now in this game.
Dire's top tower is under
Well, to make
attack.
matters worse, Juggernaut went for Mjolnir as a farming item, right? So even that gets impacted by this Mage Slayer. Reduces the chain lightning damage.
Middle tower
Man, it
Pipe
sucks.
and Mage Slayer.
How-
That's a lot of magic resist.
fallen.
You know it's a good game for magic resist when people are buying Pipe. I have not seen Pipe reliably being bought in such a long time, especially in this particular meta, but this is the perfect game for it. And a good reminder to everybody at home that don't just build cookie cutter. You utilize every tool available in the game, and if it's a good tool for the game, then you utilize it. Seems to be working out for them so far.
Yeah, it's quite good. And I think the one X factor in this game is going to be just the puck, the mobility, right? But I think the way Team Bright is utilizing their items against the puck is like, you know what, we're not going to stun the puck, but the puck is also going to do no damage if we just stay together. So he can do whatever he wants. We're just going to make sure he can't kill us. And it's a pretty decent approach, as the Glimmer Cape is on Red Panda as well. With the Midas, an item I don't see a ton of anymore since the nerfs, but why not? You know, if you have a lot of space on the map, it's still going to increase your net worth. So he's going to get even more farmed. And one of my favorite things I'm seeing on supports nowadays, Red Panda's got it going on right now, just build a casual 25-minute Wraith Band. Make you even more
Dude,
tanky.
that item needs nothing. Honestly, Wraith Band needs nothing. It's way too good. It's far, 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 far too good.
Yeah. A lot of supports nowadays are just buying position 5 specifically. They'll just buy 2 Wraith Bands at 25 minutes. And they'll just be significantly more tanky.
Yep. You know what item needs buffing? Null Tally. I don't even remember the last time I saw it, dude.
Yeah, that item is
Sucks. It's
terrible.
so bad.
Yeah, that item is just
Uh,
unpurchasable. I think every time I see someone buy it, I'm just like, what are you doing with your gold? It's never the right
right on my
choice.
team, I'm like, we lost
It's
boys.
never the right choice.
Speaking of decisions that need to be made, V2IG are going to be considering what their next avenue into the game is going to be, because we're not that
Radiant's
far
bottom
away
tower is
from
under
NTS
attack.
having the full SNK. And they could maybe try to force a fight somewhere, but it looks like Baboka's on the hunt right now with the Batrider. Batrider in the river, looking towards the Vengeful Spirit. They will be able to find him a little bit,
Yeah.
but it was a trap here. The reinforcements were waiting in the wings. They immediately pounced. They immediately killed Baboka. And this might set them up to try and force out some damage onto the tier 2 middle.
And it was half
Us
trap. And
feels
it was,
pretty bad to be bad.
Yeah, it was like half trap, and it was also half back got stunned before he lassoed the Venge. I'm not sure how that one happens. Maybe he got fogged or something. But I feel like you should never blink it on bat and not get the lasso off before
Dire's
getting
middle
Venge
tower
stunned.
is under attack.
Because he had to go Venge, right? If he doesn't go Venge, then Venge is just going to save whoever, you know, he lassos. And that's kind of like what we talked about in the lineup. They have a lot of ways to make this Batrider's life hell in the team fights. So even though you do have this Blink Dagger, I mean, he's going for an Aghanims, which I didn't actually realize how farmed this Batrider is, but he's actually pretty farmed. If he finishes that
pretty
Axe.
farmed in general in this game.
Yeah, they are.
We're gonna have Batrider Axe, Vengeful Spirit Axe is not that far away. Red Panda has a Midas, so he's gonna have his shard very, very soon as well. Like this game, especially because it's been fairly light in the kill department, we are definitely having these supports reaping the benefits of being able to just farm all across the map, and pretty much all of them have some capacity to be able to do so.
Yeah, they definitely can. Monet, he might be in trouble here if he gets disrupted. Oh, Purge right away. And there's the
He's trying to
swap.
get himself out with the spin, but the swap is gonna be there. He is a dead man for sure. At the very least, able to disjoint the magic missile, goes with the Omni Slash, but the disruption comes out. That will be the death knell of Monet. Tried his best, tried to look cool while doing it, but will just end up dead. In the meantime, on the northern part of the fight, Butterfly Effect, him and Irving find the Batrider Super Boca. After the failed gank in the river, now finds himself in a situation where he fails the rescue. He will end up dead, and Team Bright can just keep the pressure going on this side of the map.
Where did Monet's Culling Blade go? I feel like you kind of have to have one of those versus NP. Maybe it wouldn't impacted the fight too much, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like Monet, he is having a rough one in this game with this Juggernaut. And what do you do now? You're knocking at your high ground, your Jug's dead, your Bat's dead. Pipe is going to be off cooldown in 9 seconds. Mage Slayer's online. Full support sitting really far back, waiting to save. I think Irax is gone here.
Yeah. This is also the AC reveal that came into that fight from Ulu, so the impact of that right-click damage, you mentioned it earlier, not a very high HP pool on the Juggernaut. So if he's getting himself in a situation where he's getting minus armored and there's a Venge amp, there's just nothing you can do. So easy racks for them, they find the push, and honestly, IG, it feels like they're so far away from being able to stop this. You mentioned it in the draft, just how fast Team Bright can play, and when that speed does come out, IG feels like they don't really have that many options to dissuade them from doing it. It's not like they have like some Medusa waiting on the high ground to threaten them if they make a bad push. As soon as they see Omni Slashes down from Monet, they're like, well, they were practically playing 4v5. That hero is not going to do anything in the fight anymore.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this comes down to Butterfly Effect and how well he did in the mid lane versus this Puck. Because I think Nothing to Say had so many opportunities to pop off this game, but because he's shut down in the laning stage, the items are just amassing on Team Bright here, and they're making it so he just doesn't have the damage anymore to kill anyone. And that all has to do with just go back to the roots of like how this game started. Nothing to Say having a really slow game, but it means doesn't mean they can't do anything, so they're gonna smoke out now and they gotta make something happen.
Charges being led by JT, who was the one having an ostensibly free game earlier on. He needs to be able to demonstrate that value. The big man is about to get back in the mix. He's there. So whoever wins this fight could find themselves being rewarded with an Aegis as well. They're going for the full wrap around here. They really want this vision, but it's starting to seem a bit suspicious. Team Bright, they'll send out their supports. Red Panda's the one that reveals himself. There could be a swap back from TK to save his life, but he gets the self-disruption instead. He is still alive. Butterfly Effect goes into the mix, followed up by Irving, who catches the Ravage onto 3 heroes. JT tries to survive with the BKB. TP out. He will succeed in that endeavor, just barely. But the Puck and the Techie is not so lucky. Both of them taken out. Roshan right in front of Team Bright, so they will claim their reward. Even though it did require TK, I don't think TK had to buy back, but him buying back threatens IG, so they all have to retreat from the area.
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised they took the fight in that manner because Monet wasn't even close. Monet was off farming Ancients when they made that Roche initiation. And so was Ulu on the Nature's Problem, but Boca going on Mission Impossible. He's just going to find himself dead. I mean, it's just one of those games, right?
In a losing game, yeah.
It's like, we're losing, you know, F it, I'm just going to see if I can steal the Aegis. And everyone's like, yeah, sure, go ahead. What's the worst that could happen? Either he gets the Aegis or it's just another death.
Yeah. You know what's crazy to me about that previous fight that we saw? Like, JT had to retreat, you know, underneath BKB protection. He was having such a good game. Bro, he had second fastest Shiva's God the whole patch on this Primal Beast hero. So he was having a phenomenal start to things, but ever since then, just haven't been able to connect with anything on the map. And I think everything changed once they had that one death, because the Puck was still so far behind, like you mentioned, that they couldn't necessarily say, well, it's fine, respawn, let's go do something else, bro. Just didn't work out for them. Now they might even lose Monet. He's trying to spin to escape here with the TP, but of course, TK right there with the Venge swap. The damage comes out. Butterfly Effect killed them from off map, off screen. Just pops him with the W. Now that is the 5th death for carry Juggernaut in this game. Oh man, things are not looking any easier. His Butterfly is going to get delayed, and it seems like his prospects of winning this game are going to go even further into the ground.
Okay, I would say in that scenario, he might be regretting he didn't have a Quelling Blade, because he could have got out of that sprout and ran away. But then again, the Venge swap will always be there, so it's still rough. I just don't know what Monet can do in this game. I've been waiting to be impressed by Juggernaut, and I'm still waiting. This ain't the game.
Oh, ain't the game. Raxa got to get taken out. What an amp damage rune on Butterfly Effect. You know it's bad when there's a Puck behind the hero. They know that they're all grouped up. They're set up for a 5-hero Dream Coil, and they could care less. They don't even look at the Puck. They're like, alright bro, then what? You'll Dream Coil us all, and how's that gonna go for you? They're not backing off either. They have the Aegis on Ulu. JT gonna try and interrupt this attempt on the Rax. He's gonna get Magic Missile for his efforts. And look at the right-click damage! Ulu and Butterfly Effect with their BKBs bring down JT. At the same time, NTS is able to remove TK from play, and that's a dieback from the Vengeful Spirit. So JT buying back turns us into a 4v5. Monet rushing forward, has access to the Omni Slash, but also recognizing how squishy he actually is. Doesn't want to be the first one.
I self-ravage.
NTS is trying to just soften them up on the backlines, looking towards Red Panda and Ulu. Now spinning towards Monet, but Monet right now knows that as soon as the spin is down, he can get himself ravaged up. Omni Slash will go out. Ulu, he'll be the primary person that eats most of the damage. He has an Aegis coming back for round number 2. Butterfly effect getting silenced up by the Puck. Puck doing the most, my friend, but at the same time, the ravage from Irving, catching 3 heroes here. Nothing to say, can only do so much as Monet spins through, able to kill Butterfly effect, but now they've been softened up enough that Ulu can easily clean up house on the backline. JT dies back. Monet has been brought down as well, and the game is over. IG throw in the towel. GG, well played as called, and Team Bright continue the run of upset performances as they take down G2IG and put themselves in pole position to win this series and continue in the Dream League 22 qualifiers.
What a performance, honestly, because like I was really impressed here by this team, especially Butterfly effect. How often do you see a player just like completely decimate, nothing to say in the mid lane? Of course, there was that one TP that did come in from Ulu that stole the rune. I think that was like one of the MVP moments of this game. I feel like Ulu, he didn't have the best lane. He had a good laning stage, but then it got pretty bad. Then he found ways to come back into this game. I just think the drafting and how they played this game was really good. However, on G2 IG, I'm not going to count them out entirely in this series. I think I chalk this one up to, wow, Juggernaut is still a really bad hero. Like, I saw him spinning in that last fight, hitting Ulu, and Ulu's just out healing the spin damage. That's supposed to be scaling with, you know, a butterfly and all these attack speed items. It still wasn't doing anything. He was getting caught out. I feel like if G2 IG does manage to put together a draft that is more suitable and more competitive, I think they got out-meted here just a little bit. Puck and Juggernaut, maybe not it. Or Ember, Nature's Prophet, some heroes that are really strong.
I was talking to T Panda about this, who's been doing a lot of the China, and Butterfly effect really has been popping off. Like, I remember we spoke about him on the Magnus hero. His Ember, for the longest time, this was his hero, like his signature hero, and we kind of get to see why, because man, he made this game look so good. And I think for me as well, one thing they did really well was the decision making on itemization. You mentioned in the game, they like, wait, one Mage Slayer is really good. Let's get 2 of them. Wait, Tide, why not just buy Pipe, bro? And then suddenly, no matter how much damage you're outputting, it just does absolutely nothing. The one fight, it's, I think, very telling that the only fight that looked even remotely decent for them is the one fight they take 4v5. And even then, Ulu just comes back, right-clicks everybody to death, and doesn't really care about things. So Team Bright, looking solid, looking fresh. You mentioned out-meted, but at the same time, if I'm G2IG, I'm starting to really sweat a little bit. I'm like, guys, this game, we lost, yes, but it wasn't supposed to be this comprehensive of a loss, right? We were supposed to have a lot of tools to be able to come back into this one. So going into game 2, we need a better draft, but they need a way to break the confidence of Team Bright, because I don't know about you, Fia. This feels like one of those games where the underdog team is popping off a little bit.
Yeah, they're popping off a little too hard, and I think hopefully they're not having too big of a discussion on G2IG on like what to do next. Chalk it up to, I think Monet knows his hero wasn't very good. Just pick him a better hero next game. Keep it simple.
The GG go next. Let's see if G2IG will have what it takes to bring a better draft in the second game, or if we'll be finding Team Bright continuing their run of upset performances and getting themselves into the lower bracket final to earn a slot at Dream League 22. We find out together after a very small break, so don't go anywhere. Go grab some water and be back with us in a couple of minutes for game 2 of G2IG versus Team Bright. Welcome back, one and all. We are here for Dream League Season 22 qualifiers. We are in the best region in the world, which is China, and we are witnessing
Debatable.
a final matchup between no debate, no blasphemy here.
What do you mean? NA still out there?
GTIG. That is true, actually. Fine. Equivalent best region in the world, you know, because I've got the
Okay,
NA
I'll settle,
legend
I'll
here,
settle.
Fear himself. I'm hoping though that the side of G2IG have been taking on your advice, you know, listening to you behind the scenes in between the break, thinking to themselves, what would Fear Darkness want to do right now? And the number one thing he'd want to do, I was thinking about this while I was making coffee. Imagine if Monet was playing Medusa in that game, right? So just any kind of hero that had Final Punch. Hell, even if he was going to play a melee hero, Juggernaut, instead of Juggernaut, maybe like some Faceless Void, something that enabled them to win the game at some point, might have felt a lot better. But Juggernaut, man, it really just felt like IG went out with a whimper, which is such a shame, right? Because we saw NTS be able to recover from a bad start in the game. We saw JT bossing the earlier portion of the game, but without the necessary damage dealer, couldn't necessarily bring everything together. So if they have to rerun the draft, which they're going to be doing in just a moment, where do you want to see them make their first adjustments to give themselves the best chance for game 2?
It's a good question. I think there's a lot of places you can make adjustments, but I think the big one for me is potentially addressing the Shadow Demon. I think the Shadow Demon really made it so a lot of good options that Monet could have played were not very appetizing. And in the end, he kind of settled with a hero that's not very good. I don't think he thought Juggernaut was the best hero ever in Dota. I don't think anyone actually thinks that. But it is a hero that is particularly good for his Tide in the laning stage, and it doesn't get completely destroyed by the Shadow Demon. I mean, it still got kind of owned by the Shadow Demon that game, but it has some tools to come and deal with it. But if you can ban that Shadow Demon out, or just be more willing to play something that's good versus the Shadow Demon, and kind of like not worry about the lane as much, that could be an option as well. I just feel like they kind of got pigeonholed into picking a hero that wasn't particularly great, right, in any sense of the definition, but it had to be the hero that they felt like was best for the particular game, which kind of brings it back to an outdraft a little bit. And I would say that they got surprised by the carry NP, but I don't think they did, because they were banning offlaners in that last phase. They thought that NP was going to go to that carry position, and they were right. So that's kind of scary. So maybe it just goes down to maybe you just have to ban the NP. If you can't deal with a first pick NP carry, what can you do? They drafted their whole lineup to kind of deal with it, and they just couldn't.
That's actually a good point because not only has Ulu demonstrated how good he can be on the hero, Red Panda has been playing 5 position NP for a long time. And if they had to play it 5, they would have been perfectly happy to do so. I think they probably started rejigging the idea about playing NP5 once they saw the Batrider. They're just like, okay, let's just make sure Batrider cannot play Dota, does not have a game whatsoever. And it's actually very interesting for me. We were talking in the draft about how they have the Trample, they have Firefly, they've got Puck, Illusion Orb, they've got the Blast Orb from the Techies, all ways of dealing with and getting themselves out of Sprout. Sprout was only ever really relevant in 2 instances. One farming Ancients and one killing Juggernaut. Like, that's it. So it's the one hero that couldn't get out of Sprout unless he had a Quelling Blade, which he dropped for whatever reason. Yeah. Sprout ended up being highly effective anyway, and for me, that's really problematic. The first opening hero still having as free a game as he did, despite you picking counters against them. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good.
I mean, it's genius, really, because like the Sprout is a big tool for the support NP. It's not really that big of a tool for the carry NP, and there is one caveat as well with Sprout and heroes having mobility. Once you get that level 20 talent to Sprout leashes, all those cool spells that get you out of Sprout, they don't work anymore. And if your carry is playing NP, you're getting to that talent faster. So a lot of cool things. I really like the pivot they made of putting the NP on carry. I just didn't know they had the balls to do it, but apparently they do. So I think you just ban that out.
I mean, it must be nice to be Team Bright. Being the perennial underdog means that you're playing with a lot less expectation. It doesn't matter whether you pull off these crazy moves or not. Nobody's gonna come flame you in your DMs afterwards being like, oh, you lost me a bet, bro. You're just playing Dota, you're chilling, enjoying life. And we'll see if they continue to enjoy life heading into our second game, as they are going to be playing this time around on the Dire side. And they still keep the first pick though. And look at that here. Look what IG do at the end of the first phase. They still remove the butterfly effect, Magnus. It's too good. They still make sure Irving cannot play his Doom, but they 100% make sure that this flexible NP get that the hell out of our game. We are not seeing it. We are playing a different game of Dota in the second iteration.
And I think you have to, after you get completely destroyed by a hero that you clearly had an idea how to play against it, right? And it just didn't work. Don't bang your heads against the wall and do it again. Just get rid of it. This is why having 4 bans, that's why they're here. You want to make sure the team that you play against has multiple strategies that they can win with, and they're not just going to win with a couple different ones. And I'm not saying Team Bright is like a one-trick pony, but after you get, beat down as hard as you did after that first game by a first pick NP, you gotta at least like mentally be like, respect it and be like, we can't let them have this again. Let them show something new. And if you lose to that twice in a row, then I think you're just demoralized. So I think this is the right choice. And we'll see what the next pick will be here. Let's see if they're gonna pick something flexible again, or will they pick something, just comfort. I suppose it could be flexible. You did mention that Irving did play this in offlane at some point, so yeah, always open.
And they played on 3 heroes, right? Irving plays it, TK played it in the last game, Red Panda could be the one to play it as a 5. It also makes it a lot more difficult for IG to go for that Batrider hero. So it's also like a block pick. Yeah. I really like the Vengeful Spirit. And honestly, it feels like saves in Dota right now, given that there's a lack of, there's not as much allied healing as there used to be. There's a lot more damage mitigation, but not like direct healing. So saves carry like an additional premium. Just elongating the fight artificially always feels really, 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 really good. For instance, Phoenix, Phoenix is, if they don't have any other ways to keep heroes in position, if one of your cores is right next to the eggs, just swap him out, sacrifice the Venge, and you're just good to go.
That is definitely one of the nice things about the Venge. You have a very direct stun as well, so you can also just, it was on the last game too, you can either initiate with the swap or you have that tool to stop people from BKB TPing out. So always having that available makes it a lot easier to play the map. Just Venge has a lot of good things going for her. I think the only downside this hero does have is your lockdown is kind of abusable. Like heroes like Puck, who we saw the last game, you can disjoint it pretty easily. That's the only real weakness Venge has right now in this patch.
One thing that is very good, though, as we saw in the previous game, is that if it gets paired with a hero that has significant right-click damage, the output can become really, really ridiculous. So we'll see where IG goes with this one. I would like to see them, in the previous game, Team Bright had a lot of individual target control, but they were able to utilize it very well. I would like to still see IG, they don't necessarily have to double down on it, but have one more teamfight hero. I wouldn't mind seeing NTS play that Puck again, the classic Phoenix Puck combination. But what I would really love, my friend, This is China. Give me Mars, bro. Mars Phoenix. Take me back to the old days. And it's JT Mars at that. It kind of does suck against the Venge, but overall, having that tool in tandem with the Phoenix, pretty much you can never go awry doing that.
Yeah, I think that'll be a fine combination. Some of the heroes that I like to see versus Venge, if you want to have like that strong initiation, is a Tide Hunter, because it makes it very difficult to swap because it's a big AoE stun as compared to the Arena. That's kind of like a single target lockdown most of the time. However, it's still pretty strong. Mars is definitely a hero that is played in the meta. Will they want to pick it here? Probably a support, I would imagine. But yeah, they're going to pick up the techies. I don't think you need to reveal anything quite yet, as Team Bright do have to pick 2 heroes here. So they're going to have to reveal at least 1 core. And then on G2 IG, that'll give you the opportunity to at least counterpick that 1 core.
What options do we have here? So Phoenix gone, Venge gone, Red Panda, what of his other heroes? He plays Bane, AA, Tree, Brewmaster. He actually just plays a ton of different 5s if he's not playing the Vengeful Spirit at that. So like you say, they're going to reveal 1 core. They have had a predilection towards having Butterfly Effect hero during the second phase, and then Irving
I would
rounds out the drop for
here.
them. Snap sounds good.
If you're a Team Bright.
Oh, dude, you're not gonna believe this. I was about to say, why don't we see Slaughter here? We get Snap and Slaughter. We get massive amounts of minus armor with the Slaughter. We get some pretty crazy initiation from him. We've seen how quickly Butterfly Effect can play around the map, and now you have 3 heroes with minus armor. Roshan is gonna die extremely fast, and you've just set up Ulu for the game of his life, no matter what carry hero he plays in the safe lane.
I mean, why would you Slardar though? That's like my only question, because like Slardar isn't good versus Phoenix, right? You right click and this hero slows your right click down significantly, and then you have Techies who has the taser who stops you from right clicking. What are they cooking with this Slardar? Is this going to be the POS 5 Slardar? Am I going to see that with a carry Snapfire? I mean, I just came back from NA. I saw Sammy Boy playing some carry Snapfire. I mean, he didn't win, but it's still out there. It's an option.
I think one of the
just saw
reasons from
carry
what I've
MP.
seen from Butterfly Effect is that he hates
Mars.
losing his lanes. So Slaughter doesn't. There's not that many lanes if played from mid that Slaughter ends up losing to. I'm imagining this is the mid hero. I'd be very surprised if it's anywhere else in the game. But it's that to give him some Roche potential. And he doesn't actually have to do all that much, right? He'll stun somebody, and then he knows there's crazy follow-up from the Venge and the Snapfire. So maybe that's the rationale. He doesn't have to worry that much about the right click himself. But it does depend where it is, if it's mid or if it's off lane. And like you said, we do get the Mars. Yay! JT Mars. I'm so happy. I'm so excited.
I mean, if it's a mid Slardar, there's a lot of ways to abuse that, honestly. One of them would be Viper, if they're willing to play it. With the
NTS
Vipers,
is not playing Viper.
he's played it before. I said that at TI, but he actually played 1 game of Viper at TI. So if he played it at this most recent TI, he can play it now.
Okay. Fair enough.
I think he has the capability, because like now that the break is on the ultimate instead of the W, you just use Viper Strike on Slardar every fight, and he just can't bash anyone. It's very, very sad. And the W slows attack speed down too, and you're gonna get dumpstered in the lane. So maybe that's a ban they're gonna look at. But maybe you're right. Maybe NTS won't play it. But I feel like if you have a Mars offlane, you have the freedom to play whatever you want, right? Like your Mars is gonna be your Blink initiator. You got Phoenix for the team fight. You've got your carry. I feel like if you just dumpster mid lane, you're doing enough for your lineup already. I feel like Slardar should be pretty exploitable in that regard. I hope they take advantage of it, because like last game, nothing to say, he was very quiet in that game, especially in the laning stage. Of course, a lot of it does go down to that 4-minute rune steal. But still, even with that, you need to have nothing to say, having more impact in the game if you want to win.
Yo, I'm so glad they ban out that Wind Ranger from Team Bright, because holy moly do they have a lot of physical damage right now. So anything that would give them that maximum amount of evasion would be way too painful to deal with. This is interesting though, like this Lifestealer Morphling matchup. I don't know what to make of it at the moment, especially with these Lifestealers, all of them rushing Radiances and stuff. From a carry perspective, who would you rather be at the moment between the Morphling and the Lifestealer?
Morphling? Every time. It's definitely a Morphling favored matchup, because you give the Morph Rage, which, is great. Free BKB. You don't have to buy BKB. And you don't win the man fight ever against Morph, no matter what items you buy. You can be, oh, I'm gonna buy Scotty, I'm gonna kill the Morph, but no, that never works, because once you buy Scotty on Lifesteal, you do no damage anyway, so Morph doesn't actually care if he has reduced healing, because he doesn't have to shift. However, they're not picking the Lifestealer for the Morph. And a lot of teams have made this conscious choice in their drafting, because sometimes there's never that perfect hero that is good in lane and counters the carry, right? Sometimes you gotta start with the lane first, right? So if you can find a hero that can win its lane and also counter carry, you go for that. But if you can't find that hero, you gotta firstly pick a hero that can win its lane. And Lifestealer against Mars and Phoenix is really good. So the job of this Lifestealer is mainly going to be to just kill the egg and deal with the Mars in the laning stage. And they'll have to deal with Morphling in different ways this game. And if you're winning the game and you have a net worth advantage, you can always win that way, right? Because like not every game is a game where, you know, 6 slot carry versus 6 slot carry, just right clicking each other, winner wins the game. That's not how Dota really works. So if you just win your lanes and itemize and the Morphling gets behind, or the rest of the team of the Morph just doesn't have a game and it's Morph versus 9, he's not going to win that type of game. So that's why they make the choice of, we need to win our lane before we deal with this carry to carry matchup.
I like the fact that they're going to be having this Lifestealer bombs perpetually throughout the game. And they go for the butterfly effect Puck. He plays this hero pretty decently. This is a classic combination with Snapfire. We see it all the time. It does shift the Slaughter into the off lane. And IG, oh, I love that pick. This is very good. I thought they were maybe setting themselves up for a Pango pick with the last ban on the Queen of Pain on the side of G2IG, but them going for the DK instead, gets that instant stun and lane winning matchup against the Puck. It's a hero that, yeah, sure, Lifestealer might have the feast, but it's DK, man. This hero can just... There's actually a lot of beef on the front lines between the DK and the Mars. A lot of space for this Morphling to be able to like run through the back lines. Okay, I like it. I'm really good with this. And before this, let's be honest though, their push potential, unless Morphling was the only one on the tower beating it down, was fairly lackluster from IG. So DK does help them out a little bit in that regard. They have something they can play around to be like, guys, all of us group up mid. Let's maybe force a fight, but if not, we'll take half a HP off of a tower no matter what.
Yeah, I like this DK pick a lot too. I have slight concerns whenever you run like Mars and DK and both these heroes like rushing a blink and you don't find the picks on the map, you kind of end up falling behind a little bit. Midas has been nerfed as well. This has been an item that DK really enjoyed buying. Maybe you still buy it, but it doesn't have the power it used to. So if you get off to a great start, G2IG's lineup is amazing. I think their late game is quite good too. But there is that slight concern if the lanes don't go the way that they should. And I think a lot of eyes are going to be on X-Nova this game and what can he do with this Phoenix. Because a lot of the damage will be coming from him, but he's playing versus Snapfire Lifestealer. He's going to have to position this egg very well.
I will say as well though, because they have Mars and DK as their 2 and the 3, Sunray is, even for the Morphling, man, Sunray feels like it's going to be an amazing spell this game. If he can get like the early Aghanim shot without being in too much trouble, feels like Team Bright are going to have to work overtime to actually tick these heroes over. They'll do like this decent damage in the initial salvo, but actually killing heroes doesn't seem like it's going to be the easiest prospect for them in this game.
Could be difficult. A lot of it's going to come down to the laning stage for sure. And kind of saw in the last game that Puck could have been a huge threat, but the lane kind of messed up the Puck, and then the pipe came online, the Mage Slayers came out, then all of a sudden you don't have damage. So you can always itemize your way out of almost any situation in Dota. But I'm very curious to see what's so good about this Slardar. This used to be the hero of last patch, but then he got nerfed on pretty much every single spell. So we'll see if that's still going to be good. And I'm very curious on like, why would you pick Slardar in the Phoenix? I want to see if they have something in store for this, but if Irving doesn't have a great game, Slardar isn't a notorious hero for catching up from behind. So very curious about the Slardar and how that's going to do. And of course, Butterfly Effect, there's no way he's going to have as good of a game as he did last game. This matchup is pretty much impossible for Puck in the mid lane. I don't know if there's anything you can do to win it.
Not a fun matchup. Not going to be enjoying life. That's why G2IG was happy to go for this in the last pick. Give him something to try and fight back against the Puck. So no matter what, we're expecting a better game from G2IG. As the horn is sounded, we're kicking things off. And we have a 2-for-2 bounty room trade. You know what? Maybe that's why they lost. You know, sometimes the game starts off a little bit too easy. You're feeling yourself too much. But now you've experienced some hardship in game 1. Everything is equalized in game 2. And your lane should just be... I mean, the only, like, amazing lane they had in the previous game was JT's lane, but this game, the key lane mid, like you mentioned, should be significantly better. But also Monet, like, yes, he's not going to be able to, like, get insta kills onto the Tidehunter like he did in the previous game, but there's no way they can actually threaten to kill him here. And he should have a lot of free farm for himself on this Morphling.
Yeah, this is definitely a lane where you have to royally mess up if you're a Morphling, I think. Because you're going to get a free farm lane. They don't have those instant stuns. There's no line or anything. Their nuke damage is really bad. Your armor is incredibly high. And Slaughter only does physical damage. Same with the Vengeful outside of the magic missile. And almost always you're going to get your shift off before the missile hits you. It's very, very easy unless he does it from the fog or something. And of course, X-Nova, he's always going to be there with the Fire Spears to just bail him out if he does get in a little bit of trouble.
Nice fun time for IG in the bottom lane. We know that middle is going to go in that direction as well. Talk to me about the top side of the map. So, Lifestealer with Red Panda backing him up on the Snapfire versus the mods and the techies here. Is this another situation where G2 IG should be favored, or will Ulu fare a lot better than he did in game 1 here?
I think the way this matchup works in particular is you're going to win as techies and Mars for the first 3 to 4 levels. But if you don't win really, really hard, this Lifestealer is going to get levels, he's going to get items, he's going to get more points in the feast, and then eventually it's going to be very difficult for you to play the matchup as a Mars. So these first couple levels, really going to want to keep an eye on how Ulu and Red Panda are doing, and it's mainly just kind of survive the laning stage. When you think of Lifestealer, it's like, yeah, he owns Mars, but that's not really the case for, you know, until like level 5. So they got to exploit pretty hard when they can.
And I mean, from what we saw in the previous game, Team Bright, under these kind of conditions, are happy to just farm away. So, Ulu definitely not going to be under any impetus to make anything special happen for quite some time. But
oh, they're going Red Panda.
They're going directly onto Red Panda. They wanted this kill. Spear of Mars will be there, but gonna threaten him, but not necessarily enough to take him over. He survives on 30-something HP. Unfortunately, Baboka did not have a blood grenade on top of him. So, Red Panda will not give up the first blood.
And another big thing to note as well on that top lane is, like, you can notice that Ulu has killed all the trees with his Quelling Blade. So the Spear of Mars typically lands on a tree, and that's a kill. But there's no trees to be found on this top lane. They have all been cut down.
Bro, look at middle. NTS is owning right now. Yeah, he has almost as much CS as Butterfly Effect has denies. This is tough.
It's really not a fun matchup. There's nothing you can do. Normally, Puck wants to just, like, harass you down, but you have 79 base damage. He went in for 2 bracers against Puck 62. It's Jover in this mid lane. That's all I gotta say. He's nothing to say was mad after that first game. He's like, I'm going to, like, go all out here. It was personal. I don't know if you saw the first wave here, but he got, like, 2 to 3 denies under the tower that Puck was trying to CS, and from there the matchup just really swinged his way. Get a couple bracers on your side, and now I don't know what Butterfly Effect can do. This is going to trickle into a situation where DK is going to be 6 for sure before Puck, and then you're going to rotate over some techies or a Phoenix, and then you're going to lose your tower, or you're going to have to bring both your supports, and that's putting a more onus on the fact that you have to do incredibly well on these side lanes here if you're Team Bright. Otherwise, you won't be able to afford those rotations.
I mean, we saw in the previous game what can happen when a squad that has Puck is unable to make these moves happen. And because of what we're seeing in bottom, Irving not necessarily going to be in store for a super fast Blink Dagger this game. So the dynamism that Team Bright's going to need in the mid game, not necessarily going to be coming out as expected. Let's see how they deal with it. But at very least, Irving, at least for now, is actually doing quite well in the CS department. So it's not going to be delayed all that much. Should still be able to open up the map a little bit for his squad, even if he just has to play with, like, the Lifestealer or something for a while. Oh, top lane though, might have our first blood. Baboka goes in with the Blast Off, does have himself level 3, the classic, man. Blast Off into level 2 Sticky Bomb, Spear catches you on the back end, and you just die for sure.
And this is what you kind of needed to alleviate if you were on the side of Team Bright here, but this lane's going way too well for IG. Like, this Mars, 31.5 CS, Lifesteal only sitting at 16. They get first blood. An absolute disaster in the top lane. Disaster in the middle lane. And they're not even winning bot lane, so 3 lanes are lost here for Team Bright here.
It's fine. It's only 3 lanes, bro. You know, winning the jungle, so it's okay.
Who's winning the jungle here? Because it looks like the jungle's being won by G2IG as well.
Let's see. You see, now I'm out of the hopium. Like that.
Alright,
Okay. The one excuse I had is like, okay, no, that's not really happening either.
Alright,
It's
here's that level
things
6
looking pretty
DK.
Dire's middle
Yep.
tower is under attack.
They're not even
Pressuring
rotating.
the
Oh, they are
tower.
rotating. X-Nova's coming over.
He's probably just here to make sure that, like, if there's reinforcements from Team Bright, that they can't actually kill NTS, but I don't think NTS really cares. Just wants to clear out those creep wave. They'll get like half damage on this tower. Red Panda's nearby with butterfly effect.
Oh, he
NTS
cared.
did eat a lot of damage from the tier 1 tower, and they brought in 4 heroes from Team
He has
Bright.
no cookie.
X-Nova though. Oh my goodness, did that just happen? He just Dragon Tail Irving to the face. There's no cookie to send him forward, so the entire move peters out. Without X-Nova really having to do all that much. Yes, he dropped some fire spirits, slowed down some of the attack speed, but it didn't really seem like it mattered. NTS was fine, man.
Yeah, Red Panda chose to go for 2 points in Little Shredder, so he has no points in the cookie. If you had a point in cookie there, I think you die there, for sure. But without it, he's just gonna walk it off. And that's bad news there, as Dragon Form will be back up in 30 seconds. And why not go again? At this point in the game, Monet does not need you in the lane. He does not. So you are free to move however you want. And guess what, JT? He also doesn't need you in the lane. He's sitting with a Vladimir's already. Pre-7 minutes. Vladimir's on this Mars.
What?
He's gonna out right-click the Lifestealer in a man fight. He has more lifesteal than the Lifestealer.
No way does he have pre-7 minute Vlads. Okay, I need to check this, dude. This is extremely fast. This is crazy.
Oh, he's
And
number
I'm
one
not
net worth
surprised
in
you
the
to learn,
game.
my friend. He's not only number 1 net worth, this is now officially the fastest of the new Vlads that's ever been built. Good job. Well done, JT.
I love how a lot of these heroes are... Alright, no, hold on. Red Panda, he's just gonna go down here.
Red Panda?
At the beginning of this
Okay.
patch, everyone was like, wow, Vlad's, it doesn't build in the Helm Dom anymore, it's garbage. But we started seeing Morphlings, which, honestly, Morph does like going Vlad's, but I think this game he won't
Dire's
go.
top tower is under
There's a
attack.
lot of uses. It's kind of like the Mage Slayer as well. This item, even though it doesn't build anything, it gives you so much tempo because for the cost and what it does, it just snowballs the game really hard. And JT, you're going to see, he's just going to take this tower because he has a Vlad's. There's nothing you can do about it. It's just a power spike.
Dire's top tower
Massive
is
power
under
spike
attack.
emerging as they also find the kill on the other side of the map. On to TK.
Dire's
NTS
top tower
also
is
managing to take down a lot of damage onto the tower itself. TK's death might mean that they can salvage the tier 1 tower, but this is only a momentary reprieve. With all these heroes around in the mid lane, IG could still decide to play aggressively. And Team Bright, what can they do about this? They already committed the Dream Coil middle. TK is TPing back into this, but feels like one of these supports could easily just end up dead once again. And Red Panda needs to watch himself. Sticky Bomb on top of him. The only reason he's still alive is because NTS's Dragon Form finished. Otherwise, I think we'd be staring down a dead Snapfire at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think G2IG, the only thing that they're doing is they're forcing the supports to be here. Because what that's doing is it gives a 1v1 for Monet and also gives a 1v1 for JT. And these are both 1v1s in which they're free farming it. And that kind of reflects in the net worth as well. It's 9 minutes in the game, 5,000 advantage for G2IG here. And yeah, that's what happens when you lose 3 lanes really badly. And it usually doesn't get much prettier from here unless you can somehow get in a position where G2IG are just out of position. But even if they're out of position, Snare, can you kill them?
That is the question, you know. I'm seeing Monet posted up super far forward. And the thing is, Team Bright, they don't even pretend to want to go onto him just yet. They know he's going to have the shift. They know he's going to have X-Nova not that far away with Sunray. So they just have to watch him. chilling and being like, well, we're kind of impotent right now. And this is like the ultimate catch-22. Do we decide to maybe help out Irving a little bit? Or do we decide to try and keep our tier 1 middle alive? If it's only 2 heroes, NTS is actually completely free in this situation. Man, this sucks. They're gonna still go on to him. I don't know about this one, boys. You know, they use a lot of spells, but just these two. He's gonna watch them, shake it off. Level 3 in the Dragon Blood, so pretty soon he'll be right back to where they found him.
Dire's middle tower
And they'll
has
just
been
deny it off
denied.
there. And Monet, can he get caught by a stray stun here? Oh, he got the shift off.
He does indeed.
Dire's
I got the
bottom tower
shifts.
is under attack.
You waveforms forward. Bro, you know how you know that you're really under 0 threat as when you're playing this Morphling hero? When you're there in that situation, you're chilling, you've got some charges, and you're still just chilling on the edgy trades. You're like, they cannot threaten me. The only thing I'm scared of is some right-click damage. They're gonna run out of burst after the second stun. So who cares? I'll just waveform, it's fine.
Yeah, the only chance they had there is if they would have caught that stun before the shift, but the moment the shift goes off, no chance. Even if they got it, it would have been really close. Their heroes are just really bad versus Morph. There's not a lot they're going to be able to do. I think the Puck is their best answer, but what can Puck do in this game? This is kind of like the same issue Nothing to Say had in the last game. He lost his lane so badly that he couldn't make any rotations on the map. And that is now the same situation that Butterfly Effect is in. And it really looks like this Puck is getting exploited in this series really hard. Both games now, it just hasn't been able to do anything outside of the laning, inside the laning stage rather, and even outside.
Dude, is JT really 6k net worth, 11.5 minutes? Is this really happening? Oh my
This
god.
is why everyone enjoys playing offlane nowadays. And I really like the fact that these offlaners aren't just like rushing a blink and just trying to make things happen. And they're going for more of an item that will help them farm, help them progress on the map. And Dota just isn't a game anymore where you go for kills. It's all about the net worth and however you can achieve it.
How you get that net worth and how you curtail the enemy's net worth. In this game, IG, we're gonna do so, but slowly but surely out farming, and then when the time comes with the right items, we're gonna start choking out the
Speaking
map.
of items,
Here we go, middle, we're going on to TK, as we do have the Blink Dagger reveal from NTS. They're gonna get Fire
Got him.
Spirits landed out onto TK. Is he gonna tick out to death? He might survive. He gets out with 40 HP, just barely managing to survive. But he will be forced back to the base. And yet again, look at Team Bright. The mid laner and both supports forced to play behind the tier 2 tower in this mid lane. But they can't really do anything else on the map.
they're just taking over their triangle here, and they're gonna translate this into the bot tower. This is gonna give Lifesteer a little bit of space. I wonder what their plan is here. Is their plan to get the 14-minute Wisdom Rune? Could be a good objective for them.
I mean, why not, right? They have all their ultimates available. The only, like, they can actually just pop the full combo of the arena into Supernova. And Team Bright, they recognize the danger here. They're gonna smoke up, standing behind here. They're going on to NTS. They throw in some stuns onto him. He's actually falling low because they have dropped the Snapfire ultimate. And that does end up
They're gonna
getting
get
him.
JT too.
JT swapped back into the arena, very close to Team Bright, and they kill him off as well. An absurd amount of gold now shifting into the coffers of Team Bright. Those are some really good kills and very good read on what IG was going to do post being able to push the tier 1 tower. It earns them a shift of 2k net worth just like that, Fear.
Oh, that was beautiful. Like, you get in there with the Slardar, you get the stun off before the DK can stun you. Then I think the big difference maker there was Red Panda with those Mortimer kisses being online. And I think that's a classic case of being like, hey, this game's really easy, guys. We can do whatever we want. And I like how Bright just doesn't roll over and give it to them. Because if they give that position on the map, give up the Wisdom, this game could be really hard as Red Panda. Yeah, that might end up being his life here. We'll see. Yeah, see you later.
Although, that's an honorable death, you know. He provides the damage bottom, goes middle,
Puck might be in
pushes out the wave
trouble.
a bit, gets some farm, and he's fine. Puck might be in danger, but TK definitely is in
Just
danger
kidding.
right now. So NTS stunned him up. TK, will he be able to do this? He actually swaps back NTS. They swap him back into a stun here, and NTS is gonna die.
Dead again.
Supernova was dropped down, but they will not be able to kill it off in time. But with Ulu also making his presence known, they really want to try and find Baboka. They will drop the Dream Coil onto the Techies. Irving supplying some additional amp damage with the Corrosive Haze. They find 2 more kills. They force out the Supernova as well, and all it cost them is the life of TK. Like Red Panda's life early on, necessary sacrifice to make this happen.
I talked about before, one of the staples for China Dota the past has been discipline, and we're not seeing a whole lot of it coming out of G2IG in this game. They're getting a little overzealous here, trying to kill that Venge is absolutely crazy, because like JT's farming bot lane in the jungle, right? You also have Monet farming top lane, and he's diving a Venge under the tier 2, gets swapped in, and then after that, like, you're just fumbling a little bit here if you're nothing to say. Maybe he's feeling a little too strong. Or I should rather say he's feeling stronger than what he really is, and that's kind of like showing here as going back and chilling and doing a nice little ancient camp. Maybe the right play here for nothing to say. If nothing else, it's a mental reset. Baboka will just take all the CS for himself. Literally, he's just taking all the farm.
Baboka's like, Sauce fam, we need this mech. Gotta make this happen. You know, I'm sure you've experienced this as well, that when you're playing Dota, especially when you're playing, not just like watching pro teams, personally for me, the odds of me losing a game increase drastically by how well the early game is going. The early game is going way too well, game is lost. Like, so I'm just used to, like, psychologically, I'm used to struggling through Dota, right? Like, then when things are too easy, your brain sort of turns off. Oh, I'm on autopilot, I don't have to worry about things anymore. And then before you know it, you lose.
I mean, that's exactly, I think, what has happened and nothing to say this game. But you notice his mentality has shifted. It's like, yeah, I'm going to start farming safely. I'm going to get my Midas. We're going to chill. We're going to get Roshan. And there's still the elephant in the room here, and that's going to be Monet's Morphling. Completely uncontested this game. Now with an Aegis and getting really close to his Manta, which he will have after this wave here. So the one tool that you do have to deal with Monet, the silence, is now going to be dispellable with Manta, making this hero even more difficult to kill.
Fortunately for the side of Team Bright, they'd actually gone for a smoke maneuver just as the IG Roshan attempt was happening, and they ended up missing their timing on getting a kill. So free Aegis, and it gives a lot of information to IG. They scan them out while they were bottom, and they have full awareness of the likeliest places they're going to play, especially with Baboka's ward having scouted out Irving moving towards the Tormentor. Irving, though, to his credit, not going to get caught by this move. It's going to be Red Panda who sacrifices his own life here. And that's going to be IG, not just getting the kill here, but looking like they're willing to actually pressure the tower, recognizing their strength, leveraging this Aegis, and trying to open up the map for themselves a little bit more.
Yeah, Glyph is on cooldown for 4 minutes here, so they'll definitely be grabbing this one. I think on the side of Team Bright, you're just going to scatter. I'm kind of just looking at the itemization here on what is your timing going to be if you're Team Bright here.
Smokes. Speaking of timings, Ulu just got himself hit a lot in the nose by Monet. But I was going to ask you, speaking of item, do you like him going back to the armlet after finishing Midas?
I think there's one thing about Dota that I'm pretty confident in is Lifesteer needs to buy an armlet. No matter what.
Well, it's going to help a lot that he's going to get closer to the next item because they just caught JT here. The Sunray is helping quite a lot. And with the arena being dropped down and the Supernova, they might be able to find a good combo. But there's Red Panda yet again coming through in the clutch with the low shredder, able to take down the egg. Unfortunately, though, the rest of IG also show up. They kill off this Lifestealer. Now they remove TK from play. A nice little attempt from Team Bright, though, and they almost were able to get out of that situation. It's a little bit unfortunate that Lifestealer had infested so recently, and they couldn't get out of that, but end of the day, IG still walk away happy with getting a Lifestealer kill, but Team Bright get the better exchange in terms of net worth.
Yeah, I mean, it helps a little bit. I think more than anything, gives space to Slardar, too, who's getting close to that BKB. I think if you look at Slardar and what he has queued up, I think he needs all 3 of those items if Team Bright wants to win this game. He needs literally all 3 of them, and then I'll be a believer. Because that'll enable the Lifesteer bombs, right? The Slardar Lifesteer, this is a really classic combination, but you need the Blink, you need the Shard, and you need the BKB. I mean, the BKB is debatable. Sometimes you don't need that, but it definitely helps. And seeing him as that is his first item, the other 2 items are going to come a little bit later. And Slardar isn't necessarily the fastest farmer, but that's the timing I'm looking for if you're going to get Team Bright. And yeah, and you look at that and you're like, that seems like a long time away from now. And it most definitely is. So I'm a little scared for the next few minutes of this game. as you do have an Aegis on the Morphling, and they potentially might be looking at your high ground and all your tier 2s. But we'll get there. We'll see what he can do with just the BKB, as that is now picked up.
At the time the Blink Dagger emerges on the slaughter, Monet will have Manta with Scotty, with heal.
They're going.
Speaking of Monet, they're going right on him, but he got off the shift. He's fine, man.
Is under attack.
I'm not really sure about that maneuver from Team Bright. We're going to see TK caught inside the Arena of Blood right now, easily bursted down by JT and Monet. But that was optimistic at best from Team Bright to move in onto the Morphling with that maneuver.
Yeah, they were hoping that the Morph would make a mistake there. And that mistake would be not use shift as walking up high ground, and they were hoping to get the Aegis and get out, but at the end of the day, they only lost Venge for it. At some point, you do have to make a play, right? If you're Team Bright, you can't just dodge forever. So, I respect that they're still fighting, right? And not just like turtling and giving up the whole map. I will say that.
Listen, if it's Fly Morphling, okay, maybe you can rely on that mistake happening. You know, but Monet, not this guy. man.
Fly catching some strays out here.
Let's just say Fly played Morphling yesterday, and more than once did he die under exact conditions like that. So,
I see. I mean, that's just raw experience, right? Like, in playing a hero. You die a bunch in a bunch of silly ways, and
Are scanning.
eventually you learn, you know, that this is going to happen if you keep doing it. And when you condition yourself, and when you walk up certain high grounds to pre-shift. And I really like how Monet has been playing this Morphling. And if you don't learn, you're just not good at the hero, so I don't know what to say. Outside of that.
you just trash. Learn or you're bad, bro. What the hell?
Learn or play a different hero. You know, it's okay to just not have... to be able to play every hero in the game perfectly, right? And that's just kind of like where Dota is right now. That you have specialists. Obviously, the more versatile you are, the better player you are. But there's no player in Dota that just like plays every hero perfectly.
Who is actually, what do you think? Historically, who do you think is the most versatile player in Dota?
Probably Toro. He actually
Yeah.
plays almost every hero perfectly.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Honestly, I
under
think
attack.
Yatoro has a strong argument for being like the goated Dota 2 player.
Yeah.
Just in terms of sheer skill. That guy is...
Oh, TI
something
was really
honestly.
impressive. Like, Weaver started trending randomly in the tournament towards the end of it, right? And he just plays a Weaver game, and it feels like he's like a master class at it, and he just doesn't play that hero at all.
Yeah. Yatoro, man. What a god. He's not in this game, though. Of course,
True
he has
that.
beaten a lot of the people that are in this game. And IG, they're going to smoke up right now. They want to try to utilize and leverage their combo. They find TK in front of a tier 2 tower. Easy kill for them. Easy lick. This is going to turn into a tier 2 tower push. And this is what we're talking about in the draft. The fact that they have this in their back pocket. You find one kill, you immediately can just play around the DK with ultimate. Just pressure the tower without Team Bright having that many options against you.
I love how Dota just comes
Dire's
like
middle tower
full
is under
circle. It feels like Dota's been figured out. It's just
attack.
like
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
it's always a matter of when, right? But it's always like the same. And this particular patch, like if you look at previous patches, like oh Greaves, Solar Crest are winning the game. Now it's like these Mage Slayer, Vladimirs of the patch, or anything that makes you really survivable and you can walk around the map and make it so the enemy team can't fight you, just wins you Dota.
In case in point, look what Baboka's been doing on the far right side here. He literally has just been chilling by the graveyard, planting bombs, forcing them away from being able to claim this Wisdom Rune when it's going to come out
Well, that's
eventually.
fun.
I think he took the prior one, but he just makes the game impossible. What are you supposed to do in the situation, man?
Well, I don't see teams win very often from this situation. There is no clear-cut way. You just have to force enemy mistakes. In the past, you would just camp high ground and hold on to that thought.
Panda. Woo!
He might get
Well,
the
there used to
Reen
be a
off.
Snapfire there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, he's not gonna
No,
live. It's definitely even gonna get
Well,
worse once he gets the Phylactery online or the Conda on Monet. Then that might be a literal one-shot on Venge.
I really can't wait to see it. Like, full Kanda on this hero is... It's so silly how much damage it does.
Yeah. But yeah, to answer your question,
Mone's
like, what do you do in these situations? Like, most teams choose to choke you out, but I've seen more opportunities of going high ground, as Irving will just use his BKB to escape here. But outside of that, like, you can't camp high grounds anymore, right? Because the map is so big that if someone just sits a ward up there and you're sitting there, you can't really do much. So you just kind of bleed out in this position, and you have to like hope that you can get a good initiation, or hope the enemy team goes high ground, and that way you can do something. As Red Panda, well, I guess he'll get saved by TK. But that's cat and mouse here. That's all we're seeing right now.
Yeah. Dude, I feel so bad for Irving. Because he popped that BKB, like you mentioned, to try and escape the move down bottom. But as soon as BKB finished, he ran into that literal minefield from Baboka. He's blown up and dies. You don't see that happen as much anymore, right? Where there's some random area of the map that you can't access because of techies. But you're reminding us, Baboka, exactly why this hero was the bane of all of our existences for so long.
I think if you do it correctly still, you can kill the Tormentor. Like, you can plant enough mines around Tormentor, when it spawns, they'll just instantly die to the mines. He's not doing that here, but he could do it. It's always a cool trick.
Yeah, he's trying to make this a bit fair and balanced, you know? Let them have some fun on the side of Team Bright.
I don't think Team Bright's having fun right now. I don't think there's a single person on Team Bright that's having fun right now. I'll tell you that much. But Blink is online for Slardar. No shard yet, but maybe it's enough.
See, this is so sad. There it is, the classic. You're going for the first big lifestealer bomb. You're ready to try to take a fight. You see that Roshan's been taken. You're like, well, turn around, boys. No point going in that direction. We all know what lies there.
Here we go.
JT comes forward for the D ward. They're gonna pop out right now. Who can they kill off first? NCS actually falling surprisingly low, and these Mortis cases are doing a lot of damage. But like you say, he has a cheese. Doesn't even need to use it just yet. And they're just gonna run rampant on the back lines here. Team Bright annihilating both supports, taking down Butterfly Effect, and indeed the call does come out. GG, well played. G2IG. Definitely, like you said, earlier on they took a very hard loss, took it to the head, but they said, you know what, we took it personally. No way this is gonna happen 2 games in a row. And game 2, they punched back, and Fear, honestly, we thought game 1 was a stomp in favor of Team Bright. Game 2, not even close. G2IG made it look like it was autopilot.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things to unpack of this one, but I think the big thing is why Slardar, right? I didn't see the purpose of this hero this game, right? You're playing against 2 pretty hard counters, in my opinion, and the Techies and the Phoenix. And then, of course, you get counter-picked on top of it. And sure, he was 2-1-2, didn't have the worst game ever, but he also never had a chance to thrive. And of course, yeah, the Puck, another elephant in the room, didn't really do much in either of these games. I think maybe this is a series where you don't blind pick Puck. So far, this blind pick Puck, it's not looking super hot. So perhaps this isn't the time to experiment too much with that one. But other than that, like, yeah, nothing to say. He came back swinging. Monet didn't pick Juggernaut, so that was really good for G2IG as well. Played a real carry hero this patch. Played incredibly well in this morphing. Everywhere he went on the map, he did things correctly. He played very methodical. He was walking high grounds. He shifted right away. He got the Roshans, went for the objectives. There was no, like, you know, shenanigans with him this game. He just did what he needed to do to win the game, and that's exactly what ended up happening. I think Team Bright going to this next game, they need to focus more on the laning stage. Yeah, obviously they lost 3 lanes this game. That's pretty much unacceptable in Dota. Once you lose 3 lanes, you pretty much are in a position to lose the game unless the other team messes up.
And mess up they did not. It probably didn't help as well that they won 2 lanes really hard, which enabled them to like just get super stacked on JT. He tanks up, only has to go for the blink dagger later, but he doesn't care because NTS's lane went so well. They got their crazy early blink. He's the one setting things up for them. They can just move around the map. Honestly, the only couple of times that they even ended up dying in this game is when they made mistakes on the side of IG, when they were feeling themselves too much. If they were completely locked in and focused throughout the entirety of the game, we might have been looking at one of those situations where they barely even get 5 kills, let alone 6 on Team Bright. So a little bit of a wake-up call for them, you know, a reality check that, hey, the level of Dota we're at right now, you can't just skate by on good performances in game 1. You have to keep performing consistently throughout the series, and that will allow them to reset mentally. You know, G2IG now back in the driver's seat. We've all seen before what can happen when you get the reverse sweep. You know, the momentum is in their favor. Before we go on break, what's the one thing that they should be really trying to prioritize mentally on the side of Team Bright to give themselves the best shot in Game 3?
They need to find another opening that isn't Nature's Prophet, and it's not Slardar either. So they need to find one more strat, right? They just need one more strat, and I mean, I believe in them. I think like they just got a bit out drafted in this one. Put the puck away, don't pick Slardar into Phoenix, and let's just go to the next game. I would have rather seen that Snapfire come out instead of the Slardar in that same exact spot. They picked it anyway, right? And then they could have picked their core a bit later on with a little more information and give him a better chance for success.
One more strat. Fortunately for them, they have one more game to prove that they deserve to be in Dream League. So let's find out if Team Bright, are they going to stay in the competition, get us another upset, or if it's going to be G2IG delivering the expected results and going on into the lower bracket final. We find out with Game 3 coming very shortly. So see you soon for some more Dream League action.
Creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me. From
Welcome back, one and all. We are here for some more Dream League action. Game 3 of G2IG versus Team Bright. After this, one of these squads will be staying home, will not be able to proceed in the tournament, will not get an invite to Dream League, and will not be collecting those all-important EPT points. But fear, even if you win, you know what your reward for winning is? You have to go and play PSG LGD, man, or just LGD gaming now. Not fun, you know? So you still have a lot of work ahead of you, even if you come out with a W in this series.
Oh, for sure. But I think if Team Bright wins, they show that they can definitely do it. And we talk about G2IG. Come on, these guys have all played against those LGD players in the past. I think they could make a run. It's going to be a difficult opponent for sure, but I think it'll be a good match regardless which of these teams does proceed.
I mean, it will be pretty fun to witness. NTS, of course, just left LGD after an extremely long stint on the squad. He knows exactly what those players are all made of. So Xnova also used to be part of that LGD squad. In my heart, Xnova has an Aegis in his hands, man, you know. As I can still never forgive TI7 OGs for robbing PSG LGD at the time of grabbing an Aegis. What can you do? So for him, it would be a very nice run back, you know, trying to find some momentum into the next TI so that maybe, you know, gets another shot at being able to lift himself atop the hill.
We'll see. I mean, there's a lot of more opportunities for a lot of these players. Like, you just got to keep playing, and you never know which of those TIs will be your TI. You just got to keep trying.
Yep. I mean, Team Bright as well. Like, you know, I would say that I've talked a lot of trash about some of these players in the past, but in this particular qualifier, they've been very well improved. They have looked pretty solid. Obviously, it has a lot to do with their drafts, but when they have a good draft, I think it does matter as a team. Two things. When you have a good draft, to be able to play that draft as expected, but even when you're losing the game and things are not going as expected, you don't just give up, right? You don't just shut into the game, play high ground. They're just always trying to make stuff happen. And yes, they GG'd out in like 25 minutes, but the game was clearly over at that point. And even before that, they tried to force a fight. They were the ones that like, let's see what this last couple of moments can bring for the game. We're going to be the ones taking initiative. We're going to show some agency. And, you know, that just means that there's a couple of things that need polishing. The mentality of trying to chase the win and not being afraid of losing, I think is very important for a team to be successful.
Oh, most definitely. And I think the number one thing that you see when there's a big gap between two teams is you just lose all three lanes. And like, no matter what you do, that keeps happening. They showed game number one that they're very competent in the laning stage if they have the right draft for it. And if they are losing, they showed the resilience that you talked about, where you're losing the game, you have to make something happen. You got to smoke, you got to catch them off guard. And they did do that a couple times. So all they really need to work on in this next game is not lose three lanes, because you don't want to be in a position where you have to like make these crazy plays to win the games, because Dota is so hard to win if you lose all three lanes. It's almost impossible.
Yeah, pretty difficult affair. Of course, that does mean that they should be setting themselves up for as good a laning phase as humanly possible. Or I forget which team it was yesterday. After a pretty bad loss similar to this, they decided to make the adjustment going into the next game to just double down on lane. So they went, I think it was Ench Lion as a support duo. What would you make of them taking a decision like that to be like, you know what, guys, we'll deal with the mid game as it comes. Let's just purely double down on the laning phase in every single scenario. Don't pick puck, even go like DK mid or whatever. Get the Magnus if you can. Maybe get like some Ench, the Lion in particular. Is that the direction you think Team Bright should be angling towards here?
I don't think their heroes are particularly bad at laning stage. Like, Snapfire is a pretty strong laner. Venge, it's not the strongest laning hero this patch, like an Ench or something, but it's good enough. I think the big problem here is they just showed this Slardar a bit too early, and it got ultra counterpicked. I feel like, yeah, Slardar can be a hero you can pick blind, but Phoenix is one of the worst matchups for Slardar. So if you see this Phoenix, well, either ban it so you can pick your Slardar earlier, or maybe just pick a hero that can play against the Phoenix, something that doesn't rely entirely on the attack speed, like some Primal Beast or something like that. It could be a bit better. And then just pick your cores later. I think that's the big thing for Team Bright in this next game. Pick your cores a little bit later, because they got counterpicked on two lanes really hard. The Slardar was counterpicked by the Morphling and the Phoenix. The mid lane was super counterpicked as well with this DK against the puck. And the only counterpick that they really had going for them was this Lifesteal was supposed to win versus the Mars Techies lane, but that didn't even happen, right? And I don't think Lifesteal is a hero right now that actually even beats Mars Techies in the lane. that lane is just like so solid and so strong, and that's why they picked it early as they did. So it goes back to that, really. Just they didn't have the right cores for the game. They got pretty like schooled in that department. And we were playing versus a team like G2 IG. You don't give them a good laning stage like this because they will run away with it. Monet has proven when he's having a good game and he's feeling himself, he won't make mistakes. And like, yeah, I don't even blame him for the jug game, to be honest. It's like, there's not much he could have done in that particular game, just given the limitations of the hero.
What do you actually think? Like, speaking of carry heroes, right? It's been feeling like, I think Jug and Lifestealer are definitely the biggest offenders in this regard. But it kind of feels like melee carries are really difficult to play right now. I think the only one that's generally reliable and acceptable is like some Faceless Void. But, you know, unless you count Morphling, I mean, unless you count like, what's his name? Meepo as one of these melee carries, which I kind of don't. It's a very unique and particular hero. It feels like the game is just sort of shifting away from melee carries. What do you think is happening in the meta that precipitated that change?
They just are not good at laning, right? That's the big issue. Like, even if you look at these Ursas and stuff, they just get harassed down. They need to bring a lot of regen. Your supports aren't like these Chens anymore. Well, they actually are these Chens, but these Chens play a bit differently. I'm more talking about like the Hedris aura, where you just like sit there and you just heal your position 1. The Ring of Health is no longer building into anything useful. So the big issue that melees have is the ability that they can't sustain in the laning stage. And they just kind of get spammed out, where all these offlaners, they just build into the Helm of Iron Will, get an early Shivas, build an early Vlads. They have no sustain issues, so you kind of just have to stay away from them, outrange them. Of course, there's a couple that you still can play. You mentioned the Faceless Void, who's pretty good in this patch. Slark can be okay.
10 seconds remaining.
But other than that, like, most of these heroes just cannot stay in the laning stage. Jug, Lifestealer, they just can't do it. Like, unless you outplay your opponent or they have a really weak lane, it's just going to be very difficult to play into that.
Makes sense, makes sense. We'll see if Team Bright have some better options to give themselves the necessary sustain in this laning phase, or G2IG will continue to just demonstrate their prowess, get another good draft, and earn themselves the W here. Going into this draft, they have first pick on the side of IG. On the Radiant, on the Dire side, they yet again ban out this Nature's Prophet, given the success they experienced in Game 2. And interestingly enough, Team Bright, they make the decision to ban out the Magnus. I mean, I guess that if they didn't, there's a non-zero chance that IG, with both JT and NTS in the team, just heads up pick more Magnus anyway. Hell, even Monet has been known to play this hero in the carry role. So this is kind of dangerous. Kind of a sucky situation where your premier best hero in the entire game, you nonetheless still have to ban out because the enemy team is so competent with that hero regardless.
Yeah, you mentioned it was the hero for the series, right? And whoever has first pick will have the pickings for that hero if it's in the pool. So neither of the teams really want to allow that one through. But I mean, it is the situation you're in. You're playing second pick, and Undying was banned, and that's going to lead into an early Doom pick. This hero's been banned the last 2 games straight up, but this game it will get through. This hero isn't probably, I want to say it might be one of the best offlaners. Okay, it's definitely one of the best offlaners. I'll make it an even more bold statement. I think this is the best offlaner of the patch. This hero uses the new Shivas so well. You know, Wraith Pact, all these offlaners, like, they like to find one item, right, in the patch and just buy it every single game. Whether it was like the Helm Dawn patch when you had your Beastmasters and Visages, whether it was the Wraith Pact, it's always this one item. And right now, every offlaner just builds Shivas on every single hero. And Doom, he is so good with Shivas. He's always been good with Shivas, but with the new changes to the Veil and the Scorched Earth, it is just so good on this hero.
Dude, it's so good. Yeah, Doom is, what a hero. What a hero. Medusa is going to be coming out on the side of Team Bright. Now, this is
that is wild.
Very early, very early to be going for first pick Medusa. You know, Lion's still in the pool, Pango's still around right now, and they just go.
There's an
I suppose you're in an
anti-mage.
elimination game. There's anti-mage. But, you know, every now and then it does happen that you're like, okay, guy, what do you believe that no matter what, even in the worst of situations, you can carry us through? And he's like, all right, give me this Dusa. But I don't know if I'm fully confident in this one, Phil.
I am most certainly not. Dusa is not that Dusa we saw. Do you remember when Dusa was first changed, where the mana shield became like this passive non-toggable ability, and then you have like 100 base HP and just your all mana? Okay, that Dusa was actually first pickable and really broken because the numbers are not quite tweaked where they should have been. But this Dusa is very well balanced right now. And it is fine versus the Doom. You Doom the Medusa, and she doesn't really care because she doesn't use any lifesteal, right? Because you're just all mana. In that regard, it's good. But they're going to ban out the Anti-Mage, and they're going to take the Lion, so that's okay. What they need to protect themselves now from, I think, is definitely going to be a Slark. I think a Slark will be something that they should keep an eye on. I mean, PL is a hero that I don't often recommend. Not a big fan of that hero in general, but it could be pretty decent. What other mana burners do we have in the game? You mentioned Pango. That's pretty decent as well. Any Diffusal Blade carrier. So basically all your universal heroes. Oh, Wind Ranger. I think Wind Ranger has got to go as well. Actually, if I was G2IG, I might just take Wind Ranger right now.
5 seconds.
Just focus fire the
Wind Ranger.
Medusa with the Diffusal Blade, and Medusa's kind of sad. I think.
Radiant team pick.
And it's always nice to have some evasion against a hero like the Medusa, right? She does have some magic damage, but frustrate her attempts to bring you down. I would love to see that.
Has
NCS
China
hasn't played Wind Ranger in a while.
no? Wind Ranger's a carry hero now. Has China been on the Wind Ranger carry meta or no?
Nah, not yet, not yet.
Not yet.
They've played it mid primarily. Yeah. It's
Alright.
I think it's gonna take a while before they get in on the full safe lane meta. In China, it's still primarily a mid laner.
Okay. I would want Wind Ranger
Radiant
carry.
team pick.
Do you still want Wind Ranger, even with the Purge being available right now on the Shadow Demon?
I mean, I think Team Bright's doing a good job like covering their bases here, but I still think it is quite good. Because like
10 seconds
all the heroes that
remaining.
are going to be good are not going to be great for
5
Shadow
seconds
Demon. The only one I
remaining.
can really think of that is good for Shadow Demon is probably the PL. But once again, I don't highly recommend PL as a Dota hero right now. It's playable. You can last pick it, but still not going to recommend it in mini games because the hero has a lot of flaws.
Haven't seen a PL in such a long time.
For good reason.
I would definitely like to see, yeah, for very good reason.
The hero's very
We need a
fragile.
Shiva's builder right now. Who's a Shiva's builder for Team Bright that you want to see for Irving? Because I'm looking at this G2IG lineup, and man, there's actually a lot of sustain between the Phoenix, the Enchantress, how Doom naturally likes to play the game. And I guess Tidehunter can build Shivas, but it's not necessarily
Nah.
a priority for the hero.
He mainly builds Vlads. He's like a Vlads builder. Like you build Vlads or Shivas in the offlane, it feels like right now. Those are your two options.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Anything other than that, it's kind of like maybe you're playing a ranged hero,
5
I suppose.
seconds
But even the
remaining.
ranged heroes by Shivas, so never mind. You get Vlads or Shivas, those are your choices. So if you're playing a hero that's good with either of those, you're good. I thought they might pick a Centaur, to be honest with you. Is that in the pool? Yeah, I thought
Banned.
Oh, it's banned. Okay. Oh yeah, just
Yeah.
kidding. That would have been good. You're playing versus Phoenix and Doom, so good ban there, and I guess Tide's your next go-to.
Some
Dire
team fights, some
battle.
laning, and it's unlikely that they end up picking the Luna in the situation because of the presence of Shadow Demon. Yeah, I'm fine with it. Very similar to what they did in Game 1 to protect themselves. And there is the first mana burner that comes out for G2IG, the NTS Pango from the mid lane, buying into the Diffusal Blade. Rolling Thunder feels
10
very,
seconds
very good
remaining.
in this game overall. So I like this. It's cool. I am a bit worried about the fact that they're like, their team fight isn't necessarily the easiest to pull off in general from the side of G2IG, like in the sense of Team Bright's execution to bring down a hero. Very simple, right? We jump in, we ravage them, we blow them up with a finger, Medusa right clicks them down. With G2IG, there's a bit more components that have to go into that particular set of mechanics, but it's just solid heroes all around. Good lanes for them, like really good lanes for IG. So I think that's probably what they had in the back of their minds as their priority right now.
Yeah, I think they need to ban Slark here and Wind
Radiant
Ranger.
team
I think those are like your best possible picks here against the Tidehunter, and also versus the Medusa. And there could be some Drow Ranger or something like that coming out later in the draft. But those two seem like almost no-brainers for me, unless I'm missing
10
something here,
seconds
which
remaining.
I don't think I am.
5
pretty sure I'm
seconds
not, actually.
remaining.
I mean, some Ursa is your other potential, but you're playing Ursa versus Shadow Demon. And yeah, of course, getting Purge as Wind Ranger is kind of annoying, but
Dire team ban.
it's a lot different getting Purged as a Wind Ranger versus an Ursa, because, like, you're a universal hero and you love buying Lincolns, right? So at least you'll have that tool, and plus you can always just play the fights a little different. Wait till Shadow Demon dies. You can outmaneuver him a little bit. And you mentioned they don't potentially play the Wind Ranger carry, so they're just going to ban the Morph instead. Which is a hero that's, it's okay versus a Medusa. You can turn into the Medusa, but you do have the line, which is historically good versus Morphling.
Faceless Void is the other one. All right, that's the big boy. Not mean the damage into the bubble. Normally you just be like, oh, it's only Enchantress, but we've seen in China that Enchantress is sometimes more than enough damage that you need in the bubble. I was actually just checking how many times Monet has played Wind Ranger. He's played it 11 times. Last time was 7 months ago, and he has a 45% win rate. But if we compare and contrast that to him playing Faceless Void, he's played it 120 times with a 60% win rate. So definitely in a do or die elimination scenario, you go for comfort. And it's not like, you know, I always love these carry heroes that have an air of inevitability about them, right? And Faceless Void is always that hero that no matter what, if you're Team Brad, you'll be playing on the front foot, you know, you'll be making your Aegis push at 20-something minutes with your Butterfly Aegis on the Deucer, but you'll have it in the back of your mind that, like, guys, if we screw up this push, if we don't end the game in the next 10 minutes, this Void comes online, man, and then the game becomes really, really difficult for us.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely always a possibility, but they at least do have, like, Red Panda with the save available and a front line. I would say this draft didn't turn out too bad for Team Bright with a first pick Medusa. I feel like you only really got a Pango that makes life hard. I think the rest of the heroes are pretty manageable for the Medusa. Like, Medusa likes playing versus Phoenix. Medusa likes playing versus Doom. Medusa in general is fine versus Faceless Void as well, as long as you have like a save, allow you to play in the front line, which they do have. But yeah, Baboka and Nothing to Say are going to be slightly annoying, I'd say, in this particular game. But I was a little worried about the Medusa in this game, but after seeing the draft unfold, I'm not super worried for it right now, which is a good thing if you're Team Bright here.
Also, they have to be worried on the side of G2IG about the Storm Spirit. If Storm is not doomed or chronoed, he just has full freedom, it feels like, in this particular game. They do not have the Lion on their side. They don't have any kind of stun that he has to concern himself with. It gives them the backline jump. They have a save, like you mentioned, in the form of Red Panda, so that can give him some bravery as well in these initiations. And the lane versus the Pangolier, worst case scenario, you draw even. You're not going to lose the lane hard against the Pango as a Storm Spirit. So
hope not.
Butterfly Effect is actually going to have a game.
Yeah, I mean, he's favored in this matchup as well. I think I remember for some time
This is a great
that
opportunity to learn.
this is a very difficult matchup for Pango playing into the Storm Spirit, because you want to play up in their face, you want to keep shield crashing consistently, but Storm, he's going to out-man fight you. You can jump on a Storm all you want, but then you're jumping into a couple remnants, right? As well as like an Electric Vortex, and you're always going to lose that trade. And then at some point on the map, you're going to show, and this Storm can easily solo kill you before you get your roll off. And even if you do get your roll off, Storm can safely disengage. So very Storm favored matchup here. Not as much as the Puck versus DK as we saw in the last matchup, but I would give this like a, I don't know, maybe like a 60-40 in the Storm's favor.
Well, Team Bright, here they are with a draft that not as bad as it should have been with the opening pick on the Medusa. And IG, of course, going to be backing themselves. A lot of hero player specialties. JT Doom, X-Nova Phoenix, NTS Pango, Baboka Enchantress, and the Monet Faceless Void. If you're ever going to give yourself the best possible opportunity, the best roll of the dice to continue in the qualifiers, this is it for them. So let's see. Game 3, cards all on the table. How is this going to pan out? And of course, we know that LGD waiting in the wings for the winner and definitely watching this game with keen interest, trying to develop counter strategies for the upcoming lower bracket final. First little skirmish here, nothing's gonna happen. So that means we're not gonna have any weird shenanigans. Oh, bro, TK! What a player. Alright, we didn't necessarily see it on camera, but he tried to deny the rune in front of Monet's face, but Monet outclicked him. But it was a nice little idea coming in from the Lion player.
Yeah, he's given it a shot, but very difficult play to execute. It would have been quite the spectacle if he was actually able to manage that one. But the lanes here, much better. Like Irving, guess what? If he gets fire spirited, know what he can do? He can press anchor smash and still CS. A much more manageable matchup here against the Phoenix, and he should have a good laning stage here. And this is why I kind of worried about this Void pick just a little bit. Void ain't good versus Tide in the lane. It's just not a good lane matchup. It might be... Void might just be a good hero, and that's why they want to play it, but I think it will give Irving pretty much a free lane. That's what I was mentioning before, like, getting a hero that's a little more aggressive, potentially that Ursa or the Wind Ranger, because, like, that'll make it so Tide has a bad laning stage. But versus a Void, they're all in on the late game for this Void here, and they're going to give Tide a free laning stage as a result here. Will it be the right choice? We'll have to see.
Irving's going to be happy. Ulu's going to have a good start to the game. But, by the way, speaking of Ulu, have you actually had one of the bubble Medusas in your game?
What's a bubble Medusa?
The neutral item, the bubble.
Oh, no. What's the special
I had
interaction
the displeasure of experiencing it. Basically, because of how the bubble interaction works, right? And how it interacts with Medusa's the mana shield.
Yeah.
At some point in the game, you have to deal about 500 damage to get through the bubble to start dealing damage to her, right? Because it's normally supposed to deal that you get through the bubble, deal damage to like the
patch
health pool of the hero. Right? Yeah, the patch fixed it, yeah, but I had a chance to experience it before that happened. It was something. It was something.
It's like, definitely an item you wouldn't want to get if you think it works the way it should work, right?
Yeah.
But it wasn't working the way it should work. So they had to fix it. I mean, how does it get to that point, you know? Like, what type of player do you have to be to, like, choose a bad neutral item just to experience that it's bugged? I guess everyone tries something. At least once.
Yep. It probably happened when someone was trying to grief the game because we're just like, whatever, we're already losing. I don't really care anymore. And they were like, wait a second. This is amazing. This is wonderful. Down bottom, JT is about to have his courier taken away by Ulu. Feels bad. Obviously, the Medusa is going to be very happy about this. And JT, he's still chilling though. He's playing Doom in this situation. Not that far away from getting his Helm of Annual. Everything's fine. Red Panda just deals away the healing Lotus, but him and Baboka shouldn't be able to necessarily threaten each other that much. Although Baboka might take a pretty hefty chunk of damage here. We have 4 poison stacks out. He might be able to get the 5th one. It's going to hurt quite a bit, but Baboka still a little bit too tanky. Will end up surviving throughout all of this.
Yeah, he'll be fine. Nothing to worry about here. But they're not really shutting down this Medusa at all right now. That can always change with creep, and I think Baboka really needs to focus on getting that level 3. That way he can get up to, you know, a creep that can actually do something in the laning stage. He just stole over a hill troll, but it's gonna have to instantly go back. Not gonna be able to do much with that one. And they're gonna get a D ward on the big camp.
This is useful. Just underneath the tier 1 tower, there's a Sato camp, so if you can get there at some point, you can use that to put pressure onto Medusa. And other side of the map,
much needed.
Wow, first blood ends up happening. Monet and X Nova finding the TK Lion. How did this happen, Brother Fear? What do you think went on?
I mean, I'm more than certain that Lion was just trading with X Nova, used his mana drain, used his stun, and then Monet just hopped over with a time dilation and just whacked him down.
Was unreal.
And that's something you just got to be careful about. Like, sometimes you lose, or sometimes you forget when you play versus Void. I don't know how you could possibly forget because Void is so popular this patch, but this time dilation is really strong. And if you kind of get stuck in a wrong spot and you get jumped on with time dilation, it looks like they used the Icarus dive and the time walk, and they just caught him with 2 spells on cooldown, and he just had to waddle away. And of course, throw a blood grenade on top of that with a bootsless Lion, you're not going to be running very quickly away, and you're just going to die. And Tide, look at Tide's build as well. He can't really help. He went for a build that's just going to shut down Monet. 2 points in the anchor, 1 in the Kraken Shell, no gush. Can't really help him. You just got to play more carefully if you're the Lion in this lane. That's all there is to it.
Watch your feet, Mr. Lion Man. TK hopefully will be a little bit more cautious next time around, not allowing himself to get caught out like this. And turning our attention towards the mid lane, you were mentioning how this is a Storm favored matchup, and Butterfly Effect must be feeling good because he is back in the position he was in the first game. Stomping nothing to say here. 24 and 5. Well, it's not so bad with this new wave, you know. Shield Crash helped them out a lot, but still, Butterfly Effect heavily, heavily favored the way things are looking right now.
Yep. Just manning up on him. And both of them are fine, but he's definitely winning in that CS department here. And that's exactly where you want to be as a Storm Spirit. Storm is a very volatile hero. Is there going to mana? Oh, he canceled the swashbuckle in the mid lane here. And nothing to say.
He actually might
be in a
kill
bit
him.
of trouble. Oh, evade. He got
Yes,
the
in
2
danger.
misses uphill.
Oh my gosh.
He must be
2
so
uphill
mad.
misses. Both of them overload procs and he doesn't get either. That is so sad, dude.
Yeah. You can't see it on the stream, but he dropped a double ha-ha voice command, knowing frustrated that happened.
On the bright side, though, it does zone NTS all the way back to base, so that is going to allow him to get a wave or 2 completely uninterrupted. So that's
Still
something,
win.
and it allows him to completely take away the Siege Wagon. So it is still a win, even though he doesn't get the supposed kill that might have happened if he got the overload hit.
He just doesn't get the glory of getting the solo kill, you know? And that's what all these mid players live for.
Well, between himself and TK, they should be able to keep NTS away from any of these power runes. So this actually reminds me a lot of Game 1, where they prioritize being able to control this aspect of the mid lane, and it's working out for them yet again. But while this is going down, they get the Medusa down bottom. How did that happen? Red Panda was nearby as well, with the point into the disruption. So I'm quite surprised that Ulu found himself far enough forward that he ends up dead here. It's not even like Baboka has a Satyr creep. He's got a Centaur. Oh, he did have a Satyr. Okay.
Yeah,
Let's see
no,
what
he's
Satyrs
got
is
the-
missing. That's how
He's got the
they
mana burn creep. So it's like a mana burn creep and a centaur creep. So pretty easy kill, to be honest, if you're under those conditions. Definitely really annoying to play against this mana burn. And they're going to go again.
Need tier 1 already lost quite a bit here, but doesn't seem like they want to fully commit for this one. JT zoning back
got
Red
him.
Panda. They actually bring in the support X Nova Phoenix. So now that
Oh,
Ulu's
Lulu's
all
alone now.
He's
He
been
has no
burnt
TP.
down. Yeah, he's dead.
He's
Definitely
100%
gonna die here.
dead.
Oh no! And to make matters worse, he doesn't have TP like you said. He's gonna have to do the waddle of shame as this Medusa to come back into this lane. JT, all right. They're going to be able to do not just significant damage to the tier 1 here, they should be able to take it down writ large.
I mean, these are game-winning plays by not only Nothing to Say, but X Nova here too. Because their lanes weren't going well, right? They were losing all 3 lanes. Now they make a simple rotation. This Pango moves forward on the map, gets the kill on the Shadow Demon, and then his presence of being down there means that Medusa just can't do anything. She's just going to die. And if Storm TP's into that, he's going to die too, because there's 4 heroes there, right? So that move was incredibly good, and it all was because the Pango moved down there and X Nova secured it too. Because if they didn't bring in as many numbers as they did, then they could have probably just turned it around with 1 Storm TP.
Because of when this move happened, Ulu is not in a position to just easily flash farm his way into a better situation. Game looked pretty hard, and now they have the level 6 on JT. They go to the top lane, Doom out, first on of the game onto this Irving Tide. Getting burnt out as well by the Sunray. That's one thing we didn't talk about, just how painful Sunray is going to be for this Tidehunter. He winds up dead. In this game, all of a sudden, from D to IG, feels like it's just broken wide open. JT, man, leading the charge, helping his team in literally 3 lanes all at once. JT is just like, don't worry, y'all, I got you. We're going to make this game a lot easier in the early game than it should be otherwise.
They might get Baboka here, but it's just an inch at this point, so even if they do get this kill here, which they most certainly will, it's still outmaneuvering by IG in this game. And the weakness of their heroes was that inevitably their lanes were going to be worse. But in theory, they have the better team fight, and they have like strong heroes like Faceless Void and Pango versus Medusa. And they're getting off to a start where their bad lanes have turned into a good rotation in the mid game, and now they're just ahead in gold.
I mean, I'm sure Team Bright right now, there's a universe where the first rotation of the Storm kills off JT on the Doom instead. And that allows them to secure at least a tier 1 for a little bit longer. They don't have to give up map control here, but These small decisions that G2IG have made have cascaded into a brilliant place to be. This is going to complicate life. Storm Spirit, yes, he got that rotation kill, but with the first power trades, where does he even go right now to try and like keep accelerating this game at the moment?
The 10-minute rune.
Oh, middle. They're looking towards NTS potentially. Can they find this kill? No, they cannot. He swashbuckles away. He goes into the rolling thunder. One more hit would be able to kill him. But Monet finds the chrono onto both the Lion and the Storm. NTS survives with less than 30 HP. Turns around with the swashbuckle onto the Lion. And him and Monet will share glory for that kill. 2 heroes go down. Baboka comes through, has access to this, the Enchantress. But it doesn't have Nature's Attendance just yet, but they have Caesar's Serenity for nothing to say. So drops that behind the tier 1 tower. He'll be absolutely fine. And that is heartbreaking fear. They almost had him. One more right click. That's all it would take, but they don't get it.
I mean, yet again, this game is just a game of inches here, and G2IG just one step ahead yet again. Monet, that TP was absolutely brilliant, saving the Pango's life there. Nothing to say, was just playing on the edge there. He's like one line click, right click away from dead. Goes back just in time, baits in the Storm. Storm went all in for that, by the way. Like, he used everything he had to go for that kill. Miscalculated just a little bit on how much damage he was going to do for that. Then they realized right away, Monet, oh, Storm's got no mana. I'm just going to TP in Chrono here, mop him up. We'll just get that kill. And now he's just going to heal on up, as you mentioned, with the Seeds of Serenity, with the active health regen. And he's going to get a bottled illusion rune here, too. Not the best rune this game, but it's pretty decent. I think he's mainly just going to pop this just so he can be healthy again and make something happen on the map.
Oh boy, these are the kind of game that tilt you, honestly, where things work going quite decently for you, and then now twice in a row, you end up in a situation where the best possible outcome doesn't happen for want of like a little bit of damage, a little bit of mana, a little bit of positioning. Ah boy, and while all this was taking
tilted
place,
for them.
Yeah, I'm mad on their behalf, bro. It's like, what the hell is this?
I mean, it's pretty sad. Sure, like if you look at the CS. They're still winning in CS, but they're down 2k gold because the score is 1-7, right? They're giving away a lot of kills on this map here, and a lot of it has to do with G2IG just outplaying them on the map here. But it's also just, it has to be said that, right, that they're making some moves and some rotations that just aren't really well thought out, and that's causing them to just lose their lives. Sure, Tide still hasn't died, but like Storm with that death in the mid lane is really bad for him. We saw the travesty that happened in the bottom lane to Ulu, who had a great game, into like just now he has to just play completely defensive, which is very sad for him. And that's just not the situation that and the spot you want to be in. But just because of these moves, because of the rotations that G2IG has been making on the map, they've made something out of pretty much nothing here. Because if they would have kept the lanes as they were, they would have been slowly losing this game to the point where it just would have been like, oh, like shit, we can't do anything anymore. This game is just out of control. But they had the presence of mind to make the moves on the map, make something happen, and they clawed their way out of that laning stage and put them in an advantageous position.
2k gold up. We are going to have the G calls coming out. I was also getting a little bit of server lag there, so appreciate the pause, boys. Thank you. Now we're
Maybe
all
they
good.
were too.
I cannot believe NTS is still on track for a decent timing on his diffusal blade, given how things were looking early on for him. And actually, when all of this started, this cascading effect of why things have gone south with Team Bright. If only Butterfly Effect had gotten those 2 uphill misses. Those just one of those hits, everything would have been fine.
True. I just noticed my ping on China server is not bad. I have less ping on China. 150.
150 to China?
Yeah, it's better than what I have to Europe.
Radiant are scanning.
How is that possible? From California?
Yeah,
wow.
California.
Amazing. We're gonna see a kill. Alright, Butterfly Effect. This time there will be no misses. They'll be able to bring down X-Nova. Somebody needs to sub out. Fierce ping is good enough. Don't worry about it, y'all. He's got your back. He'll get involved in the game.
Yep. Put me in, coach.
you think about this orchid that Butterfly Effect is going for? There's a lot of carries these days that buy Manta style, but even Faceless Voice don't really go for that item early anymore, so it feels like he's going to get quite a lot of value out of it since they don't really have any real tools for dispelling that Silence is going to apply to them.
I don't know if the China Faceless Voids aren't going Manta, but there's a lot of Voids that will go it if needed. Pango also will go it because he's universal. I think this is a build that is really good if you're ahead, and he'll solo kill Void, he'll solo kill Pango on the map, but the timing isn't good, right? Because of just how things have transpired on the map. But he's a bit committed, because I think if you do go for this Falcon Blade, I think the next item afterwards is going to be the Orchid. Because the Witchblade's the other item you go for, but normally you don't want to go Witchblade with Falcon Blade. I think this game just didn't go the way that he wanted to in his mind. And now he's just kind of stuck with this item build. It's still going to be good, though. Like, don't get me wrong. But it's a little all-in. He's going to have to find some kills with it, because if he doesn't get some kills with it, the BKB Samantas will come online. And the Arcane Rune will not be going to Storm. If it would have spawned in top lane, that would be an Arcane Storm, and that could be a win condition. But instead, you know, Dota's all about RNG. Nothing to say he'll be the one grabbing the Arcane Rune. Both of these heroes phenomenal with an Arcane Rune. I will say Storm's a bit better, but the rich get richer here for G2IG.
Capitalism IG doing well. It's not just an Arcane on the Pango, it's an Arcane on the Pango with the Diffusal just completed. So it is certainly time to go and hunt for targets. Ideally for them, they do find Medusa. But Red Panda is in position to tank this gank if necessary. He's dealing with a lot of this Enchantress army. Should be able to get rid of it. And the Medusa wise enough to play very safely. So it doesn't look like this particular move is going to turn into anything. And G2IG, they went for the full wrap on this one. Look where nothing to say is right now. But it's absolutely nothing to find there, my friend. So you're just going to walk by the wells for nothing. And I don't think X-Nova is carrying any vision either, so they're not going to really be able to accomplish much with this move.
We see Dusa now. But Dusa sees there's no camp there, and he should be pretty wise about this now. Just nuke it out and go back. And he's even going to call his Shadow Demon to sit behind him just in case. Meanwhile, Storm is farming a stack over there, getting a bit closer to that Orchid. I think it's just like full farm mode here for Team Bright. Until they at least get an Orchid, I think. I mean, Dusa doesn't want to do anything for a long time because that's just how the hero operates. But I think she at least wants a Manta, which she's getting close to, so that should be online relatively soon.
We just saw JT completing out the Shiva's Guard for himself and the Doombringer.
13 minutes and 45 seconds, huh?
Not bad, right? Just aside. That was pretty chilled.
That's 2 games in a row now where he gets a sub 15-minute Shiva.
Yep. Yep, not bad. Now he's gonna try to leverage this, you know, move with his team. You just post up and be like, now what, y'all? What do you want me to do?
Shiva's and also having the shield rune. Yeah, he's pretty tanky. Oh, what a chrono!
Oh my gosh, that Chronosphere on the 3 heroes followed up by the Supernova right behind them. They've already managed to bring down 2. Rolling Thunder assisting in that one. NTS crashes into Butterfly Effect before he can zip out to make that 3. So they get literally everything out of this. The tier 1 tower, the Butterfly Effect kill, both supports brought down. And the best part about all of this, Fear, they did it without necessarily needing Monet. Basis Void has just been down bottom, chilling. Getting fat as hell on his Void. Becoming a real problem on the map for the entire team.
He just hit a chrono on the Shadow Demon, Lion, and Storm Spirit. Couldn't ask for better targets, really. And then that allowed him to get the Doom on the Storm, and the support just ended up getting mopped up by nothing to say. I'm starting to feel Bright feeling a little bit of the pressure in this game. Nothing is really going their way here.
Yeah. All going south for them. They're being outplayed.
Right.
IG. They're gonna find themselves a situation where they get X-Nova completely sacrificed. He dies in the top part of the map. Okay. That's pretty nice. That's a good start. It's something. And they didn't have to commit any big spells to make that happen. So it definitely is something that they'll take it. They'll accept it. They're like, it's fine. Sadly, though, given the drop that they have, it's not like they can go headlong into the Rotron pit like they could in game 1. They're actually going to go bottom. to try force a potential fight here.
No
Going through
Doom.
the twin gate. They know there's no Doom. They know there's no Chrono either, so they are feeling very confident about this. Unfortunately, though, IG also has access to that same information, so they do not have confidence in this fight, and they'll happily vacate the area to wait for a better opportunity.
Yeah, I like the patience there from G2IG there. I think losing your Doom there would have been disastrous as mid lane.
Oh, mid lane! Ulu! Gonna get slowed down by the Shivas. They do not have Doom available, but they have the Rolling Thunder. They have some impetus shots. They have the creep army from the Enchantress. They are able to bring down Ulu. Man, this is actually so smart. They knew that there was a move happening bottom, so presumably the support would be that side as well, and not standing behind the Medusa, the protector. What a play from G2IG. And a lot of it comes from this ward that they left behind as they were taking the previous tier 1. Oh no, they only dropped it down. Never mind. I thought this ward was around a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, that's where your carry always dies, to be honest with you. Like, you never go for that mid wave. Like, that's where you just send your Manta and you farm it out. Like, farming with your hero. Top lane? Do they have the damage?
Oh, do they have the
I don't
damage
think
for this?
so.
Is the question.
I don't think
JT
so.
gonna get himself fingered, and even so, NTS shows up,
He has
Swashbuckle,
Doom.
and now JT looking for the Doom onto Butterfly Effect. Butterfly Effect out of mana. He's trying to TP out right now, and JT cannot catch him, can't find him. But he's just happy to soak up that attention, soak up that damage, and be like, alright, cool. Just set up for another kill for NTS.
Like, that's what feels bad. Like, you use a Storm Orchid, right? That you've been farming this whole game. You find a hero, you use your Orchid, you get the perfect initiation, you stun, you hex him, you use Finger of Death, and you can't even kill that hero. Like, if you can't kill a hero under those circumstances, that's bad news. And that's bad news that there's a hero that farmed that you cannot die to that amount of spell damage.
Bro, he's 1800 HP with 37 or 38 armor, actually. It's gonna be a fight that happened in the mid lane, bro. They're gonna try this Orchid trick onto the Pango, but JT jumped in with the beautiful hoof stomp. They at least do get the Doom out onto Irving, but Pango does end up dead. They walk away from the Supernova from X-Nova. Irving, though, might end up ticking out as Monet dropped the Chrono onto Butterfly Effect. The Storm Spirit is dead. Red Panda doing his best to try and save Irving and will succeed in this endeavor. But the most important hero, arguably, of this mid-game ends up getting brought down by Monet, who is having a baller of a performance on his Faceless Void. Like, we were assuming he's going to have not necessarily the best lane, but between him and X-Nova, they got the first blood in the laning phase. He shows up middle to get that incredible kill at some point. And from then, Monet's just been rolling through this game, fam. 2-0-6, 19 minutes into the game on a Faceless Void.
Yeah, and Monet's just outplaying them. Not much else to say about it in that regard. Like, his lane wasn't good. CS-wise, right? He was getting really outplayed in the CS. Well, it's not really outplayed, it's just kind of like how the matchup works. You can't really CS against a Tide as a melee hero, because you just have no base damage. But he had the presence of mind to find that kill, get the first blood, and then, of course, make that TP to the mid lane and kill the enemy mid laner. Really put him back on point. And not to mention that other team fight where he got 3 heroes, but we'll see if he dies now, as there is a smoke going towards him. But he knows.
Blink Ravage, but
He knows.
Monet, dude, the game sense. Can't catch this man. He knows.
He's
Alright, I
playing
think
out of his
that's the
mind.
trick
That
here.
is impressive.
Dire's middle tower.
Game 1, they gave him, you know, Juggernaut, who doesn't have necessarily that much natural mobility. Game 2 and 3, they give him Morphling, they give him Faceless Void. Heroes who he can leverage his game sense to move around the map quickly with, and my god, is it working out for them in this way.
Yeah, he noticed on the bot lane that you'll see it's pushing in. Nobody went to go farm it. So he had the presence of mind, like, alright, if they're not farming bot lane, what could they be doing on a process elimination? Are they all jungling, or are they smoking? And they decided it was a smoking, and he was correct, and they ended up dodging that. Just using the information that the map is giving him allows him to make a very crucial dodge in that gank. Because that would have been kind of Bright's way back into it, getting that kill real quick. Maybe if Monet's dead, you can make another rotation, you can make the map bleed a little bit. But unfortunately for them, they get nothing yet again. Bright falling short in what seems to be every single fight this game.
It's a 10k net worth lead for G2IG at the 21-minute mark. It doesn't seem like they're going to be arresting this momentum anytime soon. Pango building into having the Aghanim Scepter, just got level 15 as well. So in tandem with this Rolling Thunder duration, once they get the Zags, you just go force fights and you just never look back, never stop. NTS is going to just be having a good performance. And Monet is also not far away from BKB. This is really scary. They might have been able to make that move happen and kill Monet, but I'm not sure they can 100 to 0 him before he can get off BKB or Time Walk anymore. So they need to, if they can't kill him with this smoke, which they're not going to be able to find, unfortunately, I'm not sure when they're going to have their chance to bring down this Faces Void again.
He is on a vision, though. He's on Radiant's vision, so if they can't kill him here, yeah. I don't know what other opportunities there will be once the BKB. They can obviously chain stun him with the amount of stuns that they do have, but like he's farming this too quickly. They're gonna have to go now.
Alright, I think they get him. He's silenced up. Irving, does he have Ravage support? He does, and they do manage to find the kill. It's a pity that TK couldn't throw in a finger for some stacks, but you'll take what you can get. Unfortunately for them, he did end up finishing the BKB, so upon respawn, they're going to have the dual BKB on Faceless Void and Doom. And to make matters worse, their only source of minus armor right now is level 2 Gush, so they can't even exploit the timing to try and bring down the Aegis, sadly.
Yeah, and TK is just so poor this game. Like, he has his Shard and Brown Boots. And that's pretty much it right now. And I think he needs to get to that Blink Dagger, because with this BKB, they're going to need this Lion to stun him before he gets his BKB off. For him to be able to catch up to Storm and do the chain stun, he's going to need a Blink of his own. Otherwise, I feel like there's no way this Lion's going to walk up and stun this Faceless Void before he gets BKB off. And you don't want to have to use Ravage every single time, right? Just to get a single kill. You want to just use some Lion spells.
Speaking of Storm Spirits, as we see a Roshan attempt happening from G to IG, he's actually going back for the Witchblade. What do you make of this instead of going for like a different item, maybe some Shivas, a BKB, something like that? Do you think this is the correct way, or is Parasma even that good on Storm this game that it's necessary to go for the Witchblade right now?
I don't know if it's like, I don't play a lot of Storm myself, but Parasma is really broken on Storm. Because it does like the debuff and magic resist, and it will help you do a lot more damage in burst. So I think the way he's seeing right now is like, he wants to be able to burst a hero within the Orchid as much as possible. And Witchblade's just a good item on Storm. I don't know if it's the best possible item, I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's acceptable.
Needs to be a bit careful right now as they are smoked up on the side of G2 IG, and if they get any vision of him, he's the person they would love to chase. But Team Bright, they have backed off adequately from G2 IG side of the map. Dire Scan is going to connect onto TK Lion, and I think he's probably dead here. And he's really desperately just trying to get the gold for the Blink Dagger, so it would be a travesty if he did end up falling. You're not going to notice JT, who's still smoked up for a little while longer. TK, oh no, TK, Saz my G. Well, on the bright side here, he did bait out a Rolling Thunder and a BKB charge from JT, so it's not great, but it's not the worst thing in the world either.
Yeah, I mean, from his perspective, honestly, I wouldn't be too sad. Like, your game is already pretty bad. Like, what's one more death? And he's at 1,700 gold, so he'll get that income. He's slowly gonna get there. He hasn't got a tier 2 neutral item yet, so maybe if he gets one of those, he can get a, you know, maybe a nice little stone to give him some money or something like that.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That would be so nice. TK would be, I'm sure he's praying right now for a Philly stone. Like, please, bro. Come on, David. Do the right thing.
I mean, this safety bubble is too good. I think this is the next neutral item to get nerfed. Does way too much. 5 health regen is like an absurd amount, and then 100 HP barrier is just like so nice. And it's obviously not gonna save him anymore at this point. Not sure why he doesn't have a tier 2 neutral item. Do they just not have enough of them, or did they get jacked, or what? No, it's just available, and Lion just hasn't clicked it from the stash yet.
Oh well, they might need to do something special because he needs to show up middle to help out Ulu, who is in a little bit of danger here. The Chrono is going to come out from Monet. They really want this Medusa kit, and it looks like they are going to find it. No way out for Ulu. Going to get himself burnt out, and JT is the one that grabs the kill. Rolling Thunder comes in from NTS, able to catch out TK on the high ground. He was so close, but he's still going to be stuck on 1,700 gold here. NTS also for good measure finishing off Red Panda. So Blink Dagger delayed even further. Ulu's progression towards having Butterfly gonna get stalled up. And IG just showing themselves to be the superior force on the map as they take yet again another fight and make it look easy.
Bro, can TK just take the tier 2 neutral item in the base? Like, just take it. Maybe it's a Philly Stone. He just forgot. Oh. You know, everyone's been there, right? Like, you just forget to upgrade your neutral item, but I feel like this one is so good. Like, there's so many good options in tier 2, so there has to be something better than safety bubble. There just has to be.
Yeah. In the way the game is going right now, safety bubble hasn't necessarily been giving him any real safety at all, right?
It really isn't. I think 100 shield on a line isn't really anything. You know? Whether he has 1100 or 1200 HP, that's not going to make a difference. Alright, whatever. I'll stop harping on that. He'll figure it out eventually. But more importantly, he's getting closer to that dagger. I mean, Ulu does have his butterfly online. Chrono is down. So those are some cool things going for you. And I think you're going to have to use this timing. This is your butterfly Medusa timing. This is the timing of old, which made this hero incredibly good. This is where you're supposed to get Aegises, run down lanes. Of course, the enemy team has the Aegis right now, which isn't great. But I think you're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. And just run down the lanes without the Aegis. Because this net worth is getting ugly. And you're going to have to play around this Chrono as much as you possibly can.
Butterfly Effect jumped high ground to find NTS. He does have an Aegis indeed, but they do not have the Chronosphere. Doom is about to come back though. JT finds TK with the stun, but Irving even better with his own Ravage stun. They're able to burst down NTS. Monet shows up to the fray as the Supernova bursts out onto 3 heroes from X-Nova. Irving getting burnt down by the Sun Ray and lashed into by the Impetus shot of Baboka. He will go down. Butterfly Effect has enough mana to zip away here. And we are 5 seconds away from having access to the Chronosphere. Not going to be necessary though. It's Baboka able to get the damage out onto TK, getting him down and it's a double kill. It is a painful fight for Team Bright to end up losing out on 2 of these heroes, but it's equivalent in gold exchange. They took away an Aegis and they demonstrate that under the right conditions, they can still team fight here if they can find a window in the ultimate timings of IG. Sadly for them though, look at JT. They were waiting. They just observer ward here right next to the tier 2. No, you cannot.
Okay.
Oh, they changed it, remember. You can't do it.
Oh, that's right. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Can't be done.
Alright, well, he's dead.
So. Yep. Dude, who planted this ward? It was X-Nova. What a god. This is observer ward right here, right next to the Wisdom Rune and the tier 2 tower. Scouted out the storm, gave JT the heads up, allowed him to ensure they get the kill.
Quite good as well, and that was a fight where they didn't have to use Chrono at all. And it makes you wonder, right? I know you need to do something because you're losing the game, but they made a play when Aegis had 45 seconds left. Because like that initiation was great, right? They ended up killing the Pango, but they had to do it twice, which means they used everything and some so they could kill that Pango. And then once you kill the Pango twice, you have no spells left. You have no mana on your Storm, you have no Ravage, you have no Finger, you have no Stone Gaze. Use all of that for that double kill. If maybe they waited just 45 seconds, they would have killed the Pango. They would have another round of spells. Maybe they could fight again. It just makes you wonder if like they'd be a little more patient on what this game could look like.
You know, the way you were rattling off that list, I thought you were going to be like, you got no Riz, you got no money. Oh, well, that's Butterfly Effect who has, you've got no life, no Butterfly Effect. They just kill him so easily. Like,
how does he die?
Kind of missed that type of situation.
No Chrono was used, no Doom was used. I guess he just really wonder. That was enough, I suppose.
I mean, this Pango has a Thatcher right now, right? So, Rolling Thunder, Swashbuckles, all these things together. They almost caught Irving, but he's able to TP out to safety in that situation.
Alright.
Oh, well. Alright, let's think about some positives, right, for Team Bright. Ulu does have
Monet doesn't have MKB yet.
Yeah, Monet doesn't have MKB. He's not going to buy MKB because he's going for Disperser first. And then he's going to come back. Or he's going Diffusal, then he'll come back for the MKB and then finish off the full Disperser. Okay, so that's going to be the progression for him.
Okay, well, let's see other pause. Lion has a blink. Shadow Demon has a blink, so they got the reposition. Tide has a Hex. That's a big positive. Tide Hex could be that item that they need to lock down either Pango or... Yeah, they could lock down the Pango, or they could go ahead and just lock down the Faceless Void with that Hex into Ravage. And that's what they're going to do. They're going to just smoke up right away. The Hex is available on the Tide. He'll probably lead the charge here. With TK, those two should go first. And I think Butterfly Effect should honestly just try and kill this Phoenix in the backline.
Yeah.
If you get Sunray off, this might be really difficult.
They also just got the BKB out on Ulu with this Medusa, so that might help out a bit. G2IG though, they also smoke up themselves. JT, the smoke will pop. They know something's happening. JT went in for the initiation, but he doesn't get it off. Sadly though, they find the Doom onto Irving, who will not have a Ravage. NTS breaks up the fight a little bit on the left-hand side with this Rolling Thunder, but Ulu's already committed to full ultimate, so Monet can go right on top of him with the newly bought Diffusal Blade and absolutely demolish him. Who the hell needs MK beef here? He's just down for the count. They managed to take down Irving. Both supports are dead. Only Butterfly Effect survives this engagement. And honestly, I do not think that Team Bright overall will survive it either. Because here comes IG looking for their first lane of Rax. The only thing that might dissuade them is maybe when the Tide comes back, he still has Ravage. But even if he gets a 5-hero Ravage, do they even have enough damage to kill any of these core heroes anymore?
I mean, that fight was an absolute disaster, and I think the main reason for that was JT played that fight like an absolute boss. And is he also gonna boss up and kill a Storm Spirit here?
No, dude,
Seal it.
JT.
Oh no!
Is he gonna get him? Yeah, he's got him. Inferno
He's gonna
Blade.
swag
Cool
and
guys
run
don't
away.
even look at explosions. What a boss, dude.
I mean,
This
that last
is, you know what
team
this
fight,
is?
he just jumped in, right? He BKB'd, blinked in, doomed the Tide. Lion got caught as well, and then Lion and Tide, they're supposed to get the initiation, but JT saw the smoke pop, right? And he just blindly jumps into him, knowing with BKB, he's like invulnerable, gets the perfect doom, allows his team to get into the fight there. JT just destroyed that fight single-handedly.
Honestly, JT's actually just had a very good day at the office. Even that first game that they lost, he was owning on the Primal Beast. He was the only one doing really, really well on his team. Game 2, of course, he was playing that Mars, but that crazy fast timing, fastest ever this patch, on the Vladimir's offering on his Mars. And now here he is. Oh, I checked actually, Shiva's timing was 6th fastest whole patch across all heroes.
Okay.
What a god.
He is having quite the series. I would definitely agree with that. He's looking like the star player for me for this G2IG team.
No, it's sometimes I forget how good JT actually is. Because even back when he was on that IG team that was doing really well, they were winning, it feels like they decline. Most people will point to, well, you know, Emo started having more questionable performances. Fly wasn't always able to carry games. But, you know, those things were always true, even when the team was really good. I think it was the consistency of JT. Once that started to drop off, suddenly the whole team fell into disrepute and disrepair. But on his day, when he's playing like this, makes life easy for everybody involved in the squad.
Certainly does. And they're just going to take the enemy Tormentor because they do have a nice little Aegis in hand. And if they want to, they could just wait for Refresher to be up. In fact, they could just wait for as long as they want and just keep building this gold lead, or until they can get a pick off on the map, because at some point you do have to leave your base if you are on the side of Team Bright, if you want to not just get behind 1 million gold. But
The Refresher is now up, so they're gonna
they don't
smoke.
have to leave. All right, what are we gonna do? What's the play here?
Guess who's bottom? It's Butterfly Effect. Oh no, guess who's leading the charge? It's JT. Butterfly Effect doesn't
He has
have
no
his
mana.
Lincoln finished just yet. He has no mana. Oh, they didn't find him though. He went to literally the one place where he was going to be safe. They were waiting for him
What a
inside
hex.
the base. But JT feels like he outplayed, and now mid lane, they're going in for a fight right now. They found the Chrono. It only brings down TK, but Red Panda also going to find himself dying very, very early on. Ulu with his BKB active, putting in the right click damage onto the Faceless Void. Monet will die, losing his first life. With the Doom out from JT, they will prevent Irving being able to follow up with the Ravage. So Monet forced away from the fray for now. And this also bought enough time for them to finish off the full Lincoln Sphere for Butterfly Effect. He can no longer be jumped and doomed instantly. That'll make life so much easier for him. And with 2 buybacks, that dissuades IG from going forward, but it also means that if either of these supports die again, the game might just end immediately.
I mean, that was almost best case scenario for Bright as well. Like, they get the Hex off on Monet somehow while being chronoed. I'm not sure how that one worked out. Like, the timing of the Hex was like right after the chrono went off. So he doesn't get to right-click the Medusa. But I think more than anything, IG they dove a little bit too deep there. They really wanted to find something that smoke. I like the idea. This is a play that a lot of pro teams will do, is you'll take a lane at barracks, right? And then you'll smoke to that lane that you already took, because they have to farm it, right? Because the lane's pushing in, and then you kill heroes that show up there. But they didn't really get the perfect pick off there, so they went a little bit too deep, and we're gonna have retaliation here.
Looking for a jump, and they get the Hex out onto this Enchantress, but they can't plot the fight on their own terms just yet. They'll need to retreat away from this high ground, but look, it's Ulu that's isolated. They kill off the Shadow Demon. TK is dying as well.
Oh, he bashed him!
He can't TP out. Got bashed in the swashbuckle by NTS. Ulu is definitely gonna die here.
That is so sad.
Oh my goodness. This is the worst case scenario. Will go down. There's 2 dispersers around him. Irving will come in with the Ravage. It catches on the 3, but it's too damn late. And now he's gonna get doomed for his efforts as well. Trying to TP out, but my friend, there's multiple sources of bash, multiple sources of damage, and multiple ways of bringing the pain. Team Bright see no way back, so they throw in the towel. GG, well played is called. And G2IG book a date with LGD in the lower bracket final. The dream of DreamLeague is still alive, and they end the streak from Team Bright. No more upsets here. Once they got back into gear, IG show us why they're considered a tier 1 team.
Yeah, they just outplayed them on the map. I think it's simple to say this game was just like clearly an out skill. I feel like G2IG, they made a lot of moves on this map that were good. You have to really look at how this game progressed too. They were losing all 3 lanes here. Tide was free farming, Medusa was free farming, Storm was crushing mid lane, but that one move that they made into the bot lane where nothing to say ends up killing Red Panda, forces Ulu into a position where he just died recently, right, to JT and Boboka, who killed him because Red Panda went back a little bit, which was the first mistake. But then they kill him a second time. Then after that, JT just snowballs out of this game. Monet, of course, a lot of his small macro plays have been really good, getting the first blood, TPing mid, killing the Storm. They made something. This is like a masterclass of like how you need to play the game when you're losing. You can't just sit back and go farm. I could have seen a lot of other players like this Pango just, oh, my lane's not good, I'm just gonna go backwards and farm neutrals. Then nothing would have happened on this map, right? Instead, we're just going to move forward on the map. We're losing the game. We're going to show up with numbers, hope something happens. And they did that really well this game. They just took a game that was pretty difficult from the laning stage and turned it into some nice macro plays on the map and just came back in a game, which they probably had no business getting a lot of these kills. But if you don't make the moves, nothing will happen.
Honestly, you're right. No business getting these kills. It's sort of like, you know, people talk about how you create your own luck. And there were so many circumstances where it felt like, listen, we were very lucky for this to have happened to us. You know, we're very lucky to get the double uphill misses. We're very lucky that we survive on like 30 HP on a Pango just before a roll, setting up for a Chronosphere. We're very lucky that JT, the one person he finds, is the Tide Hunter for this Doom. But you'll never get lucky if you're not like forcing the issue, pushing the envelope, getting yourself into those positions. So shout out to G2IG. This is one of those wins I think that's going to help them a lot going up against LGD, because this you'll feel good about this win, right? This wasn't a cookie cutter. The game just played itself. We actually had to do things to outskill the opponent. We did them. We won. Now you're going to be going very confidently into that lower bracket final. Probably at this point feeling like that slot already belongs to you. You just have to go through one final hurdle to get there.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how this matchup is going to bring as well, because looking at their only real loss so far in this tournament has been to Azure, who seems to be like the strongest team by far. So we'll see how they do versus LGD. I think it should be a pretty competitive series.
You know, by law of transitive properties, this should be an easy series for them, because when they lost to Azure, both games were really long. 55 minutes game 1 and 96 minutes for game 2. But when Azure played against LGD, they stomped them. It wasn't even close. Like, even though they got outdrafted out like game 2, Azure stomped them. So feels like right now, if I'm G2IG, I'm feeling confident, I'm feeling strong. That being said, many times in the past have teams felt confident in China going up against LGD only to fall short at the final step. So they can't necessarily take anything for granted. They need to make sure that they're in the best mental place as humanly possible. Fortunately for them, they will have a little bit of time to prepare. About an hour long, I believe, is going to be the break in between this and the final. So they're going to go and breathe. They're going to go relax. That also gives all of you at home a chance to go relax, get a cup of tea. I don't know what time zone all of y'all are in, but if you need some breakfast, get some breakfast. You need some dinner, get some dinner. If you have need a midnight snack, it is what it is. Maybe play one game of Dota, not a long one, just a quick one. And then join us here for the lower bracket final between G2IG and LGD Gaming to determine who goes to DreamLeague to represent China as a second team and who will feel that their day has been well spent by winning yet another game of Dota. We'll see you shortly to continue the action here for the qualifiers.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. Say it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine. It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mind draws a blank.
The time has come, one and all. We are here in the lower bracket final, the final BO3 for the closed qualifiers of the China region. After this, we will know for sure who will be joining Azure Ray in Dream League 22 as a representative from the Chinese region. To find out is, of course, myself, Snare. I've got the man, the legend, Fear of Darkness, TI winner. Fear, bro. LGD versus IG. It feels like a far cry from the days when this would be a match that would be like top 3 at a major. Right now, we have to like reckon with this just as a qualification matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good match nonetheless. You've got a lot of huge names from the region, right, competing, and I think just overall, like, we just need to see some tightening up. And I did see on, G2 IG in their last series, they really tightened up in that game number 3. They looked really good. I guess game number 2 as well. Sure, maybe a little bit sloppy in game number 1, but like that looked like a team that like all the nuts have been screwed in. They're a well-oiled machine, and they're looking good going into this series. And LGD, I think they were sitting there, they were watching that series being played out, and they have to be probably a little bit scared after watching that performance. There's very few mistakes that happened in the last 2 games that they played on G2 IG.
What do you actually make of it in terms of who actually has the advantage coming into this? Because on the one hand, we have G2IG who, like you said, they leveled up throughout their series. They're fully warmed up. They're very well lubricated at this point. But on the other hand, LGD, they got to just sit back and watch. But they also have one of the more stable coaches, one of the more relaxed minds in terms of making sure the temperature of the occasion is brought down. So who do you think is going to be benefiting from this? Like the lower bracket merchants, or is it one of those where you get the advantage of seeing what your opponent has been doing?
So I think the advantage is going to be the team that just came off a win, because if you look at what happened in the upper bracket, right, Azure Ray kind of just cleaned up both these squads, LGD and G2IG, pretty easily. Well, maybe not so much G2IG, but like going into this, like we don't know which of these squads is going to be better, LGD or G2IG on paper, because they haven't really played yet. However, I will say the momentum of winning a best of 3, it means you're all warmed up, right? Where LGD, yeah, you got a little bit of tape to watch here, but I think experience is going to be more important when it comes to these type of matches where pretty much everything is on the line.
I mean, of course you're going to say that. You know, the lower bracket merchants, I've seen these runs before. Okay, I know. Hashtag no bias. He's not using his own experience for this answer.
Oh, no. No, I mean, it does feel pretty bad going to the lower bracket from the upper bracket in that next game, because like you just lose, right? Especially if it's a bad loss, you're just like, man, are we good? I don't even know anymore. And you need that one win in the lower bracket to get that confidence back. But if you don't get that confidence back by getting that first win, like that upper bracket loss, it can haunt you. And we've seen a lot of teams where they'll lose in the upper bracket and they'll drop to lower and they'll just get destroyed in the lower directly after, because they don't find that one piece that's missing, or they kind of fall apart because they had that really bad loss.
I mean, facts. When I used to still play fighting games, it was always much harder to recover. Like, you get dumpstered upper bracket, you go down, it's over. At least if you start lower bracket, you're already like, okay, it's fine. Back's against the wall to begin with. I'm kind of trash. I need to prove myself. It's okay. But LGD, I think it probably doesn't help them as well that, you know, G2IG, newly formed team, a lot of these people haven't played together before. A lot of them are coming from rosters that they've been in for like 3-4 years at that point. So they have that new spirit, that new flame underneath them. But for LGD, not only is it like there's new members in the team, they just come off of a very successful TI, right? When you're at TI, you're doing that well, you're representing the region to that extent. You know, getting top 3, you're like, oh, this is great. Very different situation where you're now losing qualifier games, right? Then you can really get into your own head. Did we make the right decisions in our shuffle? Maybe we should have kept some of the prime members of the team. So there's a lot of stress on their shoulders. And of course, you know, knowing that if you're winning, Zhao is pretty cool. If you're losing, you know, look behind you and you'll see his face and you'll be like, oh no, oh boys, we messed it up.
I mean, I do wonder what the dynamic between Emo and Zhao 8 is, to be honest with you. It's like, Emo's such like a loose cannon from what I've seen, and Zhao 8, like, he wants everything to be done like by the book, right? In his way. And like, how, my biggest question for this LGD roster for me, will Zhao 8 be able to put Emo on a leash? Because I feel like that's what Emo needs, right? He needs to be tamed a little bit. He's a bit of a beast. And Zhao 8, he could be the guy to do it. We'll have to see. And I think this LGD roster is going to need some time before we see its true potential. I think a lot of that will be finding how you can just make Emo work the best for the squad.
We're going to be finding out what Jawed has been cooking up with Emo. What kind of collar has he put around his neck? As Emo will be taking on his former side of IG. Whilst nothing to say, he takes on his former side of LGD. I love that the mid laners are from the respective rosters. Gonna be a fun game no matter what as we enter into our first game of the final series of these Season 22 qualifiers in China. Let's get into it. LGD, Radiant side with second pick. IG will be playing first pick on the Dire. I'm not sure if we're going to have Magnus as highly prioritized as he was in the prior series. Probably going to see a little bit more priority on heroes like Luna, the Bat Rider. Oh, but there it is. Never mind. There's the Magnus, too strong, man. Both teams played very well. I think new, especially on LGD, even amongst other Magnus players, this guy is pretty cracked. But he's just cracked in the offlane in general, so they might just give him a Centaur and call it a day.
Yeah, and Enigma band. I know this hero's been trending a bit, but I haven't had enough time to really investigate because this hero was really bad for the longest time. So interesting to see it get first phase banned. This is not something I've seen a ton of. Same with the Marcy.
Marcy?
Yeah, Marcy first phase ban, but no surprise here with the Phoenix. This is a hero that, for the China region specifically, they've been loving this hero for a very long time. Gives you a great team fight, and I think that's something that whenever I think of China Dota, I always think good team fight, and Phoenix is one of those heroes that is a master at that.
5 seconds
I mean, for years and years and years, it was position 5 Phoenix, position 4 Rubik, or position 4 Rubik or Lion. Every single game, what would happen in China. So very well versed on how to utilize this hero. LGD will not be surprised whatsoever to see this. So they probably respond with, we've got Venge that's still in the pool. They can try get the Emo Storm Spirit. It's, we've seen Emo wins tournaments of him just getting first pick Storm every single game. People give Balba some shit and be like, hey, why are you always making Abed play Storm? You have to remember where he got it from. He lost an entire series because of first pick Storm, so he knows what's up. I'm still very curious about this Marcy badge. This is a hero I even sort of forgot existed.
Yeah, it is the hero that is good versus Phoenix, though, so I can understand that part. And I do know Shiro, he loves playing different carry heroes, right? I remember him at TI, he was the first one that I saw pull out the carry Dark Willow, and he played, only player playing Clinks as well. He has a little bit of a different hero pool than most of the other carry players, so I think they could run this Marcy as a flex, and it's just something that they're a little worried about. And of course, the Unleash is very good versus the Egg. It's something that gets overlooked a little bit. Sometimes you normally think about Snapfire, right? Or maybe some Mirana that can kill the Egg, but Marcy's Unleash kills the Egg very quickly too. So maybe it's just a hero that they like a little bit that's also good versus the Phoenix.
Could see them maybe go for some Snapfire at some point. Go for the Silencer instead. Okay, I mean, this is an Innocence classic. He's been playing Silencer for a very, very long time. Silencer was part of the repertoire of his TI winning run all the way back in 2016. So it will be intriguing to see how they utilize the hero. And for the longest time, Silencer is one of the better heroes against the Phoenix. You can actually kill Phoenix before it gets off the Egg. It sucks to Icarus dive against Silencer. You just feel super, super bad. And it's a cover and protection for the Ember Spirit, right? You pop the Global Silence, provided there's no additional silences on top of the Ember, he can always Remnant away. But we generally don't see this hero right now. What do you think it is about the contemporary meta that doesn't allow for Silencer to feel like a premier pick?
I think the biggest issue with Silencer right now is that he doesn't do any damage, and his save is very conditional on a lot of things, right? It's not like a Venge swap that secures someone to survive. The global's good until they have Manta, which is a very popular item, until they have a BKB, also a very popular item. Disperser, also a very popular item. There's just a lot of things that can get rid of global silence. And as far as the damage department goes, Silencer's very low on damage. Crowd control doesn't have a single stun. So this hero doesn't have a lot of things going for it, but the global is it's one thing that it does have for him, but you have to use it so well to the point where your Silencer player has to know exactly when to press this global, and you can't mess up the first couple globals. I think it's super important. Otherwise, you're just walking around and left for dead because you have no mobility, you have no stuns, you're very easy to kill.
We'll see how LGD are going to plug some of those gaps here. We haven't seen what it's going to be laning with just yet. As IG in the second phase went for this DK, getting a decent matchup against the Ember Spirit. They get this Enchantress right now. So we're going to be having a 4-position Phoenix, it seems like, with X-Nova taking up the Ench, or the other way around, right? Baboka played the Enchantress last game while X-Nova played the Phoenix. Either way, strong lanes, lots of healing. Wait a second, isn't this the exact same draft so far from G2IG as they played in Game 3 against Team Bright?
I don't know if they had an Ench, did they?
They did, yeah. They had Ench, Phoenix, DK. Oh, no, Game 2, sorry. Game 2, yeah, Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember what... They definitely didn't have an Ench Game 2, so there's a little bit of a difference. Or am I tripping? I'm not entirely sure. You can look that one up, but for now, like, this is a really good matchup in the mid lane, the Ember versus the DK. We talked about before, nothing to say. We want to see him have a good lane matchup, and historically, this DK has been a hero that bullies Ember Spirit in the mid lane. I always see DK come really far ahead in this matchup, and I don't think enough has changed for that to be any different in this game. Should be another great laning stage for the Dragon Knight. And the Lion, I think that hero is just going to cover up the weaknesses that Silencer has with no stun. You don't have the ability to do stun, so you pick a hero that has a lot of stuns. They cover each other quite nicely.
And right now, the combination of a Spirit Hero plus Lion, very, very popular for a very good reason. It'll help a lot against the Enchantress as well. Not have to worry about the Untouchable. Brewmaster, I believe that's going to be our first one of the day. It was banned out in the previous series. In Game 1, G2IG banned it out against Team Bright. Brewmaster, I've actually seen that much Brewmaster lately. So I'm not too sure what to make of the hero overall, but gives them some team fight. They are going to be... During their time on the map when they have their ultimates online, LGD feel like they are very, very strong. But that being said, here's a Manta buyer. Here's somebody that's also not that easy to kill. So now you're in this catch-22 as the Lion. Who do you actually prioritize bursting down before they get their escape ability on?
Yeah, I mean, Faceless Void is just a really popular hero in the meta right now, just because of how he scales. Really good with the Phoenix as well. You're securing your team fight, because you did pick DK already and Ench, which are pretty single target. Add a Chrono in there for the Phoenix, you'll get these eggs off almost every single time. They don't have a single hero right now that can kill this egg, which is a little problematic if you look at the team fights here. But overall, it's not a free Faceless Void game either. Like, you are playing versus a Global Silence, you are playing versus Chains. Lion obviously has great lockdown for the Faceless Void. So G2IG just picking this hero knowing that it's just a strong meta hero. Like, probably the strongest carry of the patch right now. And they're just going to go with it, even though it might be a little difficult. There's a lot of stuff to stop them. But if you can get Chronos off with the Phoenix, they could win a lot of team fights off of that. So I don't mind that pick. It's definitely more of like, we're going to make sure our lineup's well-rounded instead of we're just going to hard counter what you have.
So with the exception of the DK, because it was Doom that they had in Game 3, this is literally the same draft that G2IG... Well, it was Pango, sorry, because they still needed an offlaner. So they could still pick Doom. And, Doom, Doom into Ember Spirit... Aww, okay, Sag, first ban. Damn it.
Ban. I mean, Doom is too good right now. There's no way that hero's making it to the last pick.
Dire team ban.
Yeah, that's true.
I already dubbed that hero as the best of the patch for offlane.
So since he's not available, who else is really good that could suit IG's lineup right now? Because what do they need? They ideally want somebody else who can help them start fights.
10 seconds
You want somebody who's going to be able to lane well into a blind lane, silencer +1. So what do you think fits the bill right at the moment?
Yeah, Baboka does play this Enchantress, so he does have quite a few options. Is Centaur in the pool? I wouldn't mind seeing a Centaur. I think that's a pretty stable here. That hero gets pretty farmed, scales. You definitely want to play one of the melee guys if you can, because you're going to be playing blind matchup. I don't think picking a ranged into a blind matchup is generally a great idea, unless that is like a Death Prophet or something. I would like to see... I mean, people aren't playing it right now, but I would actually like to see... Oh, they banned Lycan. Dang. I was going to say, this is such a good Lycan game. You're playing versus Lion, you're playing versus Silencer, but, LGD too smart. Xiaowei smelled that coming from a mile away. I mean, on the other side of the coin, even a Beastmaster wouldn't be so bad. Like, these heroes like Lion and Silencer, they hate playing versus the Zoo. It is very, very difficult, so... that is something that I would consider. And they even banned Naga and Meepo. It might be a Beastmaster, actually.
Well, I think I would love to see Beastmaster. It's a Vlad's buyer as well, so that feels pretty good. Yeah, more push potential in tandem with this DK. Hell, they already have DK Enchantress. If you add a Beastmaster to the mix, this game could actually end in like 25 minutes. So G2IG would not mind them going in that direction.
Centaur's the other
I'm also
option,
glad they
because-
banned Meepo. Yeah, Centaur's fine. Centaur's cool. Baden.
Baden? Okay, that one's actually really good. That's a hero that I know is meta, but I kind of forgot about. But yeah, you're playing for Silencer, so you can just dispel the Arcane Curse pretty easily. You can remove Lion Stuns, you remove Chains. There's actually a lot of stuff you're going to remove in this game, so this is going to make the Void feel pretty unkillable. Another Vladspire, of course. Take your pick. You're either getting a Shivas or a Vladspire. I think a Baden would rather go down that Vlad's route. And
It's also a surprisingly annoying matchup sometimes for Brewmaster if you get silenced at all. And you're just like, well, now I just gotta be chilling, hating life. I like it though.
Yeah.
Morphling at the end of the draft. In a game where looking at G2IG's lineup, they actually do not have that much burst themselves. They don't have the easiest saves to keep the Morphling alive no matter what, but if he is able to replicate even a fraction of the performance we saw from Monet, he should always be able to, not always, but for the most part, be able to get off the shift, stay alive in the middle of these fights. Okay, alright, this is a fun game. What do you think here? Last pick overall on the Morphling. Is this the kind of game that Shiro can carry LGD to victory?
It's definitely possible. I do like the Morph pick, though. I think it's really good, but I think there's a problem with the first 4 heroes, so for LGD. Like, I don't think there's like some Shiro hero that would just like carry them through it. I just feel like this DK Phoenix Enchantress have such a high potential with the Baden to run around the map and just not only be unkillable, but kill everything, especially buildings. And it's going to come a lot down to, will New's first ultimate usage or first couple ultimate usage yield something? And Silencer and Lion supports are heroes that they can't play from behind very well. Lion can play behind better than Silencer, but... And then, of course, I don't think Emo can win mid lane. So this is like my concern. We saw the last game where DK owned, and then you collapse on mid. There's no better heroes to collapse on mid than Phoenix and Enchantress. And I feel like Silencer does not respond to that well. Neither does the Lion. So... yeah, all eyes for me are going to be this mid lane. Like, does Nothing to Say have the same performance that he did in game number 2 in the laning stage? And does that snowball the entire game? I'm afraid it might, but we'll see what they can do. So if that does happen, I feel like the side lanes are relevant. It's really going to be about the mid lane. But if that doesn't happen, Emo can survive. Yeah, this Morph can definitely potentially carry the game. You got a lot of slows and a lot of lockdown to end up killing this Void. But then again, you've got some saves as well with, like, the Baden. It's a well-balanced lineup from both squads, but I must say I like G2IG's just a little bit more.
I'm high-key terrified of the moment when the first rotation comes middle, like from the Enchantress, around the time that DK is 6. You know, normally DK hits 6, you pressure the tower, get like a third, maybe half the HP if you're feeling very lucky. In this game, you know, you have the Enchantress, but like you mentioned, they're so bad at responding from LGD. I feel like the first DK ult might actually result in the tower just being taken heads up. And then from that point, the map is so easy to play. I mean, you'll be able to leave the Void and the Abaddon to their own devices while the supports come middle. So I'm very scared. I'm with you that the mid lane is probably going to be the site of the greatest interest. That's where LGD has to focus the most, because if not, yeah. NCS is going to just drive them to victory without too much difficulty here.
Yeah, it's just... this G2IG lineup is very snowbally, right? If you get off to a good start, Ench is running at your buildings with the Vlads on the Baden, DK has an early Blink Dagger. It feels like one of those games where if everything goes right for IG, they end up going mid, that level 6 rotation, kill Emo before he's 6, get the tower. It feels like one of those games where Monet won't have to do much to win this one. So if you're LGD rather, you're definitely wanting to prevent this movement. This is going to be the key of this game.
30 seconds to battle.
We're going to see if they have the keys to the kingdom necessary to get themselves out of trouble as we get into this very important game. Remember, everybody, this is it. No more second chances, no more second tries. If you lose here, you're washed, you're done. Better luck next time, better luck next Dream League. And the further and further you are from getting qualified for these events, the fewer EPT points you accrue. And, you know, since TI winnings aren't as gargantuan as they used to, if you ate all the money, weighed out like a bandit, now it's all about that reward money. So, kind of be a millionaire, ESL's where it's at.
I think that was OG who took all the TI money, not me.
I mean, you went back-to-back. You won TI, then came third. That's a really decent scratch, huh?
Yeah, that wasn't bad. Still not as good as OG, though.
That's true. That's true. Confirmed. OG better than EG, guaranteed.
Guaranteed. No spice there.
Here's the matchup. Even with recent times, the changes to the Flame God.
What the hell happened to his
This
tower?
is okay.
They graffitied the tower in the mid lane.
Oh, that's actually
vandalism.
dope. That's so cool, actually.
How long does that stay there for? But, all right, it's a little cool, but it's also I'd be a little tilted. I don't know why though.
So far, not tilting just yet. Is neither MCS nor Emo. Everyone's chilling. Down bottom, Shiro should have a fairly fine time here against JT. I mean, the two supports are just going to keep bullying each other. Then these two heroes are just going to farm the lane. Neither of them can really affect each other, it feels like, right? You just have to watch the other person farm and hope that you out-deny them.
Yep. That's mainly how these side lanes are going to go in general. I think Baboka can be the X factor. When he gets level 3, he'll probably get that second point to enchant, and then that's when Silencer's life will get much more difficult. But I don't think they can really just mess with the Morphling at all with this lane. He's going to just farm just fine. It's going to be more about like the rotations and will there be a +1 that can come down and deal with Shiro. But other than that, I think he'll just be free farming. And on the top lane here too, it'll be a similar situation. Maybe they can end up getting a kill on the Phoenix if he misuses the dive or something, but both these heroes have ways to like kind of get away from the Brewmaster, and they don't have a lot of threat either to end up killing Brew.
See some Rats going out onto X Nova right now, but as you mentioned, no real threat, and LGD heroes are also aware of this, so don't even bother trying to apply more pressure onto X Nova. Mid lane, NTS right now, he's gonna get soon to the point where he starts really pulling ahead in this matchup, but you know, Emo doing as much as he can while he can. He knows that his time is limited for his actual impact in this lane, so while he has an opportunity, trying to harass NTS as much as humanly possible.
Well, that has expired now because he's level 3 on DK. So there, no more harass will be coming out unless there's a rotation. But it's all about CSing, and honestly, Emo's doing a pretty good job at just making sure he's not getting denied super hard. I've been, yeah, I'm pretty impressed at how he's dealing with the lane so far. And that's all it is. It's just damage control for him.
He's playing with that new Flame Guard, baby. It's good stuff. Getting out all the damage that he needs to. Allowing him to at least keep some degree of pace in the CS department, even though it's going to start getting worse
So
and worse.
ridiculous. Like, you can't kill this Flame Guard anymore. Like, once you get the Mage Slayer, right? Like, you just can't break this Flame Guard. It's almost impossible. So far, all these games I've seen Ember, it's just like, just so obnoxious. It's so obnoxious.
It's still wild to me that this was a first overall pick on the Ember Spirit. Yahweh showing that much faith in Emo's performance that he's like, bro, it's fine. We're probably going to get a really bad matchup, but I trust you to make the most of it.
I've seen it a couple times now where people are just first phasing this Ember, and I must say, more times than not, it's been working. I feel like it shouldn't be working, but with this new Flame Guard, it's just changed how so many of these matchups actually work. And nothing to say it might actually get the double water rune here, which would be absolutely massive.
Oh, no.
Oh yeah, they did. They stole it on Baboka here.
Oh, no.
This is very sad.
Oh. Good luck, buddy. Good luck. Good luck. Gonna start falling further and further behind. For now, the gap in CS is... It's, you know, it's a wave and a half. It's not so bad. The big gap is in denies. 12 denies to 0. So that's why we see NTS a full level ahead of Emo at the moment. It's pretty painful.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I've only been watching this mid matchup because I feel like the other side lanes, nothing's gonna happen. Like literally, nothing is gonna happen of like much value. It's like, yeah, you see they go on Monet, but Monet's just gonna time walk out. Bottom lane as well, like you're not killing this Abaddon, and you're also not killing this Morph. At most, the side lanes, the supports might die. That's it. I don't see a core dying unless they make a grave mistake. And I'm just waiting for that 6-minute mark. What's gonna happen here?
I'm waiting for 6 minutes with level 6. Top lane, PYW, is he gonna get bashed? No, he will not. Monet didn't click his bash button in time, so PYW able to TP out. That does mean that Mew's gonna have to play very carefully in the lane for a little bit, just to make sure he doesn't get caught out and die, but no first blood. He's actually running in forward in the top lane. Mew was playing aggressively into X Nova. That was such a psychotic thing to do, but he has a healing lotus, he has magic wand charges, still feeling very confident in himself with the Storm Panda as well.
Well, that's one. Nothing to say is one deny away from having as many denies as you have CS on emo.
Damn.
And here it is.
He's 4 CS away from doubling you up in CS as well. Nothing to say, has level 6, gets out the stun, but that does mean he's not going to be able to stun out.
And she needs to go mid right now. I'm surprised, but Boka's late to this. I feel like there's nothing more important in this game.
Yeah, I'm with you, especially with the activation of this DK form. Like, this is a tier 1 tower in the making. Instead, they're harassing out a Morphling, which they have very low prospect of actually killing. As he throws out the adaptive strike onto JT, opens up the space. Rare mistake from Boboka with his movement here.
I mean, yeah, he's just gonna load us up here and be completely full HP on Shiro because he's Morphling. I don't know, maybe they feel like they don't need it, but I feel very strongly that if he was mid right now, mid lane would be a complete disaster.
I am with you. Speaking of disasters, something that was not supposed to happen. Whilst this adventure was happening from the Lion toward middle, Mew ends up taking a tumble in the top lane for first blood. At the same time, why you smile? Innocence loses his life down bottom. So not good news for the side of LGD as G2IG get the first blood. And I suppose Baboka, you know, he's going to feel a little bit vindicated sticking around. He's like, yeah, we didn't get a tower, but at least I got this kill. Doesn't feel so bad. Nothing to say, won't yell at me as much now.
Found some purpose. It's okay. They can always go again as well. There is no real well, there will be an expiration on this play, and I think it's going to be around 10-minute mark, where I feel like both offlaners could join and make this a little more difficult, especially with that bruise split. But until that's online, they can pretty much make this play pretty safely. And they're going to do it now. They're just going to come in Baboka. He doesn't have the best creep in the world, but it's not bad either. But Emo, he's level 6 now, so he does have the remnants to play with. He isn't that helpless Ember Spirit anymore that has no mobility. As Baboka will see Emo here.
This is nice. If they could get this creep away from him, that might curtail the possibility of this movement. He does deny it out, but nonetheless, that means that there's no creep right now for this particular play.
Oh, PYW denied the shield rune. Something.
Should still come very, very low. And both supports are here from LGD.
They're level 3 though.
Happening. They popped the glyph. Yeah. The highest in the world. What can they do here? It's almost dead here. PYW reveals himself, comes into the range of this Observer Ward as Emo finds the Searing Chains out onto the DK. They really want to try and find the damage onto Nothing to Say, and they are doing it. New, having shown up as well with the Brewmaster, they really want this kill, and they are going to be able to find it. Monet shows up to look for revenge. He does have the level 6, doesn't choose to pop it just yet. He does now, only able to connect onto the Lion, but they still do find that kill. And we'll see if they can finish off the tier 1 tower while they're at it, but G2IG, they are a little bit slow in the responses here, especially relative to how they were rolling in the previous series here. But they still get the objective that they came for in the end.
Yeah, I really do believe that this is going way better for LGD than it should. They ended up killing Nothing to Say right there. They brought the Void. Sure, used the Chrono and you lost Emo, but getting that kill and Nothing to Say, and honestly, Emo kind of got out of laning stage. Like, he's not doing great right now. He's obviously having a rough one, but it could be way worse for him because Nothing to Say could be snowballing this game incredibly hard. They at least stopped that, and now they're going to make a rotation to Monet here.
Got the Bruce Split at the ready if they want to pop it. Monet finding himself in a lot of trouble. Primal Split will be there. The kill ends up happening, and the first usage of the Primal Split nets them a kill. And given where X Nova is, they might be able to get some pretty decent damage onto the tier 1 tower as well. And G2IG, this is certainly not how they thought the game would be going, given how good their initial start was, but their not inability to connect with these timings on NTS, opening up space for LGD to make something of themselves.
Dire's top tower is under
Yeah, it's pretty good. Big fan of this one. The Brewmaster, he's going to be going to the Vessel as well, which is... I would say it's a really good item this game, but it's really going to be contingent on where Abaddon's down on the map, because he can easily remove that. But if you can manage to isolate the Dragonite, that is definitely going to be a tool that will give you the option of killing him. And nothing to say, he's definitely not having the same type of game as he did earlier, so we'll have to really keep an eye on what is he going to be making happen right now. Does he go for this Blink Dagger? Probably, because I think he needs to, because he has no stuns on his team. But I would say LGD stabilized this laning stage. Sure, they're down 2k gold, but I was afraid this would be way worse.
Shiro is top of the net worth right now, and just quietly farming away. Neo is also caught up in net worth, surpassing the Faceless Void. And Ember's okay. Ember's still down in the dumps, but you know, Ember Spirit, one of those heroes that, you know, with experience, you can still have a pretty reliable impact on the game, even if you lack all the big items. So he's not going to be crying too much about what's going on.
Just a little
Game
bit.
states overall just chill. That's fine.
He's definitely in the dumps, but he's he can still recover a little bit. I think his main objective in this game is going to be to try and kill the supports as much as you can and play with the Brewmaster. I think Brewmaster is going to be key for this game now because, yeah, Emo doesn't have a ton of damage right now to kill heroes. So they're going to need to use these Brew Splits with the Vessel to try and get what they can because Shiro just needs more time. He has his Vlads online, but that's just kind of like a farming item for now. Once he gets towards more of like that Manta, he's willing to show up to fights more frequently. And then from there, any +1 items on that, he'll just be a core of every team fight.
Neo is out here with this Brewmaster. With this Spirit Vessel, does feel like it's also additionally mega value for a game like this. You're playing into the DK, you're playing into Abaddon, you're playing into Enchantress, you're playing into Phoenix. My goodness, this is a great Vessel game for him to have this item. Provided they can connect on these moves though. And it looks like he's thinking about TPing in. He's going bottom. There is a smoke nearby, so him and PY Dub are going to head out on a bit of an adventure. They don't want Baboka. They would prefer to find JT somewhere, but you know, for the sake of the Vessel charges, I guess they'll take what they can get, but they might not get anything. Finally, they come across Baboka. They get the damage out onto him. PYW has the finger if necessary. It's gonna zap him. Start accruing the Finger of Death charges. They pop up the Spirit Vessel yet again, and LGD, successful move coming in from the Brewmaster.
Yeah, it's pretty good here. Blink Dagger is online for nothing to say, but I don't think he has a hero that he can really play with this game. If you look at like their support duo, like Ench doesn't really do that much damage for you, and I think Phoenix needs more levels right now to be able to do much more damage here, but there is a world where they can potentially kill a hero like Silencer. He could die.
Looks like he might just die here. There's nothing to say. Very happy to reveal the Blink Dagger. Jumping in onto Innocence. Nice to know you, buddy. Kill him off. Very, very simple kill. No ultimate required. And, you know, that'll just be them. Just happy to get a little bit of gold on the board. Get him closer to the hand of Midas. Because I think NTS is definitely going to want to scale here so they have an additional source of damage outside of Monet.
They're playing with a Abaddon here, but there's probably 0% chance this hero dies.
The rune of haste.
Emo has a haste rune triggered out. Might think about taking the Twin Gate or TPing down. But he's following Shiro around. They're actually going to go to the north side instead. I think they have vision of Monet. It looks like somebody saw him. They were pinging him out just now.
This is a really
but how do you
hard
reach
kill.
him? Yeah, I don't know how you reach this guy. He is
there's
farming here in this little crevasse, but yeah, there's no way they kill him. He's fine.
Yeah, they don't have a ward there, and there's the Watcher that's gonna scout out Emo, and is gonna scout out PYW. So he is just going to back it up, farming with his Maelstrom, happy as can be. And now it's getting to the point where Emo, I mean, he's not able to catch up on farm here. It's really gonna be the Shiro show for a large majority of this game, and they're gonna mass TP to bottom lane. Looks like they want to fight this.
Okay. Faceless Void is not here right now, so they do not have access to the Chronosphere. It might be a 5v4 affair as Mew pops his ultimate. They're looking towards Nothing to Say as the first target here. He's already not on the highest HP as the Global Silence comes out, prevents the ultimate from the Phoenix. But NTS has not been held in position long enough. He does manage to get himself back. X-Nova, he dies before he can get off the ultimate. But now Monet has shown up to the fray. He's going to want to turn things around. His Mew's ultimate will finish. He gets time dilated as he tries to escape. But Monet doesn't have the stomach to keep chasing here, as they've done a decent enough job taking out the Phoenix. Shiro's presence also makes it very difficult for them to keep going. And LGD, they get a kill, but more importantly here, they stop the push on the tier 2 tower. It fell very low, but they do not allow it to take a full tumble just yet.
I was very surprised Phoenix was not able to get that egg off there. That could have been the difference maker in that fight, but the fact that they brought him down in tow there was pretty much, they're just surviving right now. And the problem is I don't know if that's good enough, but it's better than things being really bad. As Shiro, he might get stunned here, but what odds?
No way he
Yeah,
dies.
he's not gonna die. You don't have stuns,
No
right?
way.
It's only a Dragon Tail, level 1.
The only way is you kill him in that situation is if like JT buys Blink Dagger, jumps in, right, hits him once, and then the Dragon Tail stun comes up, and then you hope for the best that you actually get cursed before the duration finishes. And even then, I'm very, very skeptical if that can actually happen.
Maybe later, when he has Blink and Manta, he'll silence him. But you're gonna want to obviously buy a Manta on Morph, so it's not gonna be easy in any regard. It's a pretty free Morph game unless you get chronoed. But that's like the problem with Faceless Void, right? This hero, I'm quite certain of, can kill any hero in Dota in one chrono if he has a good enough farm. At least any other carry hero. I know there's some offlaners out there that are just like monstrosities that just can't die in a chrono. Like, just imagine a centaur with like heart and double edge stacks. Like, he can't die, but any carry will die to a Void, and this is why Void's so popular. It's like all you have to do is just chrono the enemy carry, and they die at some point in the game. You have to be level 20 on Void, of course, and then you just pretty much are the best carry in the game.
But we're gonna see why you smile. Fortunately, not the best support in the game. The Silencer ends up getting brought down by the DK. But I suppose. Oh wait,
they
what?
found
Emo's
Nothing to
jumping
Say.
in? Are they really gonna look for this? They find Nothing to Say and X-Nova. X-Nova's the first one to die. NTS TP is out though. PYW could not reach him. Doesn't have his Blink Dagger just yet. Support for support, and I suppose you're not too saddened by this as IG. You got to drag a lot of heroes down to make this kill happen, but at the same time, they also forced you to use DK Ultimate to do this, so it's I guess it's a wash for both teams.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I honestly think this is not so bad for LG, because like they're doing well in these fights, right? When their Brewmaster and Ember are like super low net worth, right? So the fact that they're going pretty even and keeping the net worth lead this close, when honestly their cores are really poor except for Morphling. And they're gonna go Nothing to Say here.
Okay, he's been
Can
hit with the
Madden get
Spirit
here in
Vessel,
time?
can't regen
He
up.
can't.
They're gonna get him with the ultimate from the Lion. JT did arrive, but unfortunately the Global Silence arrived even sooner. So no Aphotic Shield from him. Tier 1 tower goes down as well, and LGD, baby. Okay. Definitely got a game on our hands here, Fear. They are really working G2 IG. Looks like the decision making on LGD so far has been superior in this game.
It's been really impressive because if you look at the Brewmaster and Ember net worth, these are the guys that have been making the plays. They're like super poor, both of them, but yet they're still running around the map and killing heroes.
You know, we were talking in the previous series about how Midas isn't often bought, or isn't bought that often in this particular meta, right? This might be the first game this patch, even in my pub, that I've seen 3 Midases in one game, dude. 2 on one team for good measure. My goodness.
Yeah, I mean, I think on DK you just have to buy one. Brewmaster and Invoker, there's just some heroes in Dota that no matter how bad the item is, like you still have to buy.
Radiant's
And I don't
top
think
tower
Midas
is
is
under
bad,
attack.
so to say. It's just there's generally better options now for getting farm. And nothing to
Game is
say
just
again.
different, right?
Radiant's top tower is under
Oh,
attack.
they missed
the
the searing
chains.
chains from Emo. It caught onto the X-Nova Phoenix. Had it caught this Dragon Knight, he's probably dead right now. And at the same time, the rest of IG will come through. They're looking for some quick revenge. PYW will die. And, you know, NCS is in DK form. Do they maybe try and visit the big man? He's coming down right now through the Twin Gate. So they might stick around. Say what's up to him. See if they can snag this Aegis away during the DK ultimate duration. It's about to finish, but they should still have it.
I think if you have a smoke, you can take this fight.
Like LGD agrees.
Uh,
They're gonna pop
Shiro
it, but they
can
smoked
TP.
underwater. Well, right under vision, so they know. IG knows. So the question
this
is,
is
do they
the
feel like
time.
they want to risk this? They are gonna get it.
if they
And
can
they-
take the high ground, they potentially could, but I don't know if they will be able to. Okay, this is insane by Emo.
Dude, Emo, what a player. He had the global silence to help cover him here, though. That's why he felt so brave. He activates his DK form. Emo, jumping to the far side of the fight. He has remnants here, but no safety remnants far away. He needs to be careful as a supernova
This egg is in
finally
a
gets
bad
dropped down
spot.
by X-Nova. But Shiro, him and Emo are able to jump in and destroy it. Monet, though, finds a 2-hero chronosphere. They bring down Emo first. The priority target should be Shiro, but Monet's hitting him alone. The rest of his team is being zoned away by New. So he's not going to win the man fight just yet. New also now forced to run away from the middle of the fight as his Brewmaster form will end. NTS, him and JT are on his ass, and they are gonna get him. One more right click, one more miscoil, and JT able to find himself a double kill in that situation. Only Shiro ends up surviving here as the support also fell in that engagement. I don't know about that jump here. That was the most classic Emo play I've ever seen in my life, dude.
I mean, he went in there and got that party started, that's for sure. And honestly, they did kill the supports right away, but after they get the Aegis like that, I don't think you go in. You just chill, and then maybe retreat to an area where you have vision, because that fight was like completely on the terms of G2IG here, and that didn't work out the way they wanted to. Sure, Shiro still farmed, and I don't know how you get more farmed on these heroes. I guess Emo decided I get boots of travel and I just lip push. So he's going to go ahead and try and do that, but I guess it's going to be a dodge game now for a little bit if you are on LG.
Yeah, he gave away quite a lot of gold there, and you gave Monet his BKB. There's almost a Manta style on this DK, and obviously JT has his own Manta style now as well. So all of these core heroes no longer afraid of being caught with the global silence. And that's a big deal, right? Because for quite some time, it felt like Why You Smile was the bail card. Get out of jail free. He allowed some of these fights to happen at all. Like, imagine there was no global silence, how quickly Emo would have died in that situation.
Yeah. It definitely helped him. And Emo,
Is under attack.
that was close. The Manta was available for JT here and almost gave him the perma silence. And he would have died for sure.
Dude, I love watching Emo Dota so much.
It was a close one. I think the Manta got like stuck in the trees, right? So normally that's like a permanent silence, but like because he spawned it in the trees and Emo's running through the trees, one of the Mantas didn't hit him, so he was able to just get out of there. Won't be so lucky next time. Speaking of Mew, might have to ult to get out of this, but he'd rather just die than use his
Can
ult.
he? He's probably worried that if he ults, he can get chronoed and they kill all the Brewlings anyway. So
Yeah.
might as well save it for a more opportune situation. They're actually gonna smoke up as G2IG.
They're gonna
They're
gate.
heading through the twin gate. Dude, they actually see Emo. These JT illusions. They see him. He's dead. Dude, run.
He has
Emo!
a remnant. He
Emo!
has a remnant.
Emo!
Oh, you can get
Emo!
chrono
He's
here.
dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. They got him. He is super dead.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh well, it happens.
It does, but he already revealed how he wants to play this game, right? He wants boots to travel, so this is not an item you fight with. This is an item where he wants to rat with. But how much ratting are you going to be able to do versus a Batten who's just going to keep hitting your buildings? And PYW, guess he has a blink dagger he can get out for now.
Close. Such a scary game right now. They still have this massive push potential. They can fight now. And because of the presence of this DK with Blink, the Abaddon's not that far from having Blink as well. Once Abaddon has Blink, like these rat plays are even more difficult to pull off, not just for this Ember Spirit, but even heroes like Morphling and the Brewmaster suddenly have to be very circumspect about where they can play on the map.
Gotcha.
Do you remember I said what item makes Silencer feel very hard to play?
BKBs and Mantas?
Yeah. And yeah, we got a Manta on the Batten, Manta on the DK, BKB on the Faceless Void. And oh, Lotus Orb is also good for Silencer, and that's almost done on the Phoenix. So I bet if you're sitting here as a Silencer, you're like, I guarantee you he doesn't want to be in this game anymore. I wouldn't want to be in the game anymore. I mean, he made the right choice. He went Midas. It's like, you know, I'm not going to be a Dota hero if I don't just scale. And Silencer doesn't scale that much. I mean, maybe if you get to Aghanims in level 25 and Last Word Mutes, that's your game impact right there. Play for level 25. But that talent is insane, though. I mean, you get the Aghs, right? And then you just
with
get
Aghs, with Aghs, it's crazy, dude.
So that's what he's playing for now. Plan B.
We're out of Plan A through D. I think this is more worse than Plan B. This is Plan J or K or something. You know.
We'll call it Plan Z. Because I don't know how much later of a timing you can play for us if possible. Level 25 and Axe.
Let's see what they're going to be able to do here as JT and the boys. Busy sieging on the tower down bottom. NTS is actually just going to jump headlong into PYW. They kill him off quite easily. He does have buyback if necessary. The question is, will he be able to pop it whilst this tier 3 tower is still alive? It's G2IG. Not scared at all. They don't have an Aegis even fear, and they still feel fully confident being on the high ground. There's nothing to say. Jumps in with the Dragon Knight form, forcing out Mew to pop his ultimate, but oh my god, nothing to say! Eats so much damage from Shiro, Mew, as well as the Finger of Death. He ends up taking a tumble here. JT on the high ground. You know, why did he go back? I'm not 100% sure, but nonetheless, he will go back directly into his death. A killing spree is ended, and the defense is mounted by LGD. Feels like IG went a little bit too soon on that one, and they get hard punished on the high ground.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of, I guess we can call it nerves, right? Because this is going to determine whether you go to DreamLeague or not, but that was a very sloppy jump by nothing to say. They were confidently sieging that, and he just blinks in to stun a Brewmaster with zero follow-up, right? The Brewmaster is too far back. All you have to do is just keep hitting, and if anyone tries to like walk up and, you know, line mana drain, whatever it might be, silence or arcane curse, that's when you jump and stun them, because now they're within range of your team to jump. But nothing to say just went super deep in that fight and ended up in the middle of nowhere, and he got punished hard by one buyback from the Lion.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
But Shiro's
Delay
farmed.
proceedings quite heavily. Dude, Shiro's huge. He's massive.
Yeah, he's massive.
And man will eventually have access to the Silver Edge. Nobody on the enemy team has much evasion right now, so doesn't need an MKB. Where does he go after he finishes off the Silver Edge? What's the next item for this Morphling?
I mean, normally you see the Conda on Morphling. It makes your Adaptive Strike do crazy damage. I'm a little surprised he's going Silver Edge, because this item, this patch has been severely nerfed because it no longer has a crit component to it. But I suppose versus the Batten, I mean, the Batten can manually press it, and he has a Manta. Same with the... Anyway, looks like a Roshan fight might be happening. No buyback, by the way.
Yeah, it's a straight up dieback on the Lion.
I mean, Roche isn't up for 2.5 minutes, so that's good.
Dire's courier has been killed.
The main question that I have at this point now is, if Shiro gets sufficiently farmed, then they have to just prioritize getting him in the Chronosphere, right? Just play around that. But
yeah,
that could present some difficulties with Mew being able to frontline for him, some distractions happening from the Silencer to force the BKBs, to force the Mantas. Shiro could still outplay G2IG here. Feels like they need to just control the map, see if they can get the subsequent Aegis. But while they're taking a tier 2 in the top lane, Shiro doing the right thing, getting some deep push middle, putting massive pressure on the tier 2 tower. Like, he is playing out of his mind, fam. Like, this is a very impressive performance coming in from him so far.
No, he's playing really well for sure. I'm just wondering if his itemization is going to be good enough. Like, I do like, so far, the Silver Edge is such a question mark for me. This item is like, unless it has a purpose, is so mediocre, this patch. No other way to put it. But there are some really good passives to break. I mean, if you do get on the Void, he can't bash you. That's great. DK, you can break the Abaddon ult if you can manage to silence him and hit him with the Silver Edge and stun him. Ench passive is fine. So the break is pretty good this game, but I think what he's trying to do more than anything is just be elusive in the fights. Just like get good positioning. So maybe I don't dislike it. It's just a question mark for me. And speaking of question marks, who's going to win this fight at the Roche pit? Roche isn't even up for 1 minute. It's a really late spawn, but they don't know that.
They do not indeed. But the fight's going to break out whether or not they are ready. New, he's going to get himself silenced up here. Can they kill him off? Global Silence will be there, buying him space and time. He gets off his ultimate. They got the Silver Edge out, but JT still manages to get off the ultimate. He is alive for now. Where else will this fight go? As they use up JT, everybody's just jumping this way and that. Shiro has stolen away the Faceless Void form to stay alive. But the Brewmaster ultimate is not long before it expires. It now is done, so New is going to be in a whole world of trouble. No more Global Silence to bail him out. Nothing to help him in this situation. And he will end up dead. And guess what? 10 seconds away before Roshan comes in. They're going to ping it out right now. Oh, no. Is it the classic? Is it the classic? No, they know. They're like, it's way too long, y'all. Don't worry about it. Just
almost max timer. And you hate to see it, but it's like, this Void is only going to chrono Shiro, right? There's no one else. If you look at the net worth, look where Ember's at. Look where New is at. The Enchantress is higher net worth than the Brewmaster right now, and he may even surpass the Ember at some point. But Shiro realizes if he shows, he's going to get chronoed, and if he gets chronoed, he's dead. So he doesn't really know how to enter the fight, so it's probably why he went for the Silver Edge. But if he doesn't enter the fight with damage right away, his team has none. They have 0 damage. Silencer's gonna do 0 damage. Lion, he has Finger, which is, you know, like a 725 nuke, which is pretty much nothing at this stage of the game. When you look how tanky some of these heroes are. Abaddon, you know, 2.3k HP. You got 3.5k HP on the Dragonite, 3k on the Faceless Void. Yeah, that little bit of nuke isn't gonna do much. Shiro has to like hit a hero that's locked down for a long duration. And that's just not easy to do.
Not
JT.
at all. I'm trying to think about like what possible way the rest of the crew can like get more involved, because I imagine that New definitely needs like a refresher.
Nothing to say.
JT. Almost they kill PYW. PYW is gonna end up
Emo,
surviving,
though.
but nothing to
Chronoed.
say is inside of a chronosphere. Yep. Emo caught by a bubble, Emo killed off, and there is absolutely no escape for this Ember Spirit. And because of how poor he is, no access to buyback either. They could try and force this issue on the side of G2IG. The one drawback is that their creep wave is really far back. So Emo, at the very least, did do a decent enough job at like alleviating pressure on this side of the map.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Isn't mana burn like one of the most obnoxious mechanics in the game?
Oh, without a doubt, dude.
And then they decided this patch to make this mana burn item, Diffusal Blade, like one of the best late game items in the game. So every hero just buys mana drain.
Yep. By the way, I can take partial responsibility for that. Like, or partial blame is on me.
Yeah.
Because when we were at TI, I literally spent every single day that we were there complaining about this, like complaining about 2 things: Disperser and Tumblr's Toy. Every single day, I was like, dude, what's the point of the Disperser item? Like, who wants to? All the heroes that want to build Diffusal, it doesn't scale really well. You know, you have to buy some Demon Edge. That feels trash. I'd rather have some armor, some attack speed, this, that, the other, yada 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 yada. Then the changes come in. I'm like, what have I done?
All you, all you. You've created a monster.
My bad, y'all. It won't happen again. Monet. Oh my god, she used to be a monster. But Shiro, demonstrating that he is monstrous himself, burst down this Faceless Void. They will have Chrono for life number 2, but doesn't want to have to commit it. Oh, he actually doesn't have it. 30 seconds still without it, because they killed off Emo earlier on. This is huge. LGD, twice in a row, managing to defend in the low ground and keeping this bottom lane of racks completely alive right now.
Yeah, it definitely helps here. That's a really good pick off, but I think they're going to go ahead and smoke out anyway. Now that Chrono's 10 seconds from up, they're going to tap into the smoke here. Nice little change that was made. 5 seconds for Chrono.
Uh-oh. Look at their vision of... They've got perfect vision of Shiro. They find and kill off PYW first. And Shiro going to be forced to just skirt himself away with the Silver Edge. Very close call for him. If PYW wasn't there, he'd be dead right now, but the base might end up falling. They will pop a glyph here, but they will not be dissuaded. They'll finish off the tier 3 tower very shortly. The question is, how much appetite do they have to go further than this? It seems like none. They even leave the tier 3 alive. With the backdoor protection kicking in, the presence of New, they decide they don't really want the smoke at the moment. And they'll just back off to safety.
Yeah, I think they didn't have Dragon Knight ultimate, so they're going to chill out a little bit. And they're going to start doing... you know, the Dragonite thing when you get the Octarine core with the Manta, with the Aghanims, just continuously siege. I mean, the downside of this build, it's not very good in 5 vs 5s, but it's incredibly good. It's whittling your base down and making sure you can never leave your base. So this is really just something obnoxious that I think is not really the greatest for the game. But for now, you got to deal with it. This is like the modern age cheese. And here comes the Manta Illusions.
Yep. Nice and fair.
Cut all the waves. Make you... It's like Naga Siren, right? DK just turns into Naga Sirens randomly.
I mean, the true Naga Siren in this game is JT. He's got Manta and Disperser, so the Mana Burn makes him extra Naga-y.
Yeah. Everyone can
Speaking
just
of
be
the Mana
Naga.
Burn,
No wonder no one plays Naga.
just got the second one on Monet, so double Disperser available for the side of IG. Very, very scary. Shiro needs to play with the most intense amount of focus ever. And to make matters worse, right now he is not walking around with buyback. So if Shiro dies, that is a huge deterrent from going high ground, taken away from the LGD lineup. But haven't been able to catch him out just yet.
Oh, that's a BKB.
Might have to wait
right?
for ages. Yep.
Alright, this BKB allows him to fight because he's going to have BKB and Shard, which means when he gets chronoed, if he has his BKB off, he'll be able to use the Shard to shift through the chrono. And this might be what they need. Shiro to be able to just join the fight however he wants to and potentially survive a chrono. Because he needs to get the BKB off 100% while in the chrono. That way he doesn't get mana burned to death.
Mid lane, mid lane, mid lane, mid lane. Emo, 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 emo. Oh no. He does have a BKB. He's fine. Alright. Shiro not needed to come in there. Monet wasn't available with the chrono. And that's what the BKB is for, right? To protect him in situations like that. You mentioned that he's going to be split pushing, creating space on the map, and he's done so. But now he's not going to be available for the fight that happens in the top lane just yet. Chronosphere from Monet will catch Shiro, the one big target. He's shifting. He's trying to stay alive. He waveforms away, but now he's out of mana. And with the more right clicks coming in from Monet and nothing to say, he's also out of life. D2IG find their big pry, bringing down the water boy. Now it's all about what they can accomplish on the map in the time that he's removed from play without buyback.
Yeah, I mentioned how he needed to get the BKB off before the chrono. Unfortunately, was not able to, so all his mana was gone by the end of that chrono there. Just one small mistake there from Shiro, and it's unfortunate, but it feels like the game gets much more difficult the moment Shiro dies once, because now all of a sudden Monet is going to be #1 in net worth. He's going to be that much closer to his MKB. And at that point, I don't know, maybe even if you get BKB off, you're still going to die in a chrono. It's very likely.
Will not
But,
have buyback.
yeah, no
They've already
buy.
committed the glyph earlier. Yeah, no buy, no glyph. This is definitely at least one lane of racks. They're gonna try and make it more, of course, but they do not have access to the DK ultimate. And New zoning them back with the Shivas. New's been doing an incredible job at doing this. So they're gonna have to shift focus going towards middle. JT trying to bring down this tier 3 tower, but now that NTS has activated the Black Dragon form, there's no way they're gonna stop their push at all. And they pick up their first melee racks of the game, which is surprising because they mounted their first push like 10 minutes ago. But it took a while to fully open up an opportunity to go high ground up against the LGD lineup.
Yep, it did take a bit here. Roshan's another late one. Wow. These are all close to that 3-minute Roshan respawns. Quite unlucky if you are G2IG here, as they have the pretty much all the map control in the world to take whenever Roche they want to. And they're walking down to the bot side, like knowing that no matter what, Roche will be on Radiant's side, because 3 minutes is the max timer, 40 minutes in the game. It has to be on Radiant.
This is scary though. They've got BKB with the Chronosphere up in 3 seconds for Monet. They scout these heroes. Monet. He's thinking about it. He really wanted to make the jump, but he got hexed up. Now he's the one that's in trouble. Monet, he finds a time walk away. He gets the BKB Chronosphere back onto Shiro. Shiro did find his own BKB before this happened though, so that's going to keep him alive a while longer. But the chase is on. The dispersers are there. The damage is available. And despite LGD's best efforts, they still lose the Morphling.
It's so hopeless, man, for sure. Like, he's the only one that does any damage. Like, there's like no need to chrono anything else, and then all of a sudden you're chronoed. Use your BKB just to survive there, and guess what? This Abaddon with Disperser Manta is just gonna jump you every single time. Void's gonna be on top of you with Aya, Scotty, Disperser. And yeah, Shiro's had a great game and all, but like, this is like just because of how things went in the early game, like, and I feel like honestly that things could have been a lot worse for LGD in this game than what they were. Much worse. And it still isn't even close.
This is it. The final opportunity, the last hurrah potentially. JT will be forced to pop his ultimate as he brings down While You Smile. New also about to die here. Nothing he can do about this. Does have buyback, but does not have the bruise split. So his buyback is useless. They recognize the predicament they're in. They realize that they are out of options. They realize that they are out of hope. And that will mean they throw in the towel. GG, well played is called. G2IG, baby. Riding the wave of momentum from earlier on today to grab game 1 and put themselves in pole position to win the lower bracket finals.
I wasn't joking, you know, the momentum is always going to be better when two teams of potentially equal skill. It's hard to say which team is better. All we have to gauge is like who did better versus Jure, and that was still G2IG, right? They did a little bit better there. They got momentum on their side at the same time, so the result isn't super surprising. I don't think G2IG played very flawlessly either, though. I think Baboka could have like single-handedly destroyed this game if his first rotation went to the mid lane when the DK was level 6, Ember was level 5. They kind of botched a few things here and there, but like just from how the draft went and how the gameplay went, like they're just so far ahead that they're even allowed to like not play super clean. So it was pretty big outpick, I want to say, in this particular game, but also a bit outplayed too.
I will definitely say that LGD, a lot of their decision making between like the 6 to 20 minute mark was really, really, really good. And this game against a lesser team who was making worse decisions than them, this would have been over a long time ago. So the fact that they were even able to fight up until this point does demonstrate that they have the merit to be in contention to go to DreamLeague. But so far, G2IG demonstrating that they have that little bit extra in the tank. That being said, this was LGD's first official game of the day. So we could maybe count it as a warm-up for them. Maybe they just needed to get the monkey off their back, feel what the game is like, try experiment with a draft. I mean, we do not see Phoenix being picked. Well, we see Phoenix being picked first very often. We do not see Silencer being picked all that often as a response to the Phoenix. We don't see all that many Brewmasters at the point that he was picked in the same way that he was here. We do not see that many overall first pick Ember Spirits in this fashion, especially not in China. So some different stuff coming out of LGD. Didn't work out, but it's the first game, and we've seen Zhao Wei's team make that several times in the past. So before we go to a break here, tell me, if you were in Xiaowei's shoes, your coach, your Xiaobao right now, what are you telling the squad to get their heads in the game for the second game?
I mean, I think we definitely need to focus on Emo a bit more. We can't let him have a game like that. Maybe pick his hero a little bit later. I think the biggest problem with this game is just like they needed more tempo. We got to really just focus on the supports. We got to have supports that can move on the map, and we can't have a situation where Emo's getting collapsed on and loses lane really hard. That was the biggest issue with this game.
Yeah, Fia said it earlier, put a leash on Emo, but sometimes, it's not just about leashing him, it's also about doing some pet care, Get the lice out of his hair, make sure that he's fed and watered, and enable him to be the beast that we know he is on the inside. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that, unleash Emo and take us to a Game 3, or will G2 IG ride the wave of momentum all the way into Dream League? We'll all find out together right after a short break.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I filled that life according to a friend. We're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning.
Welcome back, one and all. We are here for some Dream League action, the qualifiers for Season 22. Here in the China region, this is the final matchup remaining. We have the side of IG taking on LGD Gaming with only one slot remaining in the region. It's literally for all the marbles, because if you don't make it here, it's got to be next time. And so far, G2IG have shown that they have the play, they have the skill, but more importantly, they have the drafting necessary to get them into Dream League. Let's see if that keeps up for the second and potentially final game of these qualifiers. It's G2IG. They have the pole position. It's all on LGD Gaming right now. But fear, if there's any person on planet Earth that I'm going to trust in a do-or-die situation in a draft, unless it's a TI Grand Finals, it's definitely going to be Zhao.
I mean, yeah, I definitely trust him, but you have to have the players that are willing to play around Xiaowei, right? I think that's the best way I could put it, because Xiaowei, he's got to be, you know, the director. He's got to be the one making the calls. You've got to be his pawn. You got to do his bidding. And I'm not sold Emo is capable of that right now. Like, they're going to have to make it happen, but this first pick Ember, it went about how a first pick Ember should go, right? It's going to get dumpstered in the lane, can't really do much. We've seen the story time and time again, no matter the patch. It always seems to be the same. If Ember gets hard countered in the lane, he doesn't have a lot of options. And do you really want to put Emo in a position, a player very notorious for when he has a bad game, it's a really bad game? Or do you want to set him up for potentially having a really good game and having a really, really good game?
So what I'm hearing from you is pick him DK and try to get him the favorable matchup. You know, let NCS be the one that actually struggles to recover throughout the game. But yeah, I'm fully with you. Emo, they should maybe try to prioritize him in the draft. But the thing is, you know, he was given some the later priority on his Brewmaster pick. But from what we've seen throughout these qualifiers, from what we've seen at TI, he's the kind of guy that can have a bad start to the game and still have impact meaningfully later on down the stretch. So if you're going to be picking one of your core heroes early, I think New should be the one you pick up early, because no matter what, you can expect a baseline level of performance from him.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that, and I like this. They're going to mellow out a little bit, just pick a casual Vengeful Spirit. Never really sad to see Avenge on the squad, so it's good. It's stable. It's not an Ember Spirit, so I think I'm pretty happy.
Just not being Ember Spirits. We're already like we're winning now, boys. Life is better.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I only like it if you pick a core blind like this, if it's like some Doombringer, right? Just some obnoxious hero that no matter what you pick or no matter what you do, this hero will find a way to get a game. But it's very limited on what heroes can do that. Like, we saw the Slardar earlier, didn't really work out. Then we saw the Ember Spirit, didn't really work out. And obviously they have an idea that these heroes can do this, but so far it's proven that they can't. So, and there's a reason why there's so many bans right now. A lot of the heroes that can do that are banned, and this is a very standard opening from both squads. You're just going to pick a strong laner, you're going to pick a support. You're not really showing much about what's going on in your draft. Tech Case is very versatile. The only thing you know about this hero is he's going to be a support. That's pretty much all you know, and he's a very strong laning support. So you can't really hard counter this hero in the laning stage and shut down a Techies. Techies is always going to do what Techies is going to do. He's always going to harass you. He's always going to like click you down, and he's always going to have like some amount of damage output. And no matter what you pick, you can mitigate it, but he'll still have impact in the game. And these are the type of picks I like to see early on in the draft.
Yeah, also quite happy to see this from the side of G2IG. We saw them play at Techies to great success and a plan before in this tournament. LGD. The thing I also love about the Venge is that it helps them in the event that G2IG had any thoughts of going Batrider. That's definitely out of the picture. And even if they go back and reprise the Faceless Void from earlier, provided you have the Venge not inside the Chrono, at least there's some kind of save, right? So, like, imagine in the last game if Shiro had a Vengeful Spirit behind him, things would have looked so much better overall if he was able to be reliably saved and actually play around the Chronosphere.
And that's why we're seeing a lot more Venge than Silencer, right? Like, the global silence was great in that one fight, right? And then after that one fight, oh, everyone has BKB and Manta, and all of a sudden global is nothing for the rest of the game. Or Swap will always have some impact in the game.
Lion.
G2IG still playing their cards a little bit close to the chest as they go for the Lion here. So we get some Hex, we get some burst damage. gets a little bit of control, but more importantly, we get laning prowess. Man, this hero is so obnoxious in the lanes, this Lion. So glad to see it from G2IG. And I'm also glad to see LGD Gaming get what I think is New's best hero. New Centaur, man. This is really, really good stuff. I remember when he first made his debut at TI 2 years ago. Everyone was like, who the hell is this dude? When you're still going under the moniker of BAB, playing for Vici Gaming. Then he busted out the Centaur, even though no one else was playing it. And I was like, oh, okay, we know who you are now. It's fine. We get it. We get it.
Yeah, and I like to see it because, like, you're just picking a strong lane. Like, no matter what you pick for G2IG, you're not going to crush the Centaur. It's just not going to happen. It's Centaur hoodwinkling. You pair a ranged hero with a stun, with a melee hero with a stun, and all of a sudden you have yourself a lane, right? And maybe you can lose a couple of heroes here and there, but I think you always have a chance with these type of heroes. And we're going to see the Kunkka come out for G2IG. And then the Templar Assassin. Templar Assassin is a hero that often will be picked against the Centaur because you can continuously spam meld. But I will say the Refraction typically is good versus Centaur too, but Hoodwink can do pretty well versus TA in that regard because Bushwhack is damage over time now. So that's not even a guaranteed win as far as the lane goes. It's good, it's fine, but there's always a chance if you play well on LGD Gaming here that this TA could lose the lane. And just to go back to my point yet again, I'm just so happy to see that they picked a lane that is just strong. And they blind picked it early. And now that'll give the opportunity for their other cores to be able to pick matchups that can win them their lanes.
Yep. And now Emo knows what he's playing into. I mean, NTS Kunkka is a classic. So he has full awareness, full knowledge of what the situation is.
Could be offlane
Not
too,
going to
right?
get blindsided. Could be. I don't think I've ever seen JT play Kunkka offlane. But, you know, people have to practice new heroes all the time,
Yeah.
so it could be.
How could he survive last patch if he couldn't play Kunkka?
I mean, you'll probably notice that JT didn't necessarily do all that well last patch in the competitive scene.
Unlucky.
But that's right? They could shift this Kunkka into the offlane. TA could go mid instead, to be played by NTS. So it's not set in stone exactly what they're going to be doing with the draft. And they have lost picks, so they can have some versatility in that regard. So maybe for LGD, there would be... Well, I don't know. I think maybe you're best served getting the Shiro hero now and then trying to see what survives the bans for Emo. Unless you feel very unconfident in what Emo is able to do at the very end of the draft if his heroes get taken away. And that's what Shao8 is thinking about right now. They've gone really deep into this reserve time, deeply considering what the possible lanes are. And okay, they'll go for that option. Pick up the Shiro hero, get the late game scaling so that no matter what, if this game doesn't end after a certain time, they have the late game advantage. And you know, we've seen in the past that TA and Kunkka sometimes have difficulty scaling into the ultra late game. So Faceless Void must be feeling pretty good about himself here.
It's always good to be a Faceless Void in the late game. For sure. As I mentioned before, there's very few heroes in Dota that can survive a chrono. And just being able to be like, oh, if I chrono this hero, they just die. And that'll just be the game plan. Very simple. I chrono X hero, they die, is a very powerful position to be in. And TA, you know, you have your blink, it's nice. You can kind of like maneuver, but even TA, if you get caught in a chrono, I imagine this might be the game where Faceless Void does buy a Manta, but I don't even think you have to, just because the Mjolnir procs will break the Refraction tune. You just attack so fast at level 20 talent that Refraction just probably doesn't even matter. So yeah, he'll die, Kunkka will die, obviously he supports, you don't want to chrono, but it's going to be interesting to see, is this TA going to go mid? Or is it going to be the carry? I think that's a good point because TA is still a good mid hero this patch, and you can definitely exploit a lot of matchups. So I think LGD need to be a little bit careful, and I think that's why they picked the Void there, because they wanted to see a little bit more if they can, or at least ban a couple more heroes to make it feel a little more safe for them.
Thankfully, they already have some damage into the bubble, so they don't have to prioritize it from the mid lane. But they're going to get it nonetheless as they pick up the Zeus hero. Okay, lots and lots of burst damage. Kunkka not going to be happy dealing with some percent-based damage. But also the main thing, I'm looking at this G2IG lineup. Up until they have Blink Dagger on Lion and maybe Blink on TA, if you position well enough as the Zeus, their reach is not that scary, right?
Don't
It's
you
not
just
like you're playing
storm?
into some Ember or some Storm. I think
You
you just have to
can.
Storm now, yeah. You Storm, you put Kunkka offlane. Yeah.
I mean, Storm would be really good for them at this current point in time. Like, Hoodwink hates Storm, Venge hates Storm, Zeus hates Storm, Centaur doesn't really care, Void is, it's whatever. But yeah, it's a really good Storm game. I mean, TA does well as first Zeus too, so that if they want to do TA bid, they could. But like, what other carry are you gonna pick? Like, is it some Monkey King or something? Is you probably don't want to play something too greedy if you are running a TA mid, something that can make some plays here and there, play around the gate. Could definitely crush your lane matchup. So I'm looking at Storm if you want a mid lane, or Monkey King if you want to carry.
There's a bygone era where you would have been able to get away with the Spectre here, but there's absolutely no way.
They could pick
The
an offlaner
contemporary
too,
meta
actually.
Spectre.
Like, Kunkka could be mid, TA carry, and they could pick an offlaner here. That actually is more likely, because Kunkka actually owns Zeus. I forgot about that. TA is good versus Centaur. So there's a world where they want an offlaner too. But what's left? That's going to be, like, the big question for me. Slardar or something? Like...
There's Slaughter, there's Tide, there's LC, there's Mars. I think those are the JT heroes that come to mind initially when I think about it.
I think I'm okay with LC and Slardar in that list there.
You may now select
And they're going to pick Naga Siren, so... offlane Naga? Okay.
Oh! Okay.
It was an offlane hero,
JT
just not the one we thought
Naga.
about.
Wow. All right. Okay, I have to go check. I've literally never seen this in my entire life. Like, I'm sure he has played it. There's no way that they'd be busting this out for the first time in a professional game. But when I think of JT, I do not think of micro illusion heroes. So let's see. How many times has he played this Naga Siren? Actually, let's take a bet. How many times do you think? I'm going to go with 5 times in the past. How many times do you think?
Has he ever been a carry player?
Not on a professional team. He's been offlane, I think, the entire time.
I think he's played 3 or less.
Oh, it's exactly 3. He's 2-1 on the hero.
All right, cool. That's a good record.
Oh, okay. So what do we get out of this Naga here? We get some root, which is very good against the Faceless Void, and just in general against Centaur and them during the Stampede. We get some Song, which is really, really good at breaking the Chronosphere. I guess that's maybe what we're thinking. They were like, we don't have a easy, guaranteed anti-chrono button. Now we definitely do. Shiro's work is cut out for him. It is... I mean, it kind of sucks having these illusions against Emo, but if it's not the carry Naga side, I guess you don't care that much about that situation. Okay, this is very intriguing, Fear. Talk to me about this. When you look at these drafts, are we going game 3 or not, my friend?
I want to say, yeah, we are going game 3, but I want to believe at the same time, you know? Like, I want to believe in the offlane Naga. I mean, you mentioned, like, it isn't going to, like, matter that much because you're not playing core. Or you are playing core, but you're playing versus Zeus. I'm just afraid their ability to get on top of Emo is very limited. But then again, it's Emo. He might just get on top of you first, and you won't have to get on top of him, you know, if you know what I'm saying. So maybe that's not necessarily an issue, but I think a core thing about Naga Siren in general is the illusion. So even though it's an offlane, it's still like not going to help you versus the Zeus. And this is really just meant for the Void. You mentioned the Song versus Chrono, pretty good. Doesn't work versus BKB, and I think, you know, Void always uses Chrono and BKBs and hits people, so I don't know how effective that'll be, but it should be a lane counter. Like, Venge and Faceless Void, they don't have any AoE to deal with illusions. So I'd maybe like to see a lane swap potentially, but I don't know if you want to ruin New's lane by doing that. It's definitely a good lane counter, I'll put it that way. I just don't know how well it's going to do in just the game, and I feel like this is very greedy. You have a Templar Assassin who farms a lot, Naga who farms a lot, Kunkka, this hero farms a lot too. Is there going to be enough space on the map for all 3 of these cores to farm? And none of them particularly make many plays. So will JT be able to play this hybrid Naga that can run around and get kills? I don't know.
Okay, hear me out, bro. Hear me out. All right. You go... Obviously, you have to go like the usual, like, Manta or whatever. But then afterwards, what we do afterwards, you go Blink Dagger Octarine Core, bro. And then you just initiate with the song. It's fine. Yeah, you start fights that way. You force engagement in awkward parts of the map. They're always having to be like, oh my gosh, is this guy just gonna jump and song us? Then you'll have the lion to follow you up. So as soon as song ends, you just birth one of these squishier targets on the back lines.
Then
You're
have
already
zero
starting a
damage.
fight 4v5. Yeah, no, you still have TA. You know, TA's
Oh,
gonna,
okay, TA's
TA's
gotta be
gonna
here.
pop off. Yeah.
But the
TA's gonna
Naga
be-
with Blink Octarine is going to do 0 damage. So you're just a Blink song.
Oh no, okay, fine. I got you. Blink, Octarine, Aghanim Scepter.
I mean,
then you use the...
so here's the thing. JT went Disperser last game on Abaddon, but you're not going to suggest that the game he's playing Naga, but the game he plays Abaddon is fine.
Yeah, that game is okay. Yeah, that's true. No matter what, we are all going to be entertained in this one. And this might just be the final game of the qualifiers. G2IG versus LGD Gaming. What are we expecting? Are we going to have another situation like in game 1 where we have a very slow and steady laning phase up until like level 6s occur for people?
It's gonna be a lot different here. I think the mid lane has been the key focus for every game we watched today, right? The team that had the mid laner who just like took off won every single game so far today. So whatever happens around that 6-minute mark, I'm not entirely sure how this matchup's gonna go. I know it's Kunkka favored, but I don't know if it's like gonna be as extreme as like some of the other matchups that we did see. At least I don't think it should be.
That NCS is able to get done here on his Kunkka. Should definitely be able to win the laning phase, but like you say, it shouldn't be a massive stomp we've seen. I'm expecting bottom to also just be a farm fest, new on the Centaur. Very excited to see him perform on this hero. He's always been so good. Mid lane though, nothing to say. Is he about to get solo killed by Emo? Emo's chasing him under the tower. One more right click is all he needs and he gets it. The first blood, Emo. Oh my gosh. That's the Emo we know and love. Getting the run back almost feels like he's about to drop a question mark, but him solo killing the nothing to say Kunkka with the Zeus, stealing both the water runes. By the time the Kunkka comes back, he's facing a full HP, full mana Zeus. Damn, man. This is some hot stuff coming in from the Zeus, man.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not supposed to happen. This is supposed to be Kunkka favored. But that's just Emo. That's the Emo we know and love, right? You don't know what to expect from this guy. But that was huge. As far as the side lanes go, like I'm not entirely sure how this Naga should be fine, but he's crushing. I feel like a level 1 Naga should not have had this much CS, because this is when you are by far the weakest. And why do you smile? I just died with Boca here, as he doesn't have a stick. That's just a solo kill. The lion solo killing the Venge.
The start of your suffering.
Okay, many things that I had not anticipated happening in the early laning phase taking place so far. Boca with the kill, Naga with an obscene amount of CS. The solo kill middle for the first blood on Zeus. It's only really bottom that so far is not presenting any surprises, but one of the surprises
Oh, it's a
is
surprise.
just how little Monet's been able to get, dude. He has like no CS on the TA.
I'm a little surprised at his skill build, to be honest with you. Like, he went Refraction level 1, and I don't know what the purpose of this was, but it's definitely not working out. Because normally you see the TA picked for Centaur, just like, you're just going to spam him with Meld, and look at that, you're going to use Refraction, but what is that going to do? It gets burned.
Gosh! Monet's actually dead. PYW with the bushwhack, and now all of a sudden X-Nova, realizing that he's put himself in harm's way, knew will get blocked by the creeps a little bit. Looks like X-Nova paid his bribes on time to get the dire creeps to run interference for him, but it doesn't seem like the bribe amount was enough because New still catches up. Double edge, couple more hits is all he needs, but with Monet respawning, doesn't want to take the chance of keeping the chase up. Nonetheless, though, they still win out by being able to get the kill on Monet in the first place. Man, this is such a bizarre game of Dota 2 Fear. I do not know what the hell is happening in these lanes.
Yeah, and I think Monet just made another mistake there. He should have held that wave in front of the tower there, but he pulls it into the tower, which means... Guess what? Centaur's just going to hold the wave in front of his tower now, and now you're not going to be able to walk up at all. Oh, he might get the pull off. This is so big if you can get the pull off from Monet. He desperately needs this. So desperately. All right, he got it.
Okay. Okay. Man, when was the last time at 5 minutes you saw a TA with only 13 CS in a side lane, man? This is some wild stuff that we're seeing in these lanes. When was the last time you saw a Naga having this much CS on the off lane position?
I mean, I've definitely seen whatchamacallit, a TA get owned this hard before, but I haven't seen a Naga offlane that frequently. And yeah,
He's dead again, for sure. Why you smile made the movement here. Even with the blast off from X-Nova, it's not gonna help. Monet goes down. Does have a teleport scroll to come back into the lane, but they might end up losing more here. They require some assistance. A TP comes in from Baboka, but it's not gonna matter. X-Nova dies before he arrives, and before he can get the kill onto Why You Smile, he ends up losing his own life. Oh my goodness. 3 heroes will fall down bottom. New is now level 4 with a ton of net worth to his name. He's 3,200 net worth 6 minutes in on this offlane centaur. What a player.
this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, you give New an early pick, you set him up in a lane that no matter what you pick, you have a chance of winning it.
Oh no, mid. Dude, nothing to say is so unlucky. The one rune that keeps Emo from being able to get out there is this haste rune. Nothing to say, very lucky that he had the X out, but Why Smile still looking for him. Gets stunned up by Baboka.
Emo could TP
That was
back
very
and ult.
close to him not dying.
Watch this, he's gonna bottle
can't-
up an ult. He's dead.
Is he
Wait
doing
for
it?
it! Wait for it!
What
What
a player.
Yeah, he had no mana there, so he TP'd back base to get mana to ulti and kill Nothing to Say. After diving him with a haste to get him low enough to make that play to begin with. Beautiful play. And then he had the presence of mind to just all chat it too. Wait for it to slide. Beast. It's beautiful.
Bro,
You love to
if
see
he
it.
literally gets any other rune except for the haste rune, Emo is alive right now. But specifically that it's haste, he's able to get this kill. That's amazing.
That's a very tilting. I mean, you gotta say, Nothing to Say has to be tilted after the first blood. Now that happening, you're sitting at 0-2 and 0. You're like,
And to make matters worse, you're about to lose your TA for the 3rd time in this game. Monet charged underneath the tier 1 tower with the Stampede. X-Nova about to get demolished as well. PYW and New, man, they are putting in the work here in this bottom lane, being able to find multiple kills. Unfortunately, their own push potential isn't that great, but it's fine. The thing that's also nice about this, yeah, this Naga Siren is getting decent amounts of farm top, but because it's Naga, it's not like the faces where it feels necessarily threatened by this Naga Siren, no matter how farm she is at this point in the game. So they can make these moves with the Vengeful Spirit, bring them bottom, get these kills, and not have to worry about any reprisal in the top lane.
yeah. I mean, Naga's getting farmed, but that's kind of the issue, right? Like, if you're TA, you're having this bad of a game, well, what's your play? You just have to hit creeps, and then you look at your offlaner, and your offlaner's playing carry, so what are you playing now? Or playing double carry, I guess. Like, these type of lineups can't afford to have losing lanes. It becomes very difficult. And you're going to see the Centaur, he's going to be able to make plays all across the map, and I guess the only player you're looking at who can make plays for G2IG here, it's got to be the Kunkka. And how much can this Kunkka do?
He will be... Oh, he made a play onto Why You Smile, but he will get Chronoed for his efforts onto 3 heroes. They haven't actually killed any of them just yet inside the bubble. New shows up, though, to bring down JT,
Stampede,
picking up his goal. Shiro able to bring down Baboka, and here comes the Stampede as well. First one of the game, committed to try and chase down NTS. He's running the nighttime, providing him the necessary cover to get away from these heroes. So the only thing that goes south for LGD is the Wim wasting an ultimate from the Centaur, but almost everything else going perfectly as G2IG unable to deal with this early pressure from the side of LGD Gaming.
What is up with this region? It feels like they just take turns stomping each other. Game after game. It's like game 1's a stomp, and then game 2, LGD is like, nah, we're gonna stomp you back. Haven't seen a close game yet. It's kind of the patch though too. This patch is very snowbally.
It is super, super snowbally. You are going to have a smoke up from Baboka and X-Nova. They're going to try and get something going in the top lane. They do not have a song on JT, so they're going to have to rely on initiation from Lion into the follow-up for the rest of the heroes. Ensnare will start things off for them. Baboka will be there, but they don't have Finger just yet. Do they have the damage to do this here? No, they do not. Hero just gets out scot-free.
Yeah. They're just a little under-leveled here on the supports to be able to do it. Both these supports do a lot of damage, but they need the levels to do so. And it's going to get harder and harder to make these kills happen, too, because Why You Smile is also going to be... Oh, well, hold on.
He's about to die again. Demo's got him. Oh, hold on. Oh, no, never mind. He was hoping that the Caesar Serenity heal would help them out, you know, that plus the Coco Rum, but
or you're waiting for that?
to actually get out the Ghost Shift. I was hoping, you know, a little bit hopeful.
That was really hopeful. If he would have got out of that one, I don't know, emo his keyboard would have got disconnected or something. Always possible though.
You know, this is one of those games, bro, where do you remember old school VP? The dominant VP, right?
Yeah.
So every now and then the dominant VP would have starts to a game like this where it would be going very, very poorly. And more than once, they would GG out at like 15 minutes. They'd just be like, whatever. Like, this game is clearly unwinnable. GG, go next. I'm starting to feel like we might be in that territory because what's the comeback potential here with a drop like this?
Just split push. Like, you just have to play the map. Like, TA with her traps, Naga with her illusions. You're never fighting. So just rat really, really hard. And play on the side lanes too with your supports.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Just don't
attack.
play in the middle of the map. Let Nothing to Say play in the middle of the map, but let him play in the middle of the map by himself. He's gonna have a bad game regardless, but make sure you're farming as much as you can on all the side lanes here. And that's about it.
I see.
You team fight, you lose. You're playing versus Zeus, Faceless Void, Mega Farm Centaur. I mean, even Hoodwink and Venge. Like, they got a lot of team fight spells here. You don't have any of those if you're on G2IG here. You have the ability to rat though, really hard. You got Naga TA. What more do you need to rat? And plus, Lion's one of the best heroes at just sitting on the sides of the map, just waiting to stun you when you're out of position. Maybe you go for an Aghanims on the TA2 at some point and just really make this game cancer.
Agdoctorine TA with Agdoctorine Naga sign.
Why does there have to be an Octarine?
Because it just has to be, man.
Alright.
For going full cheese, we're gonna maximal cheese.
Ags, Octarine, Shiva's TA then.
Dire's middle tower is under
Why not?
attack.
Woke
mean,
up
they
right now from
changed.
LGD. They're gonna probably try get a kill with Mew to reveal this Blink Dagger. I'm not sure that anybody on G2IG has scouted this out just yet. Fortunately for them, the only person that's really showing is X-Nova. So, yes, he'll die, but it's not that big a deal. And X-Nova gone for sure. Oof. Very easy kill.
Radiant's
That'll turn into a tier 1 tower as well.
Radiant's
the name of the
middle
game.
tower is under attack.
I want to see them have some side lane presence, more so than what they have. It's not easy, for sure, but they definitely need to get this Naga off their half of the map.
NTS. Very
Just
least
delaying.
him just delaying, wasting time, you know, it's gonna torrent through every now and then. And LGD, the thing that's really annoying, I would imagine, for IG is the fact that they're this far behind whilst also being in a disadvantageous position
they
if the
see
game
JT.
settles late. So they feel really good about this. As they find JT, he's gonna song TP out. Why You Smile? Bro, we know that Venge Swap is broken, but without Aether Lens, even you can't swap from that distance.
I wonder if he does go
Radiant's
for
middle
Aether Lens in
tower
this
is under
game.
attack.
That'd be pretty interesting if he just tries to swap. I think if you have level 18... Wait, 1,100. What is Psalm's max range? 1,400. I mean, even with the Aether Lens, it won't work. Whatever.
You need Aether Lens.
And the telescope?
What? Telescope. Yeah. That might be the trick.
Yep. That'll do the trick. I found a win. Well, that's not a win condition, but something to play for. How much is Aether on Sunday? Is it 250?
Yeah,
Is that what's set? All right.
Oh no, it's more. It's like isn't it 2-3? Because they made it more expensive, right? I think it's like 2-3 or something.
I can check
Not
the
100%
shop right
sure.
now. Let me say Aether.
2275.
2275.
No, what has
So
been
close
interesting about this game
so
is
far.
despite how bad the things have been getting for G2IG, the gold lead has actually plateaued around the 4K mark for quite some time now. So things are really, really bad, but they haven't been getting worse for G2IG.
Yeah. I mean, it's because TA and Naga farm really fast, right? And that's what I mean. Like, TA and Naga are going to push both the side lanes out, farm all these camps out, and you can do that more efficiently than LGD can do it, for sure. And they got to keep doing that and keep delaying the game. And at some point, maybe some Lion will be there, you'll catch some Zeus, TA will have a Deso, and then all of a sudden, Emo will feed, and now you have like a win condition. So you just got to hope for these moments.
Tower is under attack.
Your strategy is predicated on emo feeding. I see. I see.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, he is a hero that dies really easily, so you got to play for it.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
And you just hope
Present
LGD makes
moments.
0 mistakes, gets Roshan, and walks down the lane and just ends the game. That's the only thing you gotta be a little worried about.
Radiant's top tower
Sounds simple enough.
Yeah.
Emo is the most farmed person on the map at the moment. Built up his phylactery, going for the lightning hands build up here, so Manta style shouldn't be too far off from him when he has access to the Yasha.
Yeah, he's pretty close, actually, considering he already bought the shard. He's incredibly farmed.
Naga? JT? JT has song, but I don't think you're getting out of this one. How did he get here?
Dire's
I
middle
mean, I
tower
think he
is
realized...
under attack.
First of all, I don't know if that's the best spot he should have been, but he does understand the situation in the game. And he's got to make space by cutting waves. But I think that ward that is nicely placed there kind of scouted him out. I think what he wanted to do was cut those 2 waves and TP out, but he was scouted by a ward. And I like the idea, because like the moment he does that, you have to react to that. Because if he doesn't leave and you don't force him out, he's going to continuously do it. And it looks like Lion will die to a Chronosphere here.
Damn.
Dire's top tower
What did Baboko do to Shiro?
middle tower
That's a lot of hate for a lion right there.
top tower has fallen.
I bet he's just sitting there like, I'm probably not going to Chrono anything else. This TA's off the map. Nog is just throwing illusions. They're just ratting us. I'll take what I can get. And plus, these early Chronos don't matter too much.
That's true.
Oh no.
This death might matter on NTS though, because New ends up jumping him with the Stampede. They get the kill onto nothing to say. They bring him down. They still kept farming with the Faceless Void. There was no real estate by G2IG elsewhere on the map. So this is... Wait, are they going to try and sneak a Roshan right now? They're taking the Twin Gate top. JT and Monet.
No Chrono.
They're really thinking about it. Yeah, there's no Chrono, there's no Stampede, there's no Zeus ultimate. They're going to do it. Okay. They're going to get away with it too, it looks like.
Radiant's middle tower is under
I'm
attack.
not sure if they're going to get away with it, but they're going to try it. Alright, they will get away with it.
Radiant
This is the most gutsy play in the world. They scan right in front of their faces as well. Dire scan comes out. They are aware now that it's happening, but it's too late. But the question is, can they escape from this situation, given what's been happening on the map? Doesn't seem like LGD have that much of an appetite to force this fight, though. And this is going to be a pretty major get-out-of-jail-free card. We'll stall out the game a little bit, just to have Monet chilling with his Aegis. This should at least guarantee that he gets himself a Blink Dagger in decent time.
Yeah, but it's like, for me, more than anything, this Aegis doesn't really do anything for her G2IG, right? Like, I still think they can't fight, but what it does do is it denies the Void from getting it, or the Zeus, right? Which buys you more time, which is, I think, good. That's definitely good. But I don't think they're going to make any crazy plays with this Aegis. I think Monet's like, alright, I got an Aegis. Game still hasn't changed, boys. I'm just going to hit creeps. You're going to hit creeps, and we're just not going to fight them. We're going to play the rat game.
rat about.
see
And him
Monet.
and Naga are still playing pretty high up in the network department. They're doing CNC Monet, but Monet, they want to turn back onto the Zeus. The Blast Orb comes in from the techies, but they are just way too squishy right now. They're too far behind here. Emo's not going to die. Monet's second life will easily be taken away. And honestly, I think they need to start planning for game 3. This is not working out for them. This draft was a little bit too cute, and LGD are having none of it, beating them down in the process.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I don't think. Oh man, like this game is, first of all, I'll preface this. This game is incredibly hard to win, but there's some things that they could be doing better to win. Like, why did they try killing Emo there? Like, it's not the right time. You gotta wait until like 30 minutes, to be honest with you. You keep ratting. You make sure heroes are completely alone before you do anything. But I will say PYW, great bushwhack there. Did save Emo's life, but I think you kind of have to expect the moment the TA shows on the Watcher there that people are going to TP to flush them out. And they end up losing the Aegis just like that. And not even they just lose the Aegis, they just lost the TA on top of it, so. It gets even rougher, and they're going to go on you here. Do they have the damage?
They're going on New and PYW simultaneously. Right now,
They do.
PYW getting chased away. They do actually have the damage to kill New on the higher part of the map. And then a TP comes home so they can bring down PYW. Okay, G2IG. Pretty massive set of events there. There's no tower for them to grab. There's no Roshan to take away. But there's open space on the map. And right now, all they need is space and time. And crucially, Fear, after that kill onto New, look how high up the Naga Siren's net worth is. This is actually insane coming out of JT. And he's not going for the build that we... I wanted Aghanim's Octarine, but he's going for a serious build now. No Blink Dagger shenanigans. I don't think I've ever seen Eternal Shroud Orchid build on a Naga from the offlane before, though. So talk to me about this. What's the rationale behind going for this item build?
Well, just look at the magic damage, right? Like, you're playing for Zeus. He wants Eternal Shroud. It gives you a lot of HP for your illusions. Gives you an incredible amount of magic resist, too. I think for Zeus, this item is always really good.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Bro, if G2IG win this game, wow. I wouldn't even know what to say, honestly.
I mean, they still got quite the mountain to climb, but they're on the right path. Like, play these side lanes. Don't really group up at all. And every once in a while, just do a gank squad. X-Nova and Baboka can just group up one moment, kill someone on the side lanes. You just have to kill heroes that are alone, right? The team fight's not going to happen, but the rat is real. Like, they have such good ratting heroes. They just got to keep doing it. And these smokes that are coming out from LGD, you gotta read them. They can't keep connecting. Like, Monet needs to get out of here and just watch your lanes. Shove them out, dodge smoke ganks, annoy your opponent. Feed supports. Support should like tank every single gank for the team. Like, I want to see these supports be 0 and 15. I want them to be 0-15 this game if they want to win. And I want him to break 7 smokes.
Well, he broke that one with his life, so hopefully that trend continues. And they managed to get the Zeus ultimate out of him.
He could die up here. This Naga's pretending to be AFK.
JT apparently not AFK, but this is still a dangerous position to be in. Stampede will come out, forced to pop the song here and just get the hell out. But
BKB
no,
Chrono.
Shiro pops BKB Chronosphere directly onto the Naga Siren's head. JT, now he's not pretending. Definitely going to be AFK in the fountain. Cannot do anything on the map. And big play, LGD. They managed to make sure that JT does get punished for his positioning yet again on the dire side of the map.
Yeah, that was really close. The Stampede bailing the Hoodwink out of that one just a little bit. Almost worked, but we're going to have a retaliation here. Because we are smoking up because Faceless Void, no BKB. He got a haste, though. Oh my. It's just Avenge. Yet again, support doing God's work here. Making sure Shiro knows that there's smoke now. He's got no BKB. He has no chrono. He didn't want to get caught by that smoke, right? So, and he's just going to go in. Madman.
Wow. Madman stuff. Nice little blink back. Coming in from Monet, making sure he's not caught out there. So, it's like they're sort of bringing an end to this little skirmish that's happening by the Dire Ancients, but Nonetheless, G2IG definitely feel good if fights are happening on this side of the map, far away from their own tier 2s, far away from where JT is going to keep pushing out the waves on the other side of the map. And this goes back into what you were saying, right? Delay, 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 delay. That's the name of the game right now. IG somehow is still doing it. Like, yes, this Faceless Void is crazy farmed, so is this Emo Zeus, but doesn't feel like it's necessarily translating into direct win conditions for LGD just yet.
The next Roche, that's going to be really, really important for both teams. Because it's gotten to the point of the game where if LGD gets an Aegis on the Faceless Void, they could maybe just go high ground. Because your high ground defense is pretty bad on IG. But if you do get an Aegis on the TA, you might be able to fight into Shiro here as the TA, because you can just play a bit more aggressive, right? And knowing you do have that backup, that safety net. Baboka going in, barely missing. Maybe he needs to start the Hex next time, but either way, it's pretty close. But yeah, this next Roche is going to be the key point.
The blink reveal. Let's see, where's it spawning? It's spawning on Dire side within... Oh, it might spawn on Dire side. We shall see, given how long the Roshan timers we've had are. Could really be either way. It might just be on the precipice.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess it's gonna be a minute 25.
Is under attack.
Minute 25. All right, I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess a fast one actually. 45 seconds.
All right. Well, we'll see in 20 seconds what it might be. But the more important thing is it is going to be on the Dire side. And LGD is there. With the DD Void.
Yeah, already and waiting. The DD
Void, if it's a really...
BKB on Centaur as well.
Let's see how lucky they are. And... Oh, I was really close. That was a...
Oh, wow.
Minute 29. I was super close. One of these days I'll guess the exact number.
Wait, didn't you once guess the exact number when we were doing DPC earlier in the year or last year?
Did I? Not while casting, maybe as an analyst, but it's got to be on the record, you know? It's got to be on the books.
Yeah,
so
we were
it's
in
not
the green
official
room at the time. UIW. Him and Shiro coming in close to this Wisdom Rune spot. X-Nova might end up tanking the gank. He's been pinged out right now. They are ready to jump in. He wants to protect this Tormentor. Does not want to give it up for free, but looks like his life is going to be given up for free instead. Gets jumped on, demolished, and it's already over, but nothing to say. Looking for some revenge, but why you smile? Nice little swap back onto PYW to keep him alive. But there is going to be a finger of death from the Lion, which brings the Venge low enough that they are able to kill him off. Mew helps BKB, turning around right now. Doesn't have a Stampede anymore, but they do have a Chronosphere. Shiro popping BKB to avoid getting caught in by the Kunkka spells. There will be a Song of the Siren though, so he has to back off while his BKB is active. They're going to go for the easier target, looking for one of these supports. They get it very low on PYW. PYW will die to these Riptide Illusions. Now Monet, him and nothing to say on the left side of the fight, isolating you. They really want to bring down the Centaur. He's not an easy customer though. He's very, very tough. But at the same time, he's still looking quite mortal here, Fear. I think they've got him. The silence comes in from JT. The stun comes out from PYW. And that is going to be from Baboka rather. And that's Monet. Finishing him off with this TA and earning a hefty chunk of gold. And guess what? LGD at some point had positioning around the Roshan. But now the big man waits wide open. The Naga Siren and the TA both survive the fight, so this Roshan will not survive that long. And they're going to pick up another Aegis for G2IG.
Alright, this is going to be... I don't know what the hell just happened in the last fight. That was... There were so many missed spells I couldn't even keep track of it. So it looks like they're going to force into it. Oh, the water park, they got Emo!
There's a water park. They got Emo. He's been dragged back in. He's actually going to die. A blast off, also standing up Shiro on the high ground. Roche very, very low, though. They really want to finish this off. Leipnir, Root coming in from PYW, and they swap back X-Nova. Why Ismail able to get that kill? He's able to retreat for now. Nice little Earth Spike, but Baboka pretty much just giving up his life to ensure they can take the Aegis. But the Roshan Bash gets him low. and they end up taking away the life almost immediately. Monet blinks into the trees. He has Refraction, has Meld. Do they
He has a
have
gem.
vision? Of course they do. There's a gem on Why You Smile. There's a death on the TA. And there's a triple kill for Shiro. The Faceless Void still standing supreme. What a wacky series of events these last 2 minutes have been, but LGD will emerge victorious, and Shiro got the cheese somehow throughout all that hubbub.
Roche literally bashed at the very last second there on Monet. And if that bash didn't occur, he would have got the Aegis, he would have blinked out, and he would have TP'd out. And then it would have been fine, I guess, right? Because he would have got at least the Aegis and Shees. But that one bash made it so that Faceless Void could get in there, broke the refraction, and he just died twice straight off of that. So yeah, a lot just happened in the last couple minutes, as you mentioned, and I think just LG missed so many spells there, then IG just forced the issue really hard into the Roche pit, and they couldn't make up their mind. They should have just fought them. They should have not done the Roche. It was literally a 3 versus 5 situation, right? And they decided to do half-half. They're going to half fight, half do the Roche, and that ended up biting them ass really hard.
I remember once I heard this, I forget who said it, but one of these captain players, it might have actually even been PPD, that like when you do something in Dota, even if it's a bad idea, you do it as a unit, you commit to this thing. We'll discuss the ramifications of that plan later. And that's a very good illustration of what can happen when you are in two minds about your commitment. Man, honestly, I feel like if they managed to take the fight and then still got the Roche, the entire game would have turned. Would have been in a much more even situation, but they still now have a lot of work ahead of them if they want to get back in a situation where it looks possible to make the comeback.
I think this is a stage of the game where if you're playing TA, you're starting to feel like your damage is not sufficient at this point. You've only got 10 charges on your Deso. You desperately need some items to help you maneuver, so you're going to go for that Hurricane Pike. But now that these items are coming online, the Scotty's going to be live pretty soon here for the Faceless Void. The Zeus as well has a Manta Witchblade online too, so a little bit more armor. There's a Gleipnir on the Hoodwink. I didn't even notice that one. This guy is incredibly farmed. And he's actually even going for a Wind Waker next. I really like this item build by PYW here. He's going to be able to save heroes that get locked down by either Lion or the Naga.
Definitely not far away from being able to pick this bad boy up. That one smoke action was on the foot for a little bit, but nobody gets caught out just yet.
He could have got
him
Yuled there.
this. Are they going to force them to come back by pressuring the tier 3 on the high ground? No way, right? There's no way.
IG, yeah, IG are for sure going to make him come back. They have to.
Well, I'm glad they just poked. I thought they were going to sit around for a while, and Baboka, nice little hex onto the Centaur, but it's not going to save the life of the techies. Baboka able to blink into the trees. Can he TP out to safety? Yes, he can. The question is, can the cause have a similar fate? Nothing to say. He hasn't been able to get out here. He doesn't have his teleport scroll at the ready.
He's
going to sit around here and just die. He's going to try and do what he can.
Oh, they got the TA too.
Time, but
Shiro got the
that
chrono.
Going to be killed, and they did find the TA. Shiro catches the Templar Assassin. Both of them dead without buyback. It looks like we are definitely going to be heading into a scenario where they might not be able to get a lane of racks off of this, but they keep punching IG in such a way that they will never really be able to feel comfortable making those kind of pushes again.
Yeah, I mean, they should have definitely just thrown the illusions there and got back. Techies just kind of got caught there, and yeah, you didn't have a TP on nothing to say. He used that TP bottom lane to just do a little bit of de-pushing. So he was just kind of caught in the middle of nowhere. And I think you can keep going high ground until this Kunkka is respawns. I don't see any reason why not to.
Up again in 20 seconds. They've already committed their glyph earlier on, so we will not have it available right now. The one bright spot is that LGD's push is kind of lackluster or quite mediocre. And they might not actually be able to even finish off the full lane of racks. He does have BKB, but he might try to do some song shenanigans, and Shiro does not feel comfortable. Man, it's a little bit depressing that you're 17k gold up and you can't take a lane of racks at this stage, but Still, rather safe than sorry for LGD. They'll probably wait for the next Roshan before daring to go a little bit further in their push.
Yeah, it's not the Faceless Void way. This isn't a Luna or anything. You want to play around your Chronos, you just want to play around the team fights, and you want to suffocate them out of the map. And once they're dead, you can hit buildings. As we saw, they use those death timers just to get a little bit of damage on. Now that they've respawned, what do? You just wait for Chrono again, and then you can take a fight. But it looks like they want to fight while Chrono's down, and they got 20 seconds to make something happen here.
Radiant are scanning.
They've pinged out Shiro. He does not have an Aegis, does have a cheese. And now it's new that occupying the space that he was holding. They really would like to catch Shiro first and foremost.
Chrono's
but
back
it looks
in
like
10
they might actually
seconds,
have
though.
a backstab. They find only Why You Smile. That is the most clutch smoke break of all time. It's going to create a lot of space for them, but they jump forward. They actually find the catch onto the other support of PYW. They do throw out the Stampede, and JT wasn't in range for the Insnare, so PYW will not even die. And Papoka, help! Somebody just drank the aggro, please! Help me! Whew, that was close.
That was definitely a bit close. And Zeus, yeah, he has no ultimate, so he's not going for that type of build. He's got the Parasma online, and of course the Moon Shard is coming in 500 gold. Can't play Zeus without a Moon Shard. It's 2024.
You know, how many times are you gonna show somebody this build of, you know, if you showed somebody from 2 years ago, Manta style with BKB, Moonshot, and Grove Bow, there's no way they tell you this is Zeus, but
Yeah.
welcome.
I wonder what the future has in store, you know? You feel like it can't get more wild, but you know it will.
Yeah, it's gonna get insane. I cannot wait.
I wonder if CM is for sure going to be like the next carry or something.
Dire's middle tower
Just
is
waiting.
under attack.
Wait, remember when they gave techies that talent, the 25 talent, the
Yeah.
250 one, that when they first did that, and we're all like, oh, this is a meme, they're gonna eventually remove it. They're like, no guys, this is how it is now.
I
This
mean,
is
he-
the way.
Yeah, he still has a 252 talent to 25. Hasn't
Yeah, that's
gone
what I'm
anywhere.
saying. So I want the same treatment for CM. She's been slowly but surely buffed, right? They gave her armor in the ultimate. They gave her the movement through the ultimate. So you might as well say, hey, while you're using your ultimate, you gain equal damage to how much magic damage you've dealt in the last few seconds. There we go.
I mean, it's like Wind Ranger's a carry nowadays. Lena became a carry. You know, Gyro's a support now. Dota's a wild game.
This game might get a bit more wild for G2 IG as they've been scouted out by the Zeus ultimate. Shiro looking for the Chronosphere. He finds it onto both Naga and TA. Worst case scenario here.
Yeah.
Both of them are dead. Only Naga has the buyback, but it
Dire's
does. I don't think it's going to matter to their prospect in this fight without the TA's damage. Kunkka is around, but just forced to flee immediately. And it is a fairly long respawn timer on the Roshan. A solid 2 minutes remaining before the big man is up, but I don't think it's going to matter. At this point, LGD can do pretty much whatever the hell they want, only limited by their capacity to find vision and the cooldown of the Chronosphere.
And this is why Faceless Void, I think, in this patch is so good too, because you typically have these offlaners that are really tanky, go in, press Shivas, and give you completely free vision of the fight, right? And I think it's really easy to play Faceless Void if you have a hero that just goes in and gives you vision. And just so have it, you got a nice little item called Shivas in every single game that's really good at getting vision.
Speaking of vision, Emo able to find someone for Boca. JT trying to get out with a song, but there's more than enough BKBs around him. Still gonna try and run away here. What's gonna last
There's no
longer?
buyback
Stampede
on
or
this
song?
Naga.
They're about the same. Yeah, it's worse than that, fam. It's a dieback. Heads up. So you're in the grave for 100 seconds as the Naga Siren. Now it's all or nothing to say, as well as this young Monet TA to see how much they can delay this game. Thankfully, as we mentioned earlier, their push sucks from the LGD side, but this is a very dangerous predicament that they find themselves in right now.
And Faces Void's at the point where he doesn't actually need Chrono anymore. He's got Satanic online, so he can just kind of walk up, and it's going to get even worse when he gets that backtrack talent, which is, you know, he's one level away, or less than a level at this point.
Radiant's top tower
Becoming
is under
unkillable, I
attack.
would say Shiro is, especially with Avenge behind him. Oh, and he went the Aetherlands too on the Vengeful Spirit, and he got the Psychic Headband.
did
He actually has a swap range to cancel Naga.
Oh, it's so
It
funny.
happened. It happened.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Bro, we've seen everything today. Today has been a very intriguing day of Dota 2
Radiant
action.
structures are
As
fortified.
Shiro beating down on the lane of Rax middle, should be able to get into the melee Rax. They're trying to delay as much as they can. He actually just jumps forward, Chronos on the 2, but he got swept back by the tidal wave. It's still going to be enough to kill off the Lion, however. There's no buyback. Monet also swapped into the rest of LGD and gets eviscerated. He is dead, so is NTS. And although NTS has buyback, the writing is on the wall and the game is done and dusted. GG well played is called by Invictus Gaming G2. And it's LGD Gaming taking us to a deciding Game 3 and making today a very, very interesting day of Dota 2 action.
It definitely was. This game was, from start to finish, entertaining. We saw the offlane Naga Siren. It honestly did pretty well, but I will say on LGD side, they made some draft adjustments. I think them picking the new Centaur, pairing it with a ranged pos 4 like a Hoodwink, as I mentioned, these type of heroes where you can just pick that have a stun, that can be tanky, they can buy Shivas, you can pick them blind. You're not guaranteed to lose your lane when you pick like this. And we saw them, they destroyed Monet in the laning stage. Like, he didn't even have a chance. And this was supposed to be his counter pick matchup. And Emo, we all know and love Emo. You don't know what to get from him. He solo kills nothing to say in a matchup that he should be losing. Ends up killing him twice in this game. Everything that could have went wrong for G2IG kind of went wrong in this game, and it's sad to say, but this off-the-wall Naga pick was the best thing that happened to G2IG in this game. Like, the Templar was supposed to win its lane, the Kunkka was supposed to win its lane, the Naga's like, I don't know what to expect here, but the two things that were supposed to be stable for G2IG were not. The only thing that was stable was Naga. JT's still impressing to say the least, but I do want him to just play these normal offlaners right now. Like, I don't see what the point of this Naga was. It was cute, but it made it so they were lacking something, and that was stability. Like, if your carry has a bad lane and you're a Naga offlane, the game just turns into a rat fest, and that's not a good spot to be in. A lot of pressure to do on lanes.
Quite a little bit of pressure. I mean, envision a situation where he's the one that's playing Centaur, still has a decent lane, but then things are a lot different throughout the game. They have better initiation, better ways to close down targets, but yeah, this just didn't work out for them. Also, listen, y'all, if y'all didn't see the beginning laning phase between Emo and Nothing to Say, please go watch it. You will never see, that's like a one of one. You will never see those set of circumstances happening ever again, where Zeus is chasing Kunkka high ground at level 2 to solo kill him. That's not supposed to be happening. It'll never happen again. And G2IG now find themselves in the position where they not only lost game 2, but some of the momentum that they had coming into the series, that uptick is going to be arrested a little bit. And now it's going to be LGD Gaming that are going to be feeling themselves, right? Being like, hey guys, we feel pretty good. Although I wonder how much of this will really buoy them in terms of momentum, because they'll be very aware that we won in large measure because their draft was weird. What would have happened if this was a more even draft? We're not 100% sure kind of situation.
Yeah, but we'll have to see. I think LGD made good adjustments, and I also think G2IG knows what to do as well for this Game 3. I feel like this Game 3, both teams are not going to mess around, and we're going to see similar drafting, and it's going to come down to play.
It's going to come down to play. It'll come down to one game to determine which one of these squads will represent China at DreamLeague Season 22. Stick around, one and all, for the finale of the China qualifiers, which will conclude right after a very small break.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back.
Welcome one and all for what is definitively the final game of the DreamLeague 22 qualifiers for the Chinese region. Either G2IG or LGD Gaming after this will find themselves joining Azure Ray representing China and DreamLeague. Without any further ado, let's get into it. I've got the boy Fear with me, got some Chinese Dota with us, and of course we have all of you back home joining us for this particular matchup. Fear, it's been a topsy-turvy day. We've seen a lot of wild stuff. Are we returning back to normalcy for this third and decisive game, or is it going to be just as insane as what we've seen before?
I mean, that's a really hard question to answer, but based on how this day is going, I don't think we're going to see anything normal. Well, we'll see one team do something normal, and we'll see another team do something not normal. I guess that's the best way to answer that. And I don't know which side will be doing the interesting stuff or not, because we've seen it 2 times in a row now. But we do see the first Magnus of the day. They actually respected the Centaur that much that they're gonna ban that out, and Enchantress was respected as well with the Phoenix, and now we're just gonna see a Magnus, and it's gonna be nothing to say if he plays a great Magnus. I assume JT can play it too, and I'm not sure if Monet plays it, but that's always an option.
He does.
All right,
he does.
That's a flex pick if I've ever seen one.
I'm calling it right now. GG, well played. Congratulations, G2IG. There's just no way. Although, like, I love how they open this draft, right? They ban out the Centaur, showing respect, and because LGD do not ban the Magnus, they grab it. There's no way LGD did not know that Magnus was going to get snapped up, so they had to have a plan with this Mars. It's not going to be paired with the Phoenix as we often see it, but maybe they put in the Hoodwink that we just saw in the previous game. I don't know. Either way, Mars is one of New's best heroes, but Magnus, man. Magnus in China is truly, truly something else.
I mean, you're hyping it up. I haven't seen it yet, so I'm pretty excited to see what this Magnus is in store. I've seen a lot of Magnus, but I have not seen a lot of the China Magnus. I mean, most of Magnus I saw was from Fart Studios running it and doing clown stuff. So my expectations are low for the year right now.
A 420 Magnus not necessarily going to be on the cards here, sadly. This is going to be a professional version.
Yeah, no POS 5 Magnus. Okay, that's sad.
Nope. Nonetheless, though, like I said, LGD, because they knew that this was coming, they have to have a plan for this. We're going to see what support is going to be paired with this Mars. We still have Venge in the pool. We still have the Shadow Demon we've seen earlier in the pool. We still have Lion and Hoodwink. I think for me, those are the ones I want to see the most, because it felt like LGD have done the best today when they have multiple different ways of not just starting but ending fights on their own accord. So being able to do that yet again here would be quite interesting to watch. But no matter what, it feels like we're going to be getting a different game from both of these teams. I don't think it's going to be necessarily as stompy as game 1 and 2 was in either direction.
Maybe not, but I think if you're LGD, you have your button hovered over a faceless void and you click the ban button. Right now, just click ban faceless void. Well, that would be my suggestion.
He's not going to do it.
You sure?
Unfortunately, Zhao 8 is of the same school of drafting as Puppy. Deeply stubborn, man. You know.
Oh, no.
Hey!
Times change you. You get older, you get wiser.
Nice. All right. So now that you've banned Void, what do you pick? Are we going Venge or Hoodwink for them right now?
I don't want Venge. Hoodwink is fine. Snapfire is fine. I mean, Hoodwink's a little difficult to play with Mars just because there's so much anti-synergy, but it's still doable. I mean, any ranged POS 4 doesn't really matter. You can do techies too. I'm fine with that.
Techies.
There it is.
Right on time, as you said. The techies will emerge here. So this is most likely going to be the off lane that we're going to see coming out of LGD. We've already seen how effective they can be with the techies. So whatever safe laner they pick for Monet, they must make sure that they have protection being offered to him so he doesn't just get overran like he did in game 2. Man, that laning phase was really tough. And we've seen some really bad lanes today, but man, Monet was really struggling on the TA. And something more new stuff is going to be coming out. We've seen some bans of the Ancient Apparition, but we haven't seen this hero picked. I think we've only maybe seen one, but I don't think we've seen it picked at all throughout the tournament. So this is going to be something interesting. Usually we've actually seen this in tandem with the Mars, not necessarily always with Magnus, but that does mean we're going to be having some big blasts. That's going to be fun to see, no matter what.
It's kind of a hard combo, though, because it takes a lot of communication. Obviously, these are pro teams. These are really good pro teams, but it's not straightforward because, like, normally you want to ice blast something like a Chronosphere or a Mars Arena, right? But Magnus sometimes has this tendency to move the target's CRPs, which makes it a little difficult sometimes to aim. And you always want to move them, so yeah, it's an interesting combo. It doesn't scream out to me like this is like clear-cut combination of heroes. And then they're gonna pick the Dark Willow on top of it, who, I mean, I feel like that's a hero that both these heroes, AA and Dark Willow, would rather play with a Mars than a Magnus. But I think Magnus plus Dark Willow is a strong laning combination if they want to do that. That can play into anything blindly. And that's kind of where I'd like for them to default, right? I'm not saying they have to do that by the end of the draft, but in their minds, they should be happy with, all right, we're doing Dark Willow Magnus in the off lane. And then as they see more, they can maybe move this Magnus around here and there.
It makes sense to me. The Magnus, like you said, can go anywhere, so they can just discover what they want to do with the rest of their draft. What other heroes have we seen mid lately? We've seen... I'm just trying to think of big team fight heroes. We've seen people play Winter Wyvern mid, but I'm not sure they want to do that here. A Naga from LGD.
Now
Okay,
they're
that's
gonna
a
pick
Shiro
Naga.
classic. Yeah.
Versus Magnus. I'm not a fan of that one.
10 seconds
I must say.
remaining.
I feel like that can be a
5
little
seconds
difficult to...
remaining.
I mean, Mag gets a lot of AoE, right? So you obviously can empower any carry as well. That can do more cleave damage. I wonder what the rationale is behind it. And Shadow Shaman. Oh boy.
Whoa.
So that hero
Alright,
has got some potential. I'm not sure yet. This guy, he's on the up. I noticed there's some players. I saw a second Dota 2 Pro Tracker
10
save.
seconds remaining.
He's from BetBoom. He's been playing it and winning a lot with it.
5
But this hero
seconds
is
remaining.
feast or famine for sure. Either you're like 0-20 or you're positioned correctly. You're getting the best shackles of your life. Things are looking good. So it's like a Lion replacement. Lion was banned. But it's a lot much more difficult to execute, I think. That's like the thing about Shadow Shaman. He's much more difficult to execute. I think he needs a lot more farm than a Lion needs as well. And there's the mid hero we're talking about. We're gonna go back for the Ember Spirit. And you gotta get your bans right here. I ban DK. I think you just ban DK.
with
For
no
sure.
hesitation, get DK out of this game. Please leave Storm Spirit though, because I want to see Emo Storm for the final game of the entire qualifiers. That would be very enjoyable.
5 seconds remaining.
I also love this Ember Spirit, right? You have Flame God into the Naga Siren Illusions. You're not necessarily the best carrier for the Magnus and Power, but you can hold people in position for Dark Willow spells, for Ancient Apparition spells, and you can carry the ultimate from the Dark Willow as you go in with the Bedlam. Okay, I like this. It's also I will say that Nothing to Say hasn't always impressed me when I've seen him play Ember Spirit. It's not necessarily his best hero, but obviously Nothing to Say is
10
his standard is
seconds
so
remaining.
high that 8 out of 10 is a disappointment, where normally he's rolling at a 9. So it's like, alright, bro, you'll still be great.
So would Emo ever play a DK though? That's my other question. I know Emo likes to play the flashy heroes. Would he ever stoop down to a level where he'll play a hero like DK just to win the game?
10 seconds
I've definitely seen him play
remaining.
DK a few times. He used to
Okay.
play it every now and then when they'd be playing on
5
IG.
seconds remaining.
Every now and then he'd play it into Storm Spirit when the enemy team would have Storm, and he's like, well, okay, I can't play my Storm, fine, okay. I'll pick DK, bro. But you're right that he definitely prefers to have something with a bit more pizzazz, a bit more action, a bit more excitement that he wants to bring to us. Alright, I just went to check. 34 games on DK, 35% win rate.
Ooh.
And
Maybe they
given
don't
that
ban it
Emo
then.
is he's a confidence player, this guy, right? So yeah, I would leave it in the pool. Be like,
10
alright, let's see what he's
seconds
got.
remaining.
I'm down to ban the Storm then and leave the DK.
5 seconds
Because the
remaining.
DK isn't particularly... DK is hard to play versus AA, right? Because you can't get the regen. It does a lot of damage. So you have options there, but the DK, as we saw earlier, crushes Ember in the laning stage. Pretty hard. So that's kind of like what you need to look at as a whole. Is it worth it? And I think DK could fit the lineup pretty well for LGD. And they're going to ban Zeus.
LGD Gaming.
So it seems like that's the hero they're afraid of, and they're gonna take the Luna. So now they just have like 3 cores that are pretty good versus Naga, and this is kind of like the issue I had with picking Naga this early. Like, why? Because like it gets in a situation where Naga gets a lot of net worth, but you can't enter the fights.
10
And
seconds
whenever that's the
remaining.
case, you have all this net worth, but what are you
Lina,
amounting with
choose
it?
your hero.
And he's gonna pick Lina against the Ember, which is another good matchup for, you know, the Lina. But however, Magnus and Ember later on in the stages of this game are good versus the Lina, because like this skewer is one of the best ways to deal with the Lina.
Yeah. Repositioning this hero is always very, very good. They have a fast amount of damage, and they have enough physical damage to get through the BKB when she eventually gets the item. But I do like that LGD went for the Emo Lina. Something that he can pop off on if necessary, you know, give him that degree of confidence. You can end up crushing the mid lane matchup. Although I'm not so sure how this lane matchup goes nowadays. I don't think I've seen it in a while. Most of the games that I've been seeing with Lina mid, there'll be like some DK, some Slaughter, Magnus on the other side. So I don't know how this is going to go. But given that for every single game you've seen today, the mid lane has been the site of the deepest interest, given that that's where the game is primarily driven from, cannot wait to see Emo Lina going up against the NTS Amber. And I just love the fact that these are such very different drafts from each other and very different from what we've seen throughout the entirety of the day. This is a good way to end a tournament, end a qualifier, that is. I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, I love both these drafts, actually. I do like this Lina a lot because I did mention before, I don't think Naga is going to solo carry this game. So picking another win condition in the mid lane that can deal with Luna, that could end up killing other heroes in the map, I think it's a really good way of going about this. Because if they would have picked like some Storm or something and it didn't pop off really hard, then you'd be in a situation where all eggs are going to be like in the Lina basket here, and or not the Lina, sorry, the Naga, but the Naga won't be able to carry the game. I don't think Naga is going to be the game carrier here. It's going to have to be this Lina.
Yeah. I'm fully with you on this. I mean, throughout the entirety of last year, we saw Shiro roll with this Naga Siren many times, and very rarely was he the reason that they end up winning their games. So having that additional insurance on Emo while he creates the space, I'm completely fine with that. And of course, Mew can be running around with the supports. Of course, they don't have the Lion, so it's a little bit more difficult to get those gank squads going, but I suppose that's where Emo can filter in as well, right? To replace the lack of burst damage you'd normally get with Lion, you get that out of the Lina in the mid lane, and she doesn't have to commit as far forward as like a Storm to do that. I like this a lot. But of course, I'm still with G2IG, man. JT Magnus.
Seconds to battle.
It's over. We're done. Hey, there's not even hope. Like, it's going to be a long game, yes, but I'm very much favoring G2IG to be able to walk away with this one.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot about positioning here. This game is going to be the Ember and the Magnus trying to kill this Lina. And Luna's going to take care of the Naga pretty easily. There's a lot to unpack here, but I think both these drafts are pretty even. Oh, this mid lane, though, this is not what you wanted to happen.
He's fine. He's
no,
just gonna
it's
get
really
most
not
of his HP
fine.
taken away. Then he has to run back to bait. Okay, no, he might not have to run all the way back, but this is really bad, yeah. Against Lina, bro, and he had to go for a slight level 1 to get out of it. Oof. That's hard. That's hard.
It ain't good. That's for sure. It ain't good. I mean, luckily he didn't use his own tango.
He did not, but check this out. He was supposed to win the previous lane, right? With Kunkka versus Zeus. He instead gets solo killed and gets bodied in the lane. So maybe him starting off with very limited resources, a very bad level 1 spell, maybe somehow this galvanizes him to win the unwinnable lane and everything's going to be okay. It'll be fine.
Yeah, I'll keep you posted. But I'm telling you right now, it ain't looking so good right now.
He's fine. He's level 2. You know, he's only eaten 18 million last hits to the face. Getting right-clicked to Oblivion. Missing out on getting the CS, getting out denied. Okay, this is pretty bad.
I mean, at least he's gonna have his bottle, alright? But I think this matchup is gonna be very difficult for him. But we kind of knew that going into it. We'll see how he can persevere. But he does have a bottle, so it's all good.
Name of the game for him. Yeah. 30 seconds until he gets some water runes, so he should be able to keep himself a little bit healthy. Speaking of health, bound bottom, we should not be anticipating JT doing JT things and completely killing Shiro, but they might kill while you smile. First blood is about to happen potentially. He's popped off the magic stick, able to run away behind the tower. He gets off the healing salve. JT really wants this kill, but with only 1 creep left to tank the tower hits, he's not going to take the risk of going underneath the tier 1 to go for the first blood.
Oh man, I'm still watching this. This mid lane is a massacre.
11-7 versus the 7-0. Okay, that's tough.
Oh, that's a cool pool.
That
I actually
tough.
like what Nothing to Say is doing here. If you can get the ranged creep here by Emo. Oh, it's Jover. That is Jover.
Speaking of Jover, top lane, X-Nova ends up getting himself killed off for first blood, so New will be able to participate in giving PYW that additional gold. Things feel good. You know, it's interesting, like the Ember Spirit that we saw earlier today as well into the DK, lost the lane so badly that at some point he had fewer denies than the enemy had CS. And it looks like we are right back in that situation again, that Emo's about to dominate and put the fear of God into NTS. And almost like there's the one positive I can see from this early laning phase though from G2IG is that things are going decently well for JT. Like between JT and the Nagasaran, they're trading farm quite well. But Monet is getting 0 CS right now. What the hell is happening in the top lane to the Luna?
This is just Dota right now. Like when you pick these heroes like techies, and then you have like an AA who doesn't do anything in the laning stage. It doesn't matter if you have a counter matchup. It's just you just get out harassed, get out spammed, and you get out CS'd. And just this AA is just kind of a weak laner, and you even go for the cold feed here, which I don't see this very often because like I feel like you're never gonna connect that with a Luna, right? You don't have enough stun duration, so definitely not one of those heroes that's known for its laning stage, the AA. It's more of like what it does later in the game. Makes it so you can't really buy Satanic. It's really annoying, does a lot of damage in that regard, and is just dead right now, to be honest with you.
He's actually gonna die, yeah. W jumped on him. Monet gonna try and look for some revenge here. Only has 1 point into the Lucent.
Why you Smile's here?
And while you Smile, Rasta coming in with the rotation, the twin gate. They leash him in place. Monet gets eaten alive right now. Man, LGD Gaming, they are out here. Jawe gave the speech in between the games, and it seems to be working because they are just applying the pressure onto G2IG.
It's definitely getting
Dire's top tower is
worse
under
and
attack.
worse here for IG. Luna, no CS. Ember, no CS. I mean, JT's having a good game. We'll see what he has to, what he can do with it. But I mean, it's only 5 minutes in the game. Your Magnus isn't going to do anything for the next like 10 minutes, probably. And that's being generous. So how do you slow this game down? It's going to have to be off the back of a rune of Nothing to Say. I think Nothing to Say is going to have to make some big plays with little farm this game. Quite the task ahead of him.
I'm not going to be very happy about how proceedings shake out here. Down bottom, we see Why You Smile. Gonna maybe end up dead here. He will die to JT, but JT is in danger, being chased by Shiro. Baboka trying to get the body blocks, but Naga Siren, very speedy hero with a pair of boots in tow. Able to get forward, able to bring down JT, and that was the one shining ray of hope on the behalf of G2IG. Gets snatched away. Shiro gets his farm back on track. And this game, all of a sudden, is looking... Impossible is not the right word, but extremely difficult is certainly where it's at right now.
It's looking on par for the stompy type of games we've been seeing. That's definitely for sure. As you know, Techie's made a rotation to the mid lane with Why You Smile. There was a catapult, and they're going to give a shield rune to Lina, one of the better runes for this hero, because now when you hit level 6 on Ember, how do you kill Lina if she has a shield rune? Pretty difficult, I'd say. And top lane, the rotation is coming.
Here again, they're going for this Ancient Apparition. They're going to kill him. And without the Ancient Apparition here, they might just dive onto a Monet. News looking for the angle to get the Spear of Mars. They will be able to draw in the Dark Willow as Baboka has to abandon JT in the bottom lane to come and save Monet. And oh my gosh, from bad to worse, they even kill his courier? Carrying the Glove of Haste? Oh my goodness, dude. That... Can they catch a break on the side of G2IG here in Game 3?
I have to find a way to make their own break. I don't think it's going to be... There's no handouts in this game, unfortunately.
Does the LGD stand for Libertarian, man?
Yeah.
Pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
I mean, I feel really bad for Monet, yeah. His treads are just dead. Now he has to find a way to jungle this one out, level 5. Only 30 CS. That's not great. I mean, Naga also sitting only at 30 CS. JT having an amazing game as per usual. And he's on a good hero to have an amazing game with as well. And it looks like he wants to make something happen to Emo, but Emo, he seems to be aware to some degree what's happening here, and he does a shield rune. You have a point in chains here. Do they have the damagers? They're bringing 4 heroes. Perhaps they do.
Right, they're gonna try for it. Bramble Maze is out. There's the RP. Skewer back if necessary. They will throw him close to the tier 1 tower, and that should be that. Emo is dead. You did come in for some revenge, though. So through the chain disable of the Arena Spear, as well as the supports, they are able to quickly kill off NTS. But given the state of the game right now, the kill on Emo definitely much more worthwhile. So IG very glad to have it. Although it's unfortunate that it's... But who got that kill? It was Baboka. It's a little bit unfortunate. Would have been nice if it was the Ember Spirit at least.
Yeah. I mean, it bought space for Luna to have free farm during this as well, because the Mars left, and more importantly, Arena's down. So now this Luna can...
But now JT's dead. JT's about to die. He tries to skewer away to safety. Ember Spirit, he arrived to try and save him, but a little bit too late. At the same time, Emo able to solo kill Baboka in the mid lane. And nothing to say. Although he just showed up bottom, immediately getting zoned back. You're gonna have to go home to replenish his HP pool here. This is not good, Fear. This is not good at all for the side of G2IG.
It's not, but... Oh, what is Mag going for? He has a broadsword. Echo Saber, I guess, first item? Okay. I mean, he bought the broadsword and then queued up a blink, so... Not sure what that means exactly. I think he's just like, I need something for now, and we'll see. Maybe I'll finish this blink, maybe we'll finish the echo. We'll keep you posted on that one. But it would be a little weird to see him do broadsword into blink, I must say.
In before Mask of Madness Magnus, let's go.
Yep.
Dire's top tower is under
I
attack.
don't know if he's in a position where he has that luxury. His other 2 lanes are doing way too poorly.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be all for
Definitely
it.
needs this blink dagger.
I
mean, he was carrying basically in game 2, right? As the Naga Siren. So instead of buying blink, bro, just go Echo Mask of Madness. It's fine. You'll be the hard farmer for the team. We'll be playing a space creating a Luna from the other side of the map.
Get the Ags on Luna.
There
Time to
we
make
go.
some space.
Ooh, actually, you get the Ags on Luna. You put the Luna Ags on top of Ember with the Bedlam from the Dark Willow. And then all of a sudden, this Ember Spirit does like a bajillion magic damage in the fights despite having 0 foam.
Yeah, just sacrifice your hero so Ember's the hero. I like it. Don't think it's happening though.
Probably not, unfortunately. Just like X-Nova's probably not surviving here. Bastov will catch him out from PYW, but New doesn't have his Blink Dagger just yet, so they instead turn onto PYW. Nothing to say, and the boys were able to get the kill. Arcane Rune activated to make this happen, and it definitely feels good. They should intuit that there's vision in this area, given how easy it was for X-Nova to get jumped on, but I don't think any of them have... Well, he has 1 sentry, but he's not going to commit it just yet.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'm curious what Emo's gonna do as far as item build. Because he kind of... he's going carry. He revealed it. So he's not doing the Magic Lina. He's maxing the passive, going into Maelstrom. He's just going to be another right-clicking carry. Normally we don't see that from the mid lane Linas. So we typically see like the Aetherlands and like the Aghanims, E-Blades type of combination. Where you're just like one-shotting the enemy carry at some point in the game. But Emo decided he's the carry now.
I'm the carry now. Aww.
Dire's bottom
Does
tower
mean we
is
might not
under
get that
attack.
Parasma going until maybe a lot later, but what can you do?
Dire's
I don't think you
First
ever
Rasta
get it if you
Ward
go
of the
this
game.
build.
Radiant's middle
Yeah,
tower
that's what
is
I'm
under
saying.
attack.
But it's fun to see, dude. I love Parasma Lina. It's so cool to
Yeah.
see.
It's cool. It's honestly not even bad as carry Lina. It's just it's more of a meme. I've definitely tried it a couple times, and I didn't feel bad about it, but I definitely thought Daedalus would be better.
Across the wards, first one committed. They get the tier 1 in the bottom lane. Tier 1 top has been taken, and so is tier 1 mid. So the map opening up quite largely for LGD, especially since G2IG haven't been able to make any push happen themselves. And sadly, looking at their heroes, them actually pushing down towers, unless Monet is there to like completely clear out these waves, it feels like it's not the easiest prospect in the world without them winning a fight first to try and poke at these towers.
For IG?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely not going to be hitting buildings for a very long time. Most of the fights that are going to happen are going to be on the back of, yeah, Magnus has a blink dagger now. So it's going to be off of get a skewer, get a kill, go back farm, get a skewer, get a kill, go back farm, get a skewer, get a kill. Oh, okay, it's like 30 minutes now. Now we go push with Luna.
Right now they're smoking up on the side of LGD. They want to reveal this blink dagger from the Mars, but at the same time, the blink dagger from the Magnus has just been completed. So NTS and the crew will be following behind JT, hoping to find some big target. They do indeed see Monet. And Monet gonna get jumped on right now, will get bursted inside the arena. That's not gonna stop G2IG from potentially finding something else, but looks like they jump back with the Ember Spirit. They don't have any clear vision. They've lost their metal for this fight, which is so sad because JT just sees the Naga, but without Ember Spirit being here, they just don't have the damage to make this happen. They'll have to stop over for the easier target, getting themselves the Shadow Shaman instead. But man, it's so sad. If NTS hadn't had to go back to D-push on this tier 2 tower, they might have had access to the triple remnant forward onto Naga during RP, and maybe they have the damage to actually kill her in that instance.
Yeah, I mean, instead, it's you trade your POS 5 on LGD for POS 1 on G2IG here. So the good trades keep on rolling here as they have the top 3 net worths on all the cores. And 5k up at 14 minutes, pretty substantial. And all eyes on Magnus yet again, because this is the only hero right now that is going to make something happen on the map. Perhaps nothing to say in Baboka can kill supports, but as far as core prospects and getting kills on cores, you gotta have this Magnus.
Looks like he's gonna rather just go finish off his Echo Saber in the meantime. Not gonna try for anything at the moment. And here is some good news. Maelstrom finished for NTS, so it's very far away from having a Mage Slayer or anything like that, but this will certainly help. And I'm actually wondering, since this Lina is going for the carry build rather than the magic dealing, how much value does he even get out of going for the Mage Slayer instead of BKB as next item?
Yeah, I think in this particular game, there's probably not going to be a ton of value of Mage Slayer. I mean, there's definitely still always value just because it's so cheap. Nothing to say is just going to put a lot of right clicks there, but they're smoked again and they're just barely going to miss the Lina.
Oh no.
Oh
man.
no.
Sigh.
Yeah, they needed that. They definitely needed that for sure, but they're not going to get it. And I mean, Mage Slayer is just an item you get when the other team has a lot of magic damage, and plus it just gives you a lot. So I wouldn't be surprised if he went back for it, but yeah, I think in this particular game, he doesn't necessarily need it. I think he's too far behind to even think about going for it. He might just need that BKB more than anything.
I'm 100% on the BKB bandwagon. And look at this. The side of G2IG are doing the super long wraparound. They took the twin gate and they're coming in as a pincer maneuver behind where LGD is right now. They're baiting with nothing to say. They're poking and prodding, trying to get heroes low, but here comes JT. They're looking for somebody. Ice Blast will fly out. Not even necessary for them to kill off Why You Smile thanks to the Bedlam. And this might dissuade the side of LGD from continuing this push, but look at the resource commitment. They dropped Shadow Shaman wards, got the tower to half HP. Nobody else was really threatened. This was a solid minute and some change from 3 heroes on the side of IG just to make this one maneuver that only nets them a Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, they're killing Shadow Shaman a lot, but that's about it, right? And they're investing like all of their smokes into these plays. I think they should be out of smokes at this point. I'd be surprised if there's any left in the shop. Guess I could check real quick. And well, it doesn't actually show the way I want it to.
Yeah, it doesn't show when you're spectating in this way. Yeah, that's
unlucky.
Keep a mental counter.
Yeah, my mental count says they don't have any left because they just keep spamming smokes, and they've only killed Shaman with these last 3 smokes. It's rough. So now they got to do it the old-fashioned way, where they just Got to do it with good vision and camping high grounds, and you won't have this smoke of deceit. It's not gonna be a situation where you're gonna be able to continuously use smokes over and over again. They've already used pretty much all the ones that they had for some duration now.
Man, it's so hard when you're playing from this position so far behind. Just have no vision. Making plays feels so difficult. All these tier 1 towers are up, so the instant response times are available. It feels like the only time they can actually take fights is if they goad LGD into overextending first. But never feels good when all of your plays are contingent on the enemy making mistakes. And right now, LGD not making many mistakes. They are playing this game very, very cleanly. And you know, you were talking in game 1 about them making sure that Emo has a good game, putting the leash on him. And man, they've not just put a leash on him, they haven't just washed him. They've built him like a whole pet house, you know, given him a new name. This guy's got a new lease on life, man. Looking like Prime Emo never left the way he's been playing game 2 and game 3.
Yeah, no, he's definitely playing really good. G2IG, though, I will say, like, they have stemmed a bit of the bleeding. The net worth has not gone past 5k. Monet's getting farmed. Monet now he has a BKB available. Of course, it is pretty rushed. There is no Manta. But this does put him in a position where he could potentially fight. And he might need to, just given how this game is.
Right. This is actually their last smoke for a while. Available on X Nova.
Roche
I think
is
they were
gone,
really
though.
thinking about it as they corralled together, but now that they see that the Roche is gone, there's absolutely no point in smoking up.
Radiant's middle
Just have to
tower
try
is
and
under attack.
farm it out, get the BKB for both Ember and the Magnus whilst you can. Because LGD with Aegis in tow onto the Selena, with a full Orchid available, and Eternal Shroud coming soon for Shiro, it does mean that they are going to be able to set themselves up to just slowly but surely choke out G2IG and not be too afraid of losing fights in the process.
So, pretty much what they need to do. You just need to chill right now. If you're G2IG, let this Aegis expire, just go split push, and hey, guess what? You've got this hero called Magnus. Going high ground against Magnus is one of the most difficult things in Dota. He's going to go for BKB next, but after BKB, I imagine he's going to go for the Harpoon. And then Magnus is now online, and it will feel pretty hard to go high ground when he has BKB Blink Harpoon. So, just play for that timing, I think. Let the opportunities come to you, don't go seek them yourself.
Radiant's bottom tower
That sounds like
is
an
under
aphorism. It should be on like one of those inspirational quotes.
Well, that's, hopefully it inspires them, because that's what they need right now. They need a lot of patience.
money to burn.
Patience from IG.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They are going to be throwing the Dark Willow to the Wolves a little bit, putting her by the Twin Gate in the event that a rotation comes. Because they realize, guys, we cannot play this game with a map this small. We need something. So they will force their way into the tier 1 tower with the Sea Dragon. And they'll get the first tower of their game down bottom.
Dire structures are fortified.
And this is going to help a lot. Like, unfortunately, though, because the tier 2 tower's already been taken in the top lane, they cannot necessarily play super comfortably here. Or rather, it's about to be taken. There's no way you can come back and defend this. You just have to accept that this bad boy is gone.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh my god. Fear, please explain to me how these Linas always get Grove Bow. Like, I thought it's supposed to be RNG. Are you kidding me? Every single game.
Everyone gets Grove Bow every game. I feel like every time I play a ranged hero, there's always a Grove Bow as well. And I'm just like, huh,
Dire's middle tower is
I'll
under
take it.
attack.
Thank you.
I mean, that's also kind of why, like, a lot of the ranged carries are good right now, because, like, there's so many neutral items that are good for ranged heroes, like Specialist Array as well, Grove Bow. Like, you're never sad getting these neutral items.
But you're also never sad getting BKB, my friend. And they've just got one on JT. They have one on the Luna.
I'm always
ATS,
sad when I have to buy
honestly,
BKB.
not that far away. I'm sad when you have to buy it, yeah, but I'm not sad when like, that's the worst feeling is buying BKB. The best feeling is having it in a fight and being like, oh wow, that was useful. That
Yeah.
helped.
Dire's middle
Buying
tower is
BKB
under
means you don't get to buy an actual fun item. And that's always sad.
You don't get to rush. You don't get to rush Kanda.
Yeah. I don't think I'd ever do that, but I don't advise rushing Conda, but I do advise rushing Emo here.
Top. Oh my gosh, they lost their opportunity. They have vision. They see him. They ping him
got
out,
an
but he's
Aegis.
next to the tier 2 tower with an Aegis.
And a
That's just
BKB.
too difficult to do.
Is under attack.
Yeah. Still though, even though they've actually slid behind in terms of the overall net worth, I like the fact that G2IG, having taken note from what we saw from Team Bright earlier, still playing with bravery. They're out on the map. They're not like consigned within their base. Although they might wish they were right now. JT, what positioning from him? He baits them out, breaks the smokes, forces a fight on the high ground. There will be an arena going out onto the ancient operation, and JT gets off a very late BKB. I feel like he could have gotten that off sooner here, but he waits so long. He ends up dead in the situation. Man, had he gotten it off earlier, he doesn't get hit with the Laguna and he probably survives, but he doesn't. He gets zapped by Emo, and that will lead to him and both of his support compatriots dying on the Radiant high ground. Although it does bait out a couple of ultimates from LGD, so they might not be able to get real estate elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, he might survive, but we're still waiting for that moment where they can do something aggressive. Because it's getting to the point where it's 23 minutes into the game, approaching 24 minutes. You're down 9k gold. You're making these 4-man plays with a bunch of heroes that are in poverty. They're gonna pretty much gonna have to play this Luna. As soon as she gets this shard, I don't see you take a fight without Luna. And speaking of good ranger items, yeah, the Specialist Array is absolutely amazing on Luna. One of my favorite heroes to have this item on. Shoot out multiple glaives. Look at that, it's beautiful. So I'm pretty sure they bounce as well in the Specialist Array, because normally you don't get a lot of modifiers, but this one's good. I would even hold on to it for a long duration of time against the Naga. Might even bypass the tier 3 items.
We'll see what options emerge for him later, but for now, definitely happy to keep the array. And also, they're happy that they have the 3rd BKB now. So all 3 cores on the side of G2IG do have access to this. This is a risky decision. Look at this. X-Nova buys the very early gem in 25 minutes into the game, despite being so far behind. They do not have like that much vision on the map, so if he dies with this gem and they give it up, man, that's going to be uber painful for them.
Yeah, he's going to have to play super careful. But this is kind of like a desperate move, too. They're probably like, you know, this game is getting out of control. We don't know where their vision's at. We're running low on smokes. We need to walk around together with this Luna, as I talked about before. They need Luna in every single fight. We need to contest this Roche, and we need to do it now. So this is definitely an all-or-nothing play.
We're going to see if this is going to be an all-or-nothing fight for them, as the Roots will catch onto Wayu Smile first and foremost. They are able to kill him off, but it's going to cost the life of Baboka almost as instantly. 1-for-1 trade, which given G2IG's positioning right now is definitely a win for them. They easily burst down and kill off the techies as well. And now, oh no, Luna, she popped the Eclipse, she popped the ultimate, she goes BKB though, goes on to Emo! And they have the damage to kill the Luna. Oh my goodness, Lina's gone. How did that happen? Song of the Siren will be popped right now for Shiro so he can TP out to safety. But G2IG, a perfect set of circumstances. I thought for sure the fight was going to be much worse, because a lot of those Eclipse beams ended up bouncing on illusions, but G2IG, they make it work for themselves. No Roche on the claim in the meantime. You know, it's a little bit too soon, boys, but that must feel really, really good for them here. 3,000 gold changes hands just like that.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Emo got a reality check there and realizing he can't man fight the Luna. Because Emo could have easily just walked away, right? Could have easily just walked away. Luna was walking him. He's like, no, I'm going to man fight you. We will see who wins this fight. And it wasn't even close. And another kill.
They get to continue aggression. Yeah, and look, not just the kill. Look where the creep wave is with the Siege Dragon. Man, if not for PYW being here, I feel like they could have aggressed onto the tier 2 tower as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So I'm actually a little worried for LGD here, because this Lina doesn't have a Hurricane Pike.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Going in
attack.
for an AC, she really wants to be able to man fight the Luna, but there's no repositioning here. If you get in a situation where you're Lina and you have to man fight, I think you're going to lose these fights almost every single time, because this empowered Luna is just going to do more damage to you. you have the shard available, so you're gonna have the damage reduction. It's gonna be a little bit difficult when we talked about the Naga before. What is the impact of the Naga in this game? It's gonna be pretty minimal, I think. Like, you have a lot of farm on Naga, but this Naga is maybe killing supports. You're not killing this Luna with Naga. Not for a while.
It also depends on what angle they find for this particular initiation, because they want to ensure that they're the ones that get access to the Roche. Will they be able to isolate where G2IG are? G2IG now know for a fact where they are as well, so they're going to smoke up this 5. It's about to go down here, Fear. This fight could really determine the outcome of this game. And G2IG finding a pretty big wraparound.
Luna has night vision.
Positioned perfectly to break some smokes. And Luna does indeed have night vision. The smoke from LGD has now expired. Will they be able to find any of their targets? Oh no, nothing to say! Doesn't get off his BKB in time, but there's not enough follow-up after the Arena of Blood is there, so he's still alive. JT, he finds himself the RP directly onto Emo, but he's not able to secure him back in time. They will instead focus their attention onto YU Smile, killing off the Shadow Shaman. So now the 4v5 affair. Beautiful blast off from TYW, but he gets ice blasted for his own efforts. Both supports are gone, and look where New is at right now. He gets held in position with the Cursed Crown, with the Cold Feet, with the Lucent Beam, and that kills him off as well. 3 heroes down for the count. Shiro and Emo had to TP out to safety. And G2IG now find an uninhabited Roshan pit, ready for the taking. Another 3k gold swing, but this time around, Fear, it's also going to come with the Aegis and a side of cheese for their efforts.
This was like a 1 in 100 turnarounds where they hit the exact timings they needed to hit. They got the Manta on the Luna with the shard. They picked up the gem. They had the BKB available with the Blink Dagger on JT, and they're making it happen here. And they're unable to lock down this Ember. Sure, they got a nice Hex on them. They got the Arena too, but they didn't have enough to burst them. And it's all because I really do think this Naga just can't do anything in these fights. You have so much farm, but like, you can't actually kill a hero. And all JT is doing in these fights is he's just RPing the Lina. If the Lina can't right click in these fights, then they just don't have any damage. Just straight up, they just don't have damage. So it's a very simple. You can just walk in with Luna with no fear whatsoever, and you know Naga's not going to kill you. You know Techies isn't killing you. Shaman sure as hell isn't killing you. Mars isn't killing you. The one that's killing this Luna will be the Lina. And JT knows that, and he's been very patient to make sure this Lina isn't doing anything to this Luna here. And I think this is going to be problematic, because now that gives you the opportunity to just run down and hit buildings. And this is something that Luna is good at. Konda's online too. The level 20 talent for Luna is online. 2 Moonglaze fired on Lucent Beam. This Luna is just going to be able to, from long range, just kill heroes and just set up for, you know, nothing to say to do stuff like this. Pick off heroes, give vision, and allow Magnus to snipe heroes as well, because that's an Aghanim stun on nothing to say here. This game spiraled out of control. You're 5k gold ahead on LGD, but it feels like you're down 10k.
Yeah. What this reminds me of? At the Bali Major, game 2 that LGD played up against Quest Esports. So they actually, what did they have in that game? They had Naga, I think NTS was playing Wind Ranger, but I distinctly remember Shiro was on Naga. And they spent the bulk of the game very far ahead in gold, pushing out all the waves, doing what they need to do. And then at some point, this exact scenario happened where Naga's like, I have all this farm, which is excellent against creeps, but heroes are no longer being affected by my influence in these fights. Everybody has BKBs. Everybody has so much burst damage that the rest of my team can't survive long enough for me to even get out Illusion's slow damage. And then we just lose the game, despite us having a pretty significant net worth lead for most of the game. And I think that game also ended up going nearly an hour long, if I remember correctly. But it feels like this is what's going to end up happening here, that slowly but surely G2IG heroes will accrue enough gold that even Emo can't like one-shot kill them during the arena combo anymore. Then at that point, what on earth do you do as LGD?
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
It's definitely going to be slightly difficult if that is the case here.
Radiant's middle
It's just, you know, you picked Lina into Magnus. I think this was just kind of a little bit of a mistake, because you have to have someone go in, which means I'm just like trying to theory craft in my head how Emo's supposed to play these fights, because like he has to do the damage, right? but he can't show if Magnus is off the map.
Radiant's top tower is
So
under attack.
it's really JT has to make a mistake, is the way I see it. JT has to like go in and go for some techies kill, right? That will allow the Lina to be able to have free reign in the fights. But I think JT knows that, and he's not going to make that mistake.
You know what the first mistake was actually that LGD made?
Radiant's top tower is under
Not
attack.
banning Magnus game 3.
It's looking like it, huh?
Yep. 18 Magman. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. He's been playing really, really well. I mean, you were mentioning earlier how he was the only one that was farming from his team and how much responsibility was therefore on his shoulders to make the plays happen. And he has not disappointed. He's taken that responsibility upon himself and created the space necessary to drag his team back into contention. It's now only a 4K net worth lead, but the huge amount of that gold is the gap between Lina and the Ember Spirit. So once Ember Spirit starts catching up a little bit more again, and we have the full Shiva's God coming out of him, all of a sudden all this net worth that the Lina has gotten for herself not gonna matter nearly as much.
Most definitely not here. And they're doing a good job ratting though with these Shadow Shaman wards and stuff like that. But the problem is, you know, we talked about the Magnus. He has Aether Lens, Blink, Harpoon. His initiation range is pretty wild right now. This Lina is not safe from anything. In fact, if he sees any hero, he could just go. I think the only thing they can do is Shadow Shaman has to be really quick with the Hex and hope JT doesn't BKB before initiate. Always an option though.
Force a fight of their own accord here. They spear back Monet underneath the tier 1 tower. Not dying just yet though. There will be a lot of bombs dropped down, so Monet will end up losing the Aegis, but at the same time on the high ground they find Shiro. The Naga Siren's gone without buyback. Yule's up onto Emo as well. Might get himself caught inside the RP, but JT too far away. Monet has dropped down the Eclipse, which ended up hurting Yu quite significantly. Kill him, but definitely enough to zone him back. Big kill on the Naga Siren, no buyback available. And G2
They still have RP.
They still have RP, man. They still have the big team fight
And
spell.
BKB.
Yep.
JT used nothing for that Naga kill, just a skewer.
JT,
And here it is.
And now he's gonna find Emo with the Harpoon skewer. Still didn't commit the RP. They just heads up, kill Emo. No buyback available for the Lina either. And that's a lane of racks, man. Tier 3 tower gone with Luna in the game. That's not just one lane, that's gonna be two. They've opened up and softened up the top lane earlier on already. Okay, they're showing some discipline. Are they? They're really thinking about it right now. This is such a hard call to make for them. They don't know if there's buyback available, but they do know there's skewer available. So JT will drag out PYW. He also dies without buyback. And that simplifies the decision of whether or not to go high ground. You bet your ass you do right now. Because you're on the cusp of winning game 3 and going to DreamLeague, baby.
Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah, it's
attack.
looking really good for them. And it's, there's the RP. They got the Naga.
Oh, they
Oh,
got
that was just
the new Mars. Yeah, they got Mars.
Yeah.
But they did force
Debated.
Shiro to use the ultimate. And they're surrounding Monet. Monet does have BKB and a cheese though. So let's see if they can debate this fight. Indeed they have. We see Shiro trying to man fight versus Monet. Monet very late with popping the BKB. It's going to be very low on the HP. In the meantime, Arena of Blood popped in around NTS and JT. They bring down NTS. JT is next on the chopping block. The dual buybacks on the Mars and the Shadow Shaman turn out to be enough to get these kills. The Glyph as well delayed proceedings long enough for Shiro to set things up. So they hold here, but my god, it's an expensive hold from LGD.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is pretty expensive. They did. It's better than just losing the game right there. So good that they hold. You can always win these games. There's always the possibility for sure, but it comes down to still like how difficult the game is going to be for you. And right now I see there's a lot of responsibility for Neo and Why You Smile. I think these are the two heroes that are gonna, if this game is gonna happen, they're gonna be the ones making it happen. You can't underestimate the Hex. The Hex adds a 35% damage
Dire's
amplification.
middle tower is
So
under attack.
that is one way to burst a hero within the Hex.
Well, right now they're trying to force some buybacks of their own as they're sieging forward. Shiro and Emo on the high ground. They've taken the tier 3 tower, but with the Glyph being popped and the awareness that these heroes are right around the corner, there's absolutely no way they're going to take the risk. But still, they get something. They force back the lane equilibrium. In the lane, they've already been raxed in. And they bring the gold lead back to even Stevens. 37 minutes into the game, we have a 0 gold lead. Man, well, this is a fun game to watch. It's just been a very fun series overall.
Yeah. They're camping high ground here, too. There's no more smoke.
Okay, nothing to say. NTS, he's been hexed up. He's surrounded right now. Can they kill him in time? He's in a very precarious position. He gets off the BKB. He's going around and somehow he's still alive. They kill PYW. They managed to bring down Emo as well during the eclipse of Monet. Shiro is forced to TP out underneath the Song of the Siren. They cannot catch out the Mars either as he leaves the fray. But they do end up losing 2, and worst of all, they don't kill the Ember Spirit. Nothing to say. Somehow, some way, tanky enough to survive all this. And that's before he even picks up his Shiva's God.
I'm just watching every single fight, and JT's like, huh, I want to play Lena versus Magnus, so have fun this game. RP'd every single fight that he's trying to do damage. It's like literally unplayable. Like, you have the duration of like 3 seconds to do damage as this Lena. And every single fight, Monet's popping BKB, just running at him. They're just gunning down Emo because they know if Emo dies in these fights, there's nothing on LGD to stop them. Absolutely nothing. And it's weird to say because Shiro's our carry and he's one of the top networks in the game, but it's just a Naga problem, you know? This hero doesn't do a lot of damage to enemy heroes at this stage of the game when you are counterpicked.
Sadly, you fall off at some point. You're not that person that continues scaling indefinitely on the hero. And like you say, there's, at this stage of the game, between the Luna, the buffed up Flame Guard, the better Slide of Fist with the 20 talents on the Ember, the Cleave coming through from the Magnus, you just have no influence as the Naga Siren. And where are they going right now? They're going for the Roshan play. It looks like it. They are going to try and force this. But it's an intriguing place to be because LGD might be able to force them to come back, or at the very least force one of these buildings to go down in exchange for the Roshan. But if that has to happen, that has to happen literally right now. They will drop the Shadow Shaman towards bottom. They take the Roshan on G2IG. They sent back Baboka to at least try and stall out this push a little bit. They still do end up losing the tier 3 tower, which, given the context of this game, is probably all LGD could hope for right now.
Yeah. And you can see that while you Smile's going for the Aghanim Scepter as well, they kind of realize that team fighting, it ain't gonna happen. Not really. Not 5 vs 5, especially not into an Aegis, so they're gonna play more for the Rat game here. Get Shadow Shaman, this Aghanim Scepter, which he is only 300 gold away from, so that will be online. His level 18 is coming soon too. And then from there, like, I don't know, like maybe he'll just get the level 20 talent for the max HP wards, get some refresher, see some of that old school Shadow Shaman Rat plays.
And I just realized, dude, can you imagine how much PTSD Jawed must be experiencing right now? We're in a winning game situation, and then a Magnus started coming back and creating problems for us. Oh my god, dude. Again?
Seems to haunt him. I mean, he chose not to ban it.
Just ban Magnus. That's what I'm saying.
He chose this life.
Is there any other hero in the game that could have created this degree of impact that JT had in this game? I'm honestly, I don't think so. Like, given what he's been able to accomplish, I think it's Magnus or bust that could be able to do this in this situation.
I mean, I could see a small percentage chance of him playing a Mars and being able to do it as well, but definitely much more difficult.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But the problem is you don't
80%
have
win probability.
Yeah, you don't have the tools on Emo to,
Radiant's bottom tower
like, if you play versus a Mars, right, you just have to get your BKB off before you get speared. It's that simple. But there's nothing you can do as Emo to counterplay an RP, right? Like, maybe he sees a Blink Dagger. Maybe if he gets a Blink Dagger and has the quickest fingers in the world, he can blink before the RP hits. Maybe if he gets a Hurricane Pike, he can pike him before. Those are like your only options right now, but with his itemization right now, there's nothing. He has 0 mobility. And I think he knows that, and that's why the Blink is coming online. This could be the one opportunity that Emo has to be able to play this game.
He's in a very dangerous position far away from his team at the moment, but you will no longer win this game by playing safe. Gotta take some risks to come back into this. But now they know how far away he is, so he's not on hand to try and help out PYW, who's been skewered back into G2IG, and nothing to say. Finishes him off with the Slide of Fist. He's about to hit 25 on this Ember Spirit. That's going to be huge for this game. Monet's already crossed that milestone, got himself the Lunar Blessing damage. And now here they are to take their second lane of racks. Claimed away quite easily. And there's no buyback on the Techie, so no matter what, they're playing this 4v5 into an Aegis, into a Cheese. I have no idea how they hold this. Gonna have to try though. NTS bouncing back and forth, just throwing in Shivas. He doesn't actually want to kill anybody, just wants to make space for Monet to siege this tier 3 tower, open up the racks, and oh no, new! He jumped in, but immediately got jeweled into the air. There's going to be the arena coming out of him, but who's it even going to catch? The BKBs are already on.
Emo's
Monet
dead.
chasing down Emo with the Eclipse, and he's going to be able to solo kill him. Now they turn their attention to Shiro, who's been ice blasted, who's been bedlam, who's been killed off as Yu dies at the foot of his own base. The Naga Siren has buyback, but to what end? The game is already over. GG, well played is called. Shiro will pop at least one more song of the Siren. Puts G2IG to sleep before he has to go to bed himself because he's definitely not going to Dream League. That tournament is just a dream for LGD. GG, well played. G2IG, baby. Get the W, get themselves into Dream League, and demonstrate to fear why the China Magnus is to be feared.
It definitely is. JT played an incredible game here for sure on this Magnus. This laning stage was a disaster, right? Monet was getting shut down like crazy on that top lane. Mid lane was a bona fide disaster. And JT, he ended up getting that early blink. And honestly, the first couple reveals of the dagger, they weren't fruitful. Like, you killed a couple times on the Shadow Shaman, that was it. Things weren't looking really good. But they knew their timings. They hit their BKB on the Luna. They were patient for the Manta. They were patient for the Shard. Then once that was available, they went into every single fight. JT just shut down this Lina's gameplay. And I said at the beginning of the game, I'm pretty sure Lina is not playable against Magnus. Like, this matchup is just way too bad. You can't play like this. It's like playing a sniper or something too. You have no tools to deal with getting skewered or getting RP'd. And JT knew that, and he just like shut down this Lina hard. And if this Lina wasn't going to carry the game, this is like some first phase Naga, right? Or second phase Naga. It's not going to carry the game. We already mentioned that. So G2IG, like, they knew their timings. They were patient, even though they're getting owned. They played together. I want to give a shout out to Xnova getting that early gym, knowing they were all in on that timing. And damn, it worked. It really worked out really well. One mistake around that timing where they didn't have the gem on Xnova could have lost them the game right then and there, but they made it happen.
I mean, it was excellent, right? Because when they got that gem, that timing you're talking about was around a Roshan fight. Imagine they don't go for that Roshan play. Suddenly, they have the Roshan on LGD side, and then G2IG feels skittish about engaging that fight. But not only do they get that exact timing for the fight, I don't even know how, because Emo was on the low ground next to the Roshan pit when Neo is jumping on the high ground next to the Watcher in the pool. And you would imagine he has the easiest time right-clicking from there. But JT knew that his only objective, just find an RP this guy. I don't even have to skewer him. He didn't even bother skewering him. He's like, all right, you've got your BKB out. I don't really care. I'm just making sure you can't kill NTS in this meantime. Suddenly, NTS is able to recover on his Ember Spirit, jump back into the fight, re-engage, create all the havoc. And Shiro's just like, well, I don't really do anything here, boys. Nothing I can do. I just gotta get out. You know, he got ice blasted as well to make matters worse. And it's like, okay, I'm this super tanky hero that got ice blasted. All my illusions are dead. I really have to TP out. Peace out, y'all. Bye. And then it's like, well, the game just goes from bad to worse. But even then, afterwards, there's still a couple of opportunities for the side of LGD, but just sheer excellence from the JT Magnus, from Xnova with his warding positions on AA. And also, I must say, NTS, we saw earlier today an Ember Spirit try to play this sort of like split pushing, poking and prodding to try and draw attention to himself to create space. That didn't necessarily work out for that Ember, but that NTS understood the assignment. It was emo. It was emo, unfortunately.
It's a tough way to lose. They're probably going to look back on this and look at how well things are going and what small mistakes they made to lose this game. But at the end of the day, yeah, there's a lot of small mistakes, but I think just this Magnus you mentioned, it's they don't have the right tools to deal with it with the type of a draft that they put together. The game was always going to be hard if they ever got behind, and that kind of feels bad. And it's always nice, like when you're in these high pressure situations, one game to get you into a qualifier, and you get a hero like Magnus who can make all the difference in whether you qualify or not. It's definitely it sucks. Maybe Zhao Weight's like, I'm never giving Magnus away ever again for the rest of my life, and maybe that's the correct play as well. At least in important games until they can win more against it. But it was a good game regardless, and I think G2IG is the team that deserves to go, but it's on a very narrow margin. I think these two teams are very evenly matched.
Very evenly matched team. That's kind of wild to think how evenly matched they were, and yet Azure Ray was able to handedly and soundly defeat both of them. So that gives us an expectation of how well Azure Ray will play. And from what I'm hearing, whispers in the background about how the scrims are going, Extreme Gaming, who's already at DreamLeague 22, is even better than what Azure Ray is. So I know Fia have said it for 2 years, but China is finally back, my friend. This is the year we're going to see magic from this region.
We'll see. Win a tournament first, and then I'll believe it.
They just won Malaysia. That counts. It was 2023, but it still counts for this particular season.
Okay,
It's
I'll give it
fine.
to you. Yeah, it was after TI.
With that, now we know our representatives from the region, Azure Ray having gotten their qualification yesterday, and then today we do see the side here of G2IG gaining their entry into the next Dream League Season 22. And of course, they'll be competing not just for the $1 million prize pool, but for the points required to get into the leaderboard and qualify for the Riyadh Masters later on in the year for a pretty substantial prize pool later on down the stretch. With that, though, that does mean that we are done and dusted here for the China qualifiers. Other regions are still in play at the moment, as we haven't finalized everything across the world. So please make sure that you pay attention to the other regions, check out what's happening so you can have full information on who all the squads will be participating in Dream League Season 22. From us here though, Fia, shout out, thank you for everything today. Thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for the hype. And everybody at home, thank you for your time and attention. We will see you later for Dream League Season 22 proper. And in the meantime, make sure to go check out all the other qualifying games. Make sure to follow Fia Dota on all the social media platforms. And of course, most importantly, remember to have a positive mental attitude about this game. Remember to show love to the people who love this game just as much as you do. And most importantly, look in the mirror, show love to yourself. And we will see you in the future for some more incredible Dota 2 action.
Trying to go back. I'm a creature